Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Teamed Up with Shigaraki. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Rain spiraled down the gutter as children gazed out the window, hoping the rain would pass before they had to leave. Bakugo, in his typical standoffish manner, merely sneered at the rain as if challenging it. His friends did the same. Yet there was one boy who was not worried. A boy who didn't care about rain or sleet or wind. That boy was Izuku Midoriya, whose legs dangled aimlessly off the bridge. Midoriya found comfort in the rain as he watched it trickle down the riverside, freely following its own path. Compared to Izuku, others had the choice to go wherever they wanted. His jade-green hair fluttered lightly as the breeze swept past him, knocking the paper he held clean out of his hand. "Great," he muttered. Izuku attempted to reach for it but merely watched as it glided down and landed in the river below, collapsing under the water's weight. Well, there was no recovering that. But who was he to care? He had no reason to explain his actions or his choices. It felt like his efforts backfired at every turn. Like when he tried to save Bakugo from a villain but only made things worse for the heroes. Or the time he tried to stand up for a scared boy but ended up on the ground, unable to protect him. He chuckled at the thought that he could help anyone anymore. No matter what, he would always be the weak, quirkless Deku. Life would move on while he remained stationary, reaching for a dream that was never his to have. Not that I could do anything anyway. Bakugo was right. He couldn't do much for anyone. But his treatment by Bakugo was undeserved, wasn't it? All he tried to do was be like Bakugo. He admired him, despite his faults, almost to the degree he admired All Might. Yet Bakugo mocked him for his dreams. And All Might didn't even try. He just gave a cold answer and left Izuku on the rooftop, in awe of his bluntness. All Might was worshipped by Izuku, but he looked down on him like he was a child. At least Bakugo acknowledged his dreams or knew who he was. Not that anything good came of that. He shifted slightly, ignoring the gazes and whispers as people passed by. He wondered, why did I ever want to be a hero anyway? Did he want to help people? Did he want to make the world better? Did he want fame and fortune? What was it that made him want to be a hero? If heroes were so great, why did they all turn away from him? Why didn't they try to help him? If they were really heroes, why couldn't they save him? His phone let out a muffled buzz. He picked it up and looked at the message. "Mom, the school called me. Where are you?" "Of course." He put his phone down and looked back out onto the river. With his phone buzzing in the background, he had a thought. If I fell, what would happen? Who would care? Bakugo? His mom? His dad? Would he care as he plummeted? Maybe then heroes would care, he chuckled sarcastically. He felt a single tap on his shoulder and whirled around. There, at the base of his back, stood a man in a black hoodie, with steely blue hair poking out from the sides. "Nya?" Izuku asked. "I heard what you said." The man's smile shifted, and hesitation filled Izuku's mind. "Come with me for a second. I want to talk." "Tell me, if you could change something, what would it be?" Izuku's head shot up in confusion. Slightly swaying on the swing, he pet his head, questioning the man. In return, the man simply shrugged. "If I could change something?" Izuku pondered. The man nodded, almost childishly. "I would change our dependency on heroes." The stranger's eyes widened slightly, a grin peeking at the corners of his chapped lips. A smile that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. It looked strange. Abnormal. And why is that? Well, heroes nowadays only care about recognition. Izuku gritted his teeth in spite, recalling the day he met his childhood hero. They only care about money or fame or fan pages. They don't care about how others feel. They look down on the weak and scorn any hopes they had of becoming like them. I wish people had the guts to realize it and stand up for themselves, rather than relying on selfish people focused on their own interests. Izuku's head bowed, almost in despair. Not like that will happen, though. What if you could? Izuku jerked his head up in surprise. Any other person would have simply laughed or disagreed with his statement. Yet here was this man, agreeing and proposing the impossible. What are you saying? The stranger grinned wider, his chapped lips breaking into joy. Why not change it? It's easy to change the game if you know what sides to join. Izuku stood up suddenly, shocking the man. This isn't a game, he shouted, conscious of anyone nearby who might hear him. You can't change an entire society. Why are you telling someone like me this? Izuku fell defeatedly. Why are you asking a quirkless nobody like me? The stranger looked shocked at his outburst, not to mention his lack of a quirk. He paused and held out a hand, for fingers extended. Quirk or not, you have potential that doesn't need quirks or power. Izuku pulled himself up, using the man as leverage. My name is Shigaraki. I'm proposing an idea to you. The childish demeanor made Izuku frown. What potential did he have that didn't require a quirk? I'm in charge of a league trying to change the world. But I need information that we, quite frankly, don't have. Shigaraki beamed brightly. I want you to obtain information while I deal with the rest. Izuku looked on in awe and confusion. Information? About what? And what was this league that was trying to change the world? Shigaraki noticed the boy's confusion. You don't need an answer now. He turned swiftly. Meet back here in a few days. Then I want your answer. Izuku shook in shock and disbelief as the man turned his head back around. Whether you want to join the League of Villains. The blaring of Izuku's alarm sounded and rang throughout his room. With a slight heave of his body, he smacked his hand down on the buzzer, shutting it off. Izuku yawned, wiping the sleep from his eyes. As he regained his senses from his peaceful sleep, he recounted what had occurred the day before. It was just after the meeting with Shigaraki. Izuku sat covered by an all-might blanket on his bed, gripping his shoulders in thought. His room was filled wall to wall with all-might merchandise that he had collected over the years. If he took it down, his mom would question him. After all, he had loved All Might his whole life. His mother had reprimanded him for skipping school, to which Izuku replied half-heartedly. Before retreating to his room, he had no idea how to react to what had just happened. Join a League of Villains? He had never heard of such a thing. And what information did they need? They had no way of knowing about his hero analysis. They had only met a few hours ago. Questions swirled in his mind, and he eventually fell asleep. While putting on his middle school uniform, he considered their offer. What would happen if he accepted? Would he become a villain? What would they make him do? Not only was his mind on the League, but also on Bakugo. He's going to kill me, he chuckled. Izuku knew that missing a day of school would likely infuriate the self-assured Bakugo. Maybe he should join this league instead of me. Izuku left his room and headed to the dining table. His mother frowned at him as she placed his breakfast in front of him. You will go to school today, right? I don't have to drop you off to make sure? She asked, her tone firm. No, I'll go. I just wasn't feeling well enough to go to school, and I didn't want to worry you. Well, please answer your phone next time. I will, Izuku said, smiling. After finishing his breakfast, he put on his shoes. I'm leaving. Love you. Love you too, sweetie. With that, Izuku closed the door and headed to school, carefully avoiding the path that Bakugo would take. He really didn't want to deal with him today. Luckily, Bakugo arrived a little later than usual, showing up to first PRD a few minutes late, merely giving a wave in response to the teacher's questions. Izuku looked up at Bakugo, only to be met with a sneer and a threatening glare. He knew he was in trouble and bowed his head, almost praying for a savior. Hey! I'm asking where you were, you loser! Bakugo practically yelled at the trembling boy. Izuku did everything he could to ignore him. Avoid eye contact. Do anything to not provoke him again. This only seemed to make Bakugo angrier. He always had a short temper, but today he seemed ready to explode. I wasn't feeling well, Kaken. That's nonsense. You and I both know you were trying to skip out on coming here. Trying to avoid me, Deku? No. I wasn't well enough to come in, okay? This wasn't a complete lie. Izuku didn't think he could handle being there any longer, which was becoming increasingly clear. His reply was met with a loud bang on the desk, leaving a mark on the already scarred surface. Izuku jumped slightly in his seat. Forget you, Death. I don't even know why you're here anymore. Don't you see that no one wants a crybaby like you around? Just go throw your dreams out the window. Better yet, take yourself with them. Not like anyone would care. Bakugo turned to the door, heading off to join his friends for lunch. Remember, Death. You're nothing compared to me. Then he left, leaving Izuku in his misery. Maybe you're right, Kaken. Izuku looked out the window. No one would care. Especially the heroes you admire so much. Izuku rose and approached the window, conveniently facing the park where he first met Shigaraki. His trembling calmed, and his thoughts reconnected. Forget this society where people find safety in prejudice. Gripping the window sill tightly, he threw his head back, almost in defiance. He had the chance to change things. Physically, he could do nothing. However, what if he could help in another way? Information was easy to gather, right? Who cared what information? Who cared who Shigaraki was or if he was trustworthy? Better than this place, that's for sure. Shigaraki had given him a chance to save the world from the corrupt hero system. Saturday he would meet Shigaraki and give his answer. He would change everything. The light tapping of a pen hitting his hand echoed in Izuku's thoughts as he pondered what to write. It became clear to him that there was a possibility of no return from what he was about to do. He may never face anyone he loved again. The blank pages that lay in front of Izuku taunted his inability to let go. To say goodbye to the one person he considered family. He had written letters similar to this, but merely as apologies, not as farewells. He couldn't even bring himself to put the pen to the paper. How would his mother react? In some ways, she was weak-willed. Yet, when his father left for a business trip, she had been strong for Izuku, the rock that kept him from collapsing. How could he leave someone like that? Of course, he could consider staying. He could refuse to join the league and lead a normal life. He could become a detective or a support gear manufacturer. He could still be a hero from the sidelines. Once again, the word, heroes, sent shivers up Izuku's spine as he recalled his encounter with All Might and the heroes who reprimanded him for trying to save Bakugo. His knuckles paled as he clenched his fists tightly, trying to release his pent-up frustrations. But this was what he had to do. He put the pen down, unable to start the note, and hopped onto his bed. He would figure it out tomorrow. Friday came quickly, though it dragged on for what seemed like days. Izuku's encounter with Bakugo yesterday did not seem to satisfy the blonde's frustrations. Altercation after altercation occurred, even within the classroom while the teacher attempted to lecture. With Bakugo's usual entourage behind him today, things escalated even further. As aggressive as Bakugo was, he had his limits. Those limits existed to protect his chances of getting into UA, but his friends had no such ambitions. They cared little for reputation or consequences, and in their eagerness to impress Bakugo, they targeted Izuku, the person Bakugo despised for reasons even they couldn't comprehend. As a result, Izuku found himself walking home with a bruised cheek and a slight limp, which he tried to hide from his mother. Usually, injuries like that would heal overnight, so he wasn't overly concerned about missing out on the park. Before that day, Izuku had a lot to accomplish before he left. He still needed to write a note to his mother. But he also wanted to make a statement, to defy societal norms. He planned to gather all his All Might collectibles and dispose of them. He knew of an old compound where people rarely went, which seemed like the perfect place to do it. The compound had once been a workspace for his father's company but was abandoned after being deemed unsafe following a villain attack. Izuku understood he was getting involved in questionable activities. Gathering information didn't exactly sound innocent, especially coming from someone like Shigaraki. He considered bringing a pocket knife for protection, just in case. Lastly, he wanted to check online records of villain activity to ensure he wouldn't be in over his head. Shigaraki didn't look very old, maybe around 20, so it was possible this league of his was relatively new. Checking for spikes in villain attacks over the past few years seemed wise. To his surprise, Izuku's instincts were correct. In the last 2 to 3 years, crime had increased not drastically, but enough to notice a difference. Though still uncertain, he felt slightly more reassured about Shigaraki. The thought of Shigaraki lingered in his mind. Why had he chosen Izuku in the first place? They had never met, so there was no way Shigaraki could know about Izuku's journals on heroes, which could be useful to his league. Perhaps Shigaraki had picked him out of curiosity or simply because he could. Izuku flopped onto his bed, glancing at the clock. 9. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish everything. The letter would take a while, and he still needed to figure out how to sneak out to dispose of the collectibles. He could use the window, but he knew his mother would find out if he couldn't get back inside, so he would have to knock on the locked door. Then an idea struck him. I'll just dispose of them before I meet Shigaraki. It was a simple plan. He had no idea how to transport everything, but it was a start. As he mumbled various ways to carry out his mission, he dozed off, the tasks still unfinished. Oh well, he could just do it tomorrow. The sun barely rose over the horizon as Izuku made his way to the complex. He had to leave before his mother woke up to avoid raising suspicion. It would be strange to leave the house with all his All Might merchandise. Speaking of which, Izuku carried it all in a large blanket draped over his shoulders. It was the only way to manage everything, and since no one would see him at this hour, he wasn't too worried. As he navigated through alleys and parking lots, Izuku finally arrived at the complex. It was in worse shape than he remembered. The windows were mostly gone, with the few remaining ones cracked or shattered. The walls were overrun with vines and ivy, and broken bottles littered the ground. If he recalled correctly, the villain who attacked the complex had a quirk that caused localized earthquakes. It wasn't a massive attack, but it had damaged the building enough to render it unstable. Who knew why the complex had been targeted in the first place? Izuku slipped through a broken pane of glass, wincing slightly as he brushed against a jagged edge. The injury from yesterday hadn't healed as quickly as he had hoped, but it was just a minor inconvenience. While searching for a suitable place to dispose of everything, he stumbled upon a metal can, about 4.5 feet tall. Assuming it had been used as a makeshift campfire, Izuku dumped the blanket containing his collectibles inside. He then took out a bottle of alcohol he had borrowed from his mother's cabinet. She never used it, so she wouldn't notice it was gone, and lit a match. Well, it was nice while it lasted, I guess, Izuku muttered, tossing the match into the can. After that ordeal, Izuku made his way to the park to wait. Before leaving, he found a convenient pocket knife outside the complex, which he now carried in his pocket. He didn't know who it belonged to or what it had been used for, but it saved him the trouble of buying one, which he wasn't even sure was legal. Izuku sat on the swing, swaying slightly back and forth in subtle boredom. He knew that not writing a letter would be painful for his mother. Earlier that morning, he decided it was better if she didn't know where he was going. He thought it would be easier for her to presume he was missing or worse. Letters like that weren't easy to write. Though sitting in this park made Izuku remember something the day he tried to help the boy Bakugo was attacking. He recalled how he had weakly pleaded for Bakugo to stop, as if he could make a difference. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Back then, he wanted so desperately to be a hero, but now he found himself opposing the very hero society he once admired. Try as he might, Izuku couldn't shake the image from his mind, the small, vulnerable child lying on the ground, bruises marring his skin. He wondered what it would have been like if he had possessed a quirk. Perhaps he could have stood up to Bakugo. Perhaps he could have protected himself. Yet, if he had a quirk, he might never have seen the flaws in hero society. They would have treated him like they treated 80% of the population. So, in hindsight, was it better that he never received a quirk? I don't know anymore. Quirk or no quirk, it doesn't change what I'm here for. Speaking of which, Izuku wondered where Shigaraki was. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The burning task hadn't taken as long as he expected, so he arrived slightly early. He hated waiting, especially since he was concerned his mother might be looking for him. This was an obvious place for her to check. Izuku stood up from the swings and lay on the ground, staring at the sky. The clouds loomed overhead. Wonder if it'll rain today. I don't know, maybe, came a voice. What the Izuku shot up, startled to see none other than Shigaraki emerging from the shadows of a nearby alleyway. How in the world did you get here so quickly? There wasn't anyone in the alleyway just seconds ago. Izuku exclaimed, bewildered by Shigaraki's sudden appearance. Shigaraki quickly shushed him and gestured for Izuku to follow him into the alleyway. Reluctantly, Izuku trailed behind, keeping his hand close to the knife he carried, just in case. "I'm going to cut to the chase, Midoriya," Shigaraki said, locking eyes with Izuku almost expectantly. "Do you want to join the League of Villains?" Izuku stared at the ground, knowing what he wanted to say, but hesitating. Thoughts of his parents, school, and old friends flooded his mind. For whatever reason, he pushed those thoughts aside. There was no turning back now. He didn't want to turn back. Taking a deep breath, Izuku lifted his head. "Fine. I'm coming with you." Izuku watched, almost nervously, as Shigaraki's lips curled into a wicked smile. It was to be expected, but it shouldn't have felt so malicious. Izuku had no idea what Shigaraki's true motives were. It was hard to read someone like him, a person who seemed perpetually trapped in a child's mindset. "I see. I figured it would take more convincing. But I don't care either way," Shigaraki said, the smile still on his face. "I guess I should take you to the League then, considering you accepted my offer." Although Shigaraki stepped closer, leaving only a small distance between them. "You can't back out of this now. You're going to stay here with me, no returns." That final statement alone was enough for Izuku to nod shakily, a cold sweat forming on his forehead as he considered what Shigaraki might do if he attempted to leave. Not that he would, after all, he had made his decision. Shigaraki stepped back, approving of Izuku's nervousness. Though possibly suspicious, Shigaraki brushed it off. He didn't know much about Izuku, but he found the idea of teasing him entertaining. "Well, okay then," Shigaraki said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a flip phone, which raised questions in Izuku's mind about the funding of this league. "Kurogyri, portal." Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "Kurogyri?" Shigaraki placed his hand over Izuku's mouth, attempting to silence him, causing Izuku to recoil in surprise. What the Izuku's sentence was cut off as an ominous noise echoed behind him. He turned to find the exit to the alleyway blocked by a swirling purple wall. "What?" Izuku jumped back in shock, nearly bumping into Shigaraki, who smiled again and pushed Izuku toward the wall without hesitation. Izuku peeled himself off the floor, his head spinning as he regained his bearings. Where was he? He looked around, observing the room. In the corner was a TV tilted slightly away from the bar stools and tables scattered around. Next to the bar was a sofa and a small wooden table. What surprised him most was the man at the bar, enveloped in purple mist, similar to the wall Shigaraki had pushed him through. Must be his quirk, Izuku concluded. Izuku stood up, wobbling slightly as he looked at the man. "I'm assuming you're Kurogyri?" he asked the ghostly figure, easy to identify since he appeared when Shigaraki called him. "Yes. And you must be Izuku Midoriya." Before Izuku could reply, a voice behind him spoke. "Yep. And he's agreed to join us." Izuku looked around, noticing the lack of people. "This was a league, right? So is this it?" Izuku asked. "Yes. This is the league. I kind of thought it would be." "No, I mean, is this it? Are you the only members? I thought this was a league." Kurogyri looked up from the cup he was drying, his mist swaying slightly as he placed the glass on the shelf under the bar. "We are the main faction. There are other divisions across the country." Izuku looked up in surprise. "So you two are the only ones in the main faction? Mr. Handyman, and a portal user? Wonderful," he said sarcastically, before covering his mouth in shock. It seemed Bakugo's wording was rubbing off on him. "Fantastic." Kurogyri chuckled in response as Shigaraki turned, squinting his eyes in an offended manner. "How snarky. But it's not just us," Kurogyri said, turning to the TV. Izuku, obviously confused, tilted his head again. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, grabbed the remote, and turned on the TV. The screen was black with hints of static weaving in and out of the hushed voice that spoke, simply saying, "Good morning." Inko lifted her head from the comfort of her pillow, stretching the sleep from her body. Dragging herself to her clock, she lazily checked the time. 9. I ought to make Izuku breakfast. Despite his age, Izuku still slept in for a while without an alarm or her waking him up, which she found quite adorable. She knocked softly on his door before opening it. "Izuku, Time to wake up. She switched on the light when she received no reply. Everything was gone. His posters, his figures, and his hero books, all of them were missing. Evidence of the remnants of the posters remained pinned to the wall, suggesting they had been hastily removed. Inko spun to her son's bed, fearing for his safety. To her horror, the cover of the bed was also gone. It was as if all traces of Izuku's love for heroes had vanished. What chilled Inko the most was the fact that her son was nowhere to be found. The window of his room had been opened, leaving a small area for someone to climb in. Inko's eyes widened as she ran to the phone, dialing the police. When she received the typical response that you get when calling the authorities, she pleaded, nearly yelling, "Hello. I think someone has kidnapped my son. Please, I need your help." Inko was beyond concerned. She had never felt such dread before. The core of her stomach sank as she searched Izuku's room for any clues or hints about his whereabouts. She was waiting for a knock on her door from the police to notify her about her missing son. She also called her husband to inform him of the situation. He was understandably worried but couldn't do much as he was overseas. He assured her he would get home as soon as he could. Inko's thoughts were interrupted by faint synchronized knocks, prompting her to rush to the door. As she opened it, she saw 2 police officers and a hero standing in her doorway. She quickly invited them in, concern and worry etched on her face. As she sat on the sofa, awaiting news about her son, she observed the grim faces of the policeman and the hero. She knew what she was going to hear, yet she didn't want to accept it. "Ms. Midoriya, we have to inform you that we haven't been able to locate your son. The officer who investigated his room couldn't find any trace of his whereabouts. I'm afraid to say we have no leads on where your son has gone. However, his identity has been sent to radio broadcasters and newscasts, which may help us find more leads. We apologize that we cannot do more at this time." Inko bowed her head in thought before slowly nodding as the news sank in. "We will give you some time to yourself." A few minutes after the 3 men left, a faint whimper echoed in the room as Inko allowed her pent-up worry over the past few hours to envelop her, escaping into a quiet sob. "Katsuki, come down here now." "Shut up." Bakugo yelled back to his mother, clearly not in the mood to deal with her. He glanced at the clock, wondering what she could possibly want. 5:43 p.m. She probably made dinner really early. Grumbling under his breath, he stomped down the stairs. He looked in the kitchen but didn't find her there, nor did it smell like any food had been prepared. He had already done his mandatory chores that his mother insisted he help with. Concluding that she was probably in the living room, he grunted as he entered, saying, "What do you want?" His mother looked at him with an expression he had never seen before, a mix of anger and worry that shocked Bakugo. She spoke softly, "You may want to see this." She pointed to the TV. Bakugo obliged, albeit begrudgingly, looking at the screen. "What the?" Bakugo was stunned as he saw Izuku's face appear on the screen. Below it the words, "Izuku Midoriya, missing since 10 a.m. Last seen at his house. Any information on his whereabouts should be reported to the local authorities." What was this? Bakugo made his way to the sofa, sitting next to his mother, his eyes glued to the screen. The news reporter described how Izuku's room had been found empty and ransacked, indicating that something terrible may have occurred. It also mentioned that Izuku might need medical attention and that any information could be beneficial. Bakugo couldn't believe it. It wasn't just because Izuku was missing, it was the realization that he had joked about Izuku being dead for years, telling him to jump off the roof. Now that it might have actually happened, he didn't know what to do. He shook it off, muttering a whatever, before heading back upstairs. He tried to continue with what he was doing, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Midoriya stared in awe at the screen. Though interrupted by hints of static, he could make out a masked man in a suit and tie. The man's face appeared slightly deformed, with only the sides of the mask revealing hints of skin. A pipe or tube connected to the mask, aiding his breathing. Who are you?" Midoriya stuttered, overwhelmed by the man's presence. He turned to Shigaraki, who was absent-mindedly touching his own arms. "My name is All for One." A gruff, ragged voice echoed through the room as the man spoke from the television. You must be Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya nodded sheepishly, still concerned about the man and how he had come to be in this state. But Shigaraki has told me about you. Though I am unsure of why he wants you or what his intentions are. Nor do I know yours. The figure leaned closer to the screen, creating an intimidating atmosphere. What made you want to join this league? Shigaraki turned, curious, as he too did not know Midoriya's goal. It was important to understand what he was dealing with. Midoriya paused, knowing exactly why he was here. It felt cliché to say it out loud. I was wondering when someone would ask. He perched himself on the bar stool in front of Kurogiri. I want to change this society of heroes, especially their dependency on them. You may not know this, but I am quirkless, so I understand what it feels like to be powerless in a world where everyone looks on in pity and then turns to the heroes as if they are gods. Midoriya continued, clarifying his drastic decision. I came to this league because Shigaraki told me I could help change something, whether as an information dealer or whatever he wants me to do. It's not like he really told me. All for one nodded, his breathing echoing through the dark pipe. Quite a risky choice. You knew nothing of us or the organization, correct? It's strange that you decided to trust Shigaraki's words. I'm aware my protege isn't the most convincing person. Shigaraki huffed in the corner. But what made you choose this life? What caused you to join the league? Midoriya paused, looking down at the bar and then back up at the TV. It's kind of a ridiculous story. I doubt you would believe me if I told you. He turned his back to Kurogiri. It happened around 8 months ago. I was walking home when a large explosion erupted down the street. I went to see what happened and found a slime villain. At first, I was too scared to do anything, but then I saw Kaken in trouble. Kaken? My childhood friend and a grade A JRK. Anyway, when I saw him, I ran to help. Obviously, being quirkless, I couldn't do much. So I threw my school books at the villain. Yes, I know it sounds pathetic. But one of the books caught fire from a nearby beam that broke during the explosion. It landed close to Kaken. See, Kaken's quirk is explosions. He sweats nitroglycerin. Because it was so close to him and he was stressed, it ignited. The villain had absorbed a lot of Kaken's sweat too, so he ignited as well, which nearly harmed Kaken in the process. This comment earned a snicker from Shigaraki, to which Midoriya shot him an annoyed look. Kaken survived because All Might extinguished the fire with an attack, but he still had to go to the hospital. Because of what I did, the heroes suspected I might have acted on purpose and took me into custody for questioning. During this time, All Might visited me. He told me how I complicated things and that this is why I couldn't be a hero because I was too impulsive and almost got the hostage harmed, not to mention being quirkless. The slime villain managed to escape while everyone was focused on Kaken, though I think he was injured. They released me from the station, giving me an assault charge as a warning. Kind of unfair, if you ask me. Midoriya stared down at the floor, recalling the disappointment and disgust he faced at the station. After that, Kaken became more antisocial as a sort of punishment, I guess. The whole school learned about how I nearly harmed my classmate, which made them despise me. A few months later, I met Shigaraki. Midoriya turned to Shigaraki, who was covered in hands. All for one nodded, approving of Midoriya's story. Shigaraki. He can stay. His story is convincing enough. Just make sure he doesn't try to leave. Suddenly, the screen switched off, leaving only the reflection of Midoriya's face. So he only wanted to hear my story. Hey Midoriya. Midoriya turned to Shigaraki, who had stood up and was approaching him. You're going to need to stay incognito while you're here. We can't have people knowing who you are right now. Shigaraki turned to Kurogiri. Kurogiri, give him one of your uniforms. He's going to work at the bar with you until he's ready to work for the league. Excuse me? Midoriya began. Working in a bar? Who would he be serving? There was no one there. Kurogiri nodded, pulling Midoriya into the room behind the bar and selecting a uniform for him. Put it on, then come out front, he instructed before leaving swiftly. What is happening? It had only been an hour or so, but Midoriya was questioning all his life decisions. He looked in the slightly dusty mirror. His uniform was different from Kurojire's. The suit vest was darker, with 2 pockets on the side. His shirt was a jade green, matching his unusual hair and eye color, with sleeves that could be buttoned up to make them shorter. His trousers were also black to match the vest. He had a deep red tie, which was quite a challenge to put on. In his pockets, he found a pocket knife, a notepad, and some money, though he wasn't sure how useful they would be. His jade hair was still an unmanageable mess, though he managed to comb it back slightly, making his fringe a bit shorter and higher up. This was not the kind of look he was used to. "Hey, Midoriya, come out here for a second." Midoriya grumbled, rolling his eyes as he exited the room. Kurojire turned, giving him a slight nod of approval before putting more glasses away. "Look at the TV." Midoriya obliged Shigaraki's request, turning to face the television. To his shock, he found his face plastered on the screen, with the reporter discussing his disappearance and suggesting he was likely kidnapped. In reaction to this, Midoriya chuckled slightly. "Guess I should have left a note then." Izuku was beyond annoyed. It had been a week since he had joined Shigaraki, though it wasn't very productive. Kurojire had taught him how to wash up properly, as he put it, while Shigaraki sat at the bar watching TV most of the time. Whenever a notice about Izuku's disappearance came up, Shigaraki made it a point to always make a snarky comment, often imitating his mother in a mocking manner. That was really starting to irritate him. Even though he had joined the villains, he wouldn't betray his mother or everything she had done for him. Still, he was frustrated that she never believed in him, always suggesting he find a new career path. Once again, Izuku stood at the bar, drying shot glasses. He had seen 1 or 2 patrons, but not enough to call this a successful business. Most of the glasses were covered in a thick layer of dust, which Izuku decided to clean out of boredom. Shigaraki was once again watching TV, and Kurojire was nowhere to be found. In Kurojire's absence, Izuku realized that all he did was listen to orders and follow them, which was one reason he felt so lost now. "Hey, Shigaraki. I have a question." Shigaraki looked up in response to Izuku's words, huffing slightly as he adjusted the hand on his face, a peculiar quirk of his character. "What do you want?" "Why am I here?" Shigaraki removed his hand in annoyance. "You joined me. Why are you asking me why you're here?" "Because for the past week, I've been sitting here cleaning old glasses." "Also, why do we need so many?" "You've been cleaning because you aren't trustworthy. Do you even know how to collect information?" Izuku bowed his head. Now that he mentioned it, how did one collect information? "Who did you ask?" "Exactly. You don't know anything, you little brat. Now shut up and do as you're told." Izuku gritted his teeth. Even if he didn't know how to collect information, he could learn. That aside, he already knew a lot about heroes and villains alike. An idea flashed in his head. He smiled slightly and turned to Shigaraki, who was drinking an energy drink with a frustrated expression. "Well then, handyman. Guess I won't tell you All Might's weakness." A waterfall of energy drinks sprayed out, nearly hitting Izuku straight in the face. Bakugo sat in his classroom, staring at the sliver of window that peeked out from behind the curtain. The class was watching a presentation on a TV that had been brought in to demonstrate the risks associated with being a hero, as if trying to deter students from pursuing that path. As much as heroes were needed, other professions suffered from a lack of staff. Half the students weren't paying attention, instead talking in small groups. Bakugo's friends attempted to make conversation, but it was clear that everyone was on edge. News of Midoriya's disappearance had reached all of them, for better or worse. No one blamed Bakugo out of fear that they would be targeted for his wrath. As for Bakugo, he didn't know how to feel. He hated the nerd. He hated his ambitions. He hated everything about him. Yet where could he have gone? When he first found out, he denied it with all his heart. But after thinking about it, the possibility became more and more realistic. Did Deku actually take his advice? If he did, what happened to his room? Why was it such a mess? Deku's mom came to his house a day or two later to talk to Bakugo's mom. It was mostly incoherent crying as his mom tried to console her. His dad came to talk to Bakugo, asking how he was, but Bakugo didn't answer. He was too conflicted to talk to anyone. It wasn't guilt, It was more like a numb feeling. As cliché as it was, he felt that Deku's absence had him questioning a lot of things. "Hey, Bakugo!" Bakugo turned to face the front, where his teacher stood alongside a policeman. The entire class turned to Bakugo, a mix of anger and sympathy painted on their faces. A scowl crossed Bakugo's lips as he stood up and exited the classroom. "Listen, Bakugo, the police would like to ask you a few questions. I'm sure you know why." "Good morning, Katsuki Bakugo. I'm here to ask you about Izuku Midoriya. We have information that you disliked him for whatever reason. Your teacher filled us in on your relationship. Why did you dislike Midoriya?" "Because he's an idiot who doesn't know when to shut up," Katsuki replied with a scowl, unable to look up at the man. The policeman raised an eyebrow at Bakugo, then shook his head. "Do you know where he might be?" "How would I know? Ask his friends or something." "Why are you asking me? You are the only known contact he has aside from family. I'm afraid we had no one else to ask. As far as we know, he had no one in his class whom he was close to." "Teeth, whatever. Okay, Bakugo. I will ask you one more question, then I will leave you be. Do you think it is possible that Midoriya took his own life?" Bakugo's eyes widened at the question, shocked by the man's bluntness. What kind of question is that?" "We just need to know if you told him anything that could lead him to." "No, I didn't. The nerd isn't dead. Now can I go? I don't want to hear any more of this." The teacher sighed, gesturing to the man that they weren't going to get any information. The policeman looked at Bakugo. If you have any information, please let us know." With that, Bakugo turned away, heading back into his classroom, but not before overhearing a remark made by the teacher. "If that kid turns up alive like he says, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket." If he was being honest, Izuku loved the expression on Shigaraki's face. It was a mix of absolute shock and intrigue. Shigaraki looked him dead in the eye, urging him to continue. Though Izuku wasn't going to forget Shigaraki's previous statements. "Thanks, that was just cleaned," Izuku said nonchalantly, indicating the drink Shigaraki almost spilled on him. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, tapping the bar table lightly with his finger. In return, Izuku picked up a cup and began to dry it. "What? I thought you didn't think I knew anything. I guess my information is useless to you." Shigaraki squinted his eyes, clearly offended by Izuku's sarcastic attitude. "Listen, if you know something about All Might." Shigaraki's sentence was cut off by a swift blade landing in the gap between his index and middle finger. Startled, Shigaraki pulled away instinctively. "Do not call me that." Izuku retracted his pocket knife and placed it back into his pocket. Picking the glass back up, he looked at Shigaraki, still unnerved by the sudden encounter that nearly caused an accident. "It's his body." Shigaraki tilted his head slightly, an eyebrow raised in confusion. Izuku rolled his eyes and continued as Shigaraki sat back down warily. "He has a wound on the left side of his chest. He told me it affects his respiratory system and that he can only maintain his muscular physique for about 3 hours at most. It could also be a weak spot to target if you need to defeat him quickly." Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly, nodding in response to Izuku's claims. "Wait, he told you?" Izuku sighed heavily. "As much as I hate to say it, he saved me from the villain I mentioned a while ago. When he tried to leave, I grabbed him and accidentally saw his weakened form. All Might explained it to me in more depth. Honestly, he looks like a glorified skeleton when he's weaker." Shigaraki smiled again, the corners of his lips curling into a childish grin. By this point, Izuku had gotten used to Shigaraki's unusual demeanor. He put the glass down onto a shelf below the bar, drying his hands slightly on his trousers before leaving his position. "That's all I have for you today, Shigaraki. I'm heading to the rooms." Shigaraki didn't reply. He merely continued to smile. Odd, but not too out of character. Izuku left the bar, heading off to the apartments where he was staying. The apartments were not too far away, maybe a 2-minute walk or so. He often received strange looks due to his attire, though most people believed he was cosplaying. He always wore a coat with the hood up, which concealed his recognizable green hair. He brought the coat with him when he left home. The apartments, however, were from Shigaraki's master, who used an old, abandoned apartment block to hide members of the association. How he acquired it, Izuku had no idea. Izuku collapsed onto the bed in the singular room he occupied. All around him were sounds of shouting and distant music. It was quiet enough that it couldn't be heard from outside but loud enough to annoy Izuku. When he first came to the rooms, he was terrified. All he had known was his mother's apartment with respectful neighbors. Now he was surrounded by thugs and thieves with no quirk to defend himself. Yet at this point, Izuku managed to block it all out. Despite being in the league for only a week, his mind had become desensitized to violence and chaos. A few days ago, he saw a body in the alleyway leading to the apartments. The person's body had been left on the floor with various injuries from an unknown assailant. Yet Izuku didn't feel fear. It was more like curiosity. He wondered who did it and if their quirk allowed them to paralyze their target. He just left it there, mulling over theories about how the incident could have unfolded. It wasn't the first time he had seen a body, and he doubted it would be the last. Though he had to wonder if he would ever have to do anything like that. Would he have to harm someone? He had never committed any direct violence against anyone, let alone take a life. Yet as time went on, he realized he was becoming more extreme in his approaches, like when he came close to slicing Shigaraki's fingers. A week ago, he never thought he could do anything like that. Yet here he was, in a worn room, listening to the chaos above him. It was almost as if his old personality had become a mask he wore in public, especially when anyone greeted him. It was a major issue, as the fear of being recognized was something Izuku had to deal with every day. Maybe I should dye my hair, he said aloud to no one in particular. Maybe wear contacts. He wondered what his mother was doing. His phone had been blowing up with calls and messages from her and anyone who really knew him, not that there were many. He muted his phone, annoyed by the constant vibrations echoing through his pocket. He noticed that recently the calls had become less frequent. Maybe they were giving up, losing hope? He still received a minimum of 15 calls from his mother, which was inconvenient, but what could he do? Bakugo didn't call or anything. Izuku wasn't surprised. He didn't even know why he had his number in the first place. His mom said it was for safety reasons, whatever that meant. Bakugo was the least likely person to help Izuku in a crisis. Kaken's a JRK. All Might's a J. They're all Jers, Izuku muttered to himself. Whether he was serious, he had no idea. He checked his phone again. 11:48 p.m. Damn it. He was supposed to meet Kurogyari at 6 a.m. Apparently for training. I swear, if it's more cleaning sessions, I might just lose it. Izuku had long since realized that he was starting to act more like Bakugo, which he both loved and hated. He enjoyed seeing Shigaraki's irritated expressions and Kurogyari's smoky demeanor. But he also had his reservations about Bakugo, so there was that. I don't know. I'm not turning into Kaken. Izuku set an alarm for 5:30, determined to wake up on time and avoid angering Kurogyari. He certainly didn't need more lectures. With that thought, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, tuning out the chaos happening upstairs. You know, Kurogyari, I'm not exactly a morning person. Izuku sat at the bar, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He had found it incredibly difficult to resist the urge to ignore his alarm and actually get up. His phone was charging on the other side of the room, a detail he had forgotten to address the night before. Kurogyari grunted in response, not paying attention to Izuku's sleepy mutterings as he opened a portal. Now. Groggily, Izuku rose and walked through the portal, closing his eyes to minimize the disorientation when he reached the other side. When he opened his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an office of sorts, with a desk and 2 sets of tables in the room. On either side were an array of bookcases, filled with books of various sizes. The carpet was a murky green with black accents running through it. Honestly, Izuku wasn't a fan. Kurogyari tapped Izuku on the shoulder, indicating for him to sit down. Still slightly confused, Izuku complied silently, continuing to examine the unfamiliar space. Hey Kurogyari. Why are we here? Is this the training you mentioned? Yes. This is your training for information gathering. Now be quiet. It wasn't long before a loud knock echoed through the room as the doors swung open, revealing a man standing in the doorway, a faint hint of smoke wafting through the air. Who was this? As the doors opened, a man in a purple tuxedo and glasses that seemed too small for his face stepped through, a cigarette dangling from his lips, which were set in a frown of disinterest. His silver-gray hair was styled upward, and he was missing a tooth. With the cigarette still poking out of his mouth, he spoke, his voice gruff and raspy from years of smoking. "So this is the kid you told me about, Kurogyari? Seems a bit young to be a broker, though. You said he had potential, but I'm not seeing it." The man bent down, coming face to face with Izuku, a smirk creeping onto his face. "He looks more like a lost puppy." Izuku frowned, slightly offended by the offhand comment. He spoke up, trying to keep his tone steady. "What's your name, then?" The man looked taken aback, seemingly expecting a different kind of response. He smirked slightly, intrigued by Izuku's calm demeanor. "It's Jiren. What's your name, kid?" "Izuku Midoriya." Izuku chose his words carefully, wanting to avoid upsetting the person who would likely become his teacher, at least according to Kurogyari. Jiren sat down on the sofa opposite Izuku, briefly taking out the cigarette to tap away the ash that had accumulated. "So what potential were you talking about?" Kurogyari pulled out a book, its pages burned and torn. Izuku recognized it as one of his hero analysis books. Jiren raised an eyebrow, flipping through the pages and widening his eyes slightly at the amount of information presented. All Izuku could think was when Kurogyari had taken it. Kurogyari nudged him, signaling him to speak. "That's my hero analysis book. It contains information on many newer heroes and hero schools. There are other books on older heroes, but I guess Kurogyari didn't bring those." Jiren didn't reply. He continued to flip through the damaged book, leaving an awkward silence hanging in the air. Eventually, Jiren set the book down and extinguished his cigarette, a smirk growing on his face. "Well, Izuku Midoriya, this is quite a lot of information. If what you say is true, the other books could be useful. However, it's still not enough to convince me. Anyone can read information online and jot it down." Kurogyari nodded before speaking again. "I spoke to Shigaraki yesterday. Apparently, this kid found All Might's weakness." Jiren looked taken aback. He had been searching for All Might's weakness for years, both for the League and to sell the information to various groups. Izuku looked at Jiren and recounted how he discovered All Might's weakness. He wasn't sure if it counted since he hadn't found the information on his own. All Might had told him, but Jiren seemed satisfied with his answer. Jiren smirked again, locking eyes with Izuku. "I guess you do have potential, little puppy." Izuku frowned at the nickname. "Great, that would probably stick. Though you still need to learn more. I suppose I can help you with that." Jiren turned to Kurogyari and then back to Izuku. "I have a few business partners in the area. Most have dealings with brokers. You should be able to work with them for experience. After that, I will train you myself to prepare you for the main branch." Izuku nodded. Brokers were individuals who found and dealt information to political leaders or gangs. "Okay then. How long?" Jiren thought for a moment, lighting another cigarette and placing it between his lips once again. "Do you know what UA High is?" "Yeah, it's a government-funded hero school known for producing top heroes." "Why?" "Shigaraki believes it's a good target to strike a blow at the heroes, so here's the plan. The entrance exams are in 3 months. During that time, you will train with the brokers and my business partners. When you return, I will train you to gather information regarding UA. You won't sneak in, you will use Kurogyari's quirk to enter and look through records, then report back to me. Makes sense?" Izuku's head was spinning with the new information. The next 3 months had been completely mapped out for him. He shook his head slightly before replying, "Yeah, I understand." Kurogyari nodded in approval before standing up. "That will be all then, Jiren. Send me the location of your partners in a week. Then we'll send him off." Yeah, get out of here, Kurogyari." Kurogyari opened a portal and ushered Izuku inside. Izuku looked back at Jiren, who was still engrossed in his book that Bakugo had nearly destroyed. In the span of a single hour, his future had been solidified. In April, he would have to sneak into UA. It was possible that he would have to confront Bakugo again. Ugh, I forgot to tell Jiren that he doesn't have a quirk. Shigaraki sighed heavily, fiddling with the hands he held. Kurojirai looked up from the folder he was searching through. I doubt he needs one, considering he nearly sliced off your finger easily. Shigaraki shot Kurojirai a look before glancing over at Izuku. Izuku was sitting on the sofa, headphones on, reading an article. Shigaraki stood up and walked over to him, tapping Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku looked up, removing his headphones. What? Izuku replied, annoyance evident in his tone. Shigaraki glanced at the article. Villain attack leaves 12 dead. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. Why are you reading that? To learn more about villain attacks, maybe? Mind your own business. You do realize you are in a league of villains, right? Why the hell are you reading that stuff? Izuku sat up straight, meeting Shigaraki's gaze. Maybe because I want to. What do you want? Shigaraki sighed and sat next to the boy. Izuku instinctively shuffled away from him. Shigaraki turned to the boy, curiosity etched on his face. Izuku sensed he wouldn't like what was about to come out of Shigaraki's mouth. Tell me about Bakugo. After spending a week near Izuku, Shigaraki was getting better at predicting his moves. Due to his lack of a quirk, Izuku's movements were more predictable and calculated. This meant that Shigaraki had avoided getting hurt quite a few times. Izuku wouldn't harm someone, not yet at least, but it never stopped him from showing his aggression physically. From what Shigaraki knew, Izuku was familiar with this type of aggression because of Bakugo. Shigaraki moved backward, his back slightly hitting the arm of the sofa, narrowly avoiding the knife that Izuku swung at him. Despite his predictability, Izuku's anger made him more erratic and harder to read, especially if Bakugo or his nickname came up. Deku. A name Shigaraki learned while going through Izuku's phone when he was asleep. It was a few days before the meeting he had with Jiren. He also learned about Bakugo this way, looking through his contacts and seeing the messages they shared. The last message between them was a few months ago, and it wasn't exactly friendly. Izuku glared at Shigaraki, fury burning in his eyes. Where did you learn that name? Izuku hissed, still holding the knife close to Shigaraki's face. Kurojirai glanced over before returning to the room behind the bar, not in the mood for this confrontation. Shigaraki smirked slightly. Maybe don't make your password so obvious, fanboy. I thought you hated All Might. Shut up. Izuku stepped closer to Shigaraki, the knife now pinning Shigaraki down by the neck. What? Are you telling me I'm wrong? Get a grip, Deku. Shigaraki always had a warped sense of humor. Even when he was seconds away from danger, he still had to provoke Izuku, merely for the sake of it. Izuku, however, was having none of it. Don't you dare say that name near me. Izuku stood, removing the knife from Shigaraki's neck, leaving the room and slamming the door behind him. Kaken, wait up. Izuku sprinted to catch up to his more physically adept friend. Both of them were running through a forest, pathways narrowing as they weaved in and out of trees. Come on, Deku. Hurry up. Bakugo turned and yelled back, still running far ahead of the young boy. Both children were in their first year of school and still no bigger than a cupboard. Bakugo was slightly older, his ashy blonde hair streaming behind him as he ran through the paths. Izuku, on the other hand, was a few months younger and shorter. He paused, trying to catch his breath as the blonde ran ahead. Bravery was Bakugo's strong suit. Well, at least that's what he called it. Izuku was just like a dog trailing behind him. Usually, there were 4 of them together, exploring the woods and playing heroes and villains. Today, however, it was just Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo paused to look back at Izuku. Come on, Deku. Bakugo was lucky enough to already have his quirk, which he demonstrated confidently before running off again. Kaken, wait. Izuku walked into his classroom, his head bowed slightly as he gripped his backpack straps tightly. Bakugo was on the other side of the classroom, talking to a group of boys who were practically fawning over him. Izuku turned to his desk, eyes widening in shock. Words were scrawled all over the surface. Black ink declared, murderer, quirkless, go jump off the roof, Deku, and many more. Half the class turned to him, snickering slightly at the despair that morphed his face. Sighing, he tried to rub off the markings before the teacher arrived. "Hey Deku. Trying to ruin our work, huh?" Bakugo yelled over the chatter that surrounded him, which ceased as they turned to Izuku. Izuku didn't reply. He couldn't. He just continued to wipe the desk clean. "Oi you ignoring me now?" Once again, Izuku said nothing, shaking slightly out of fear. "Oi Deku." A loud bang echoed through the classroom as Bakugo's clenched fist landed hard on Izuku's desk, accompanied by a small explosion. Izuku jumped in surprise, his shaking escalating as he stared at the black ring now engraved on his desk. This thought was cut short as two rough hands grabbed the center of his blazer, forcing Izuku to look straight at Bakugo. "You ignoring me, you piece of trash?" Izuku's shaking turned into full-blown panic. He had to get out of there. "Not only do you have to try and kill me, now you have to ignore me as well?" Bakugo's rage was evident in his eyes, his face contorting with anger. "When I say something, answer me." Izuku pushed the tyrant away before sprinting out of the room. Izuku ran as fast as he could up to the roof. A loud ring echoed in his ears as the bell signaled the start of his lesson. When Izuku reached the roof, he collapsed to his knees in a corner, trying to steady his shaking as his breathing quickened. Each breath felt like a desperate attempt to intake oxygen, his chest rising and falling unsteadily as he gripped his arms, trying to console himself. The memories of the injuries he had sustained from Bakugo haunted him, replaying the bruises, cuts, and burns that his body had endured. After a while, he managed to calm his nerves, forcing his muscles to relax and ending the painful spasms. Once he could breathe a little easier, he wiped away the tears that had streamed down his face during his struggle. Even though the panic had subsided, tears continued to fall. The boy let out a quiet sob, his body shaking with a mix of tears and hiccups. To no one in particular, he whispered softly, unable to speak above a mumble, "How much longer do I have to put up with this?" Izuku collapsed onto his bed, a knife still held in his trembling hand. Memories of Bakugo flooded his mind as he recalled all the suffering he had endured because of him. Why had Shigaraki brought him up? Was it some cruel joke? After today's events, he doubted he would mention him again, at least, he hoped so. As time passed, Izuku's thoughts drifted to what he had done. He had threatened someone with a knife, acting like a villain. A villain? How was it that in just a week, he had transformed from a frightened child to someone wielding a knife? It was almost amusing how quickly his perspective had shifted. Yet one thought troubled him. During his walk home, he had wished for Bakugo's demise, wishing him a slow and painful end to pay for what he had done. It was the first time he had ever thought something like that. But it didn't frighten him. He wasn't afraid of wanting to harm someone. After all, that seemed to be his new reality. If I ever hurt anyone, I'll make sure Bakugo knows. After that, who knows? Maybe he could finally put him in his place. Bakugo lay on his bed, his chest rising and falling as he tried to regain control of his breath. His heart raced, pounding as if trying to escape his ribs. Gripping his shirt, he sighed shakily and glanced at the clock. It was 2 a.m. He sat up, steadying himself as he made his way to the kitchen for some water. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he set the glass down and took a deep breath. Months had passed since the incident, yet the pain lingered. The burning sensation had engulfed him as he slipped in and out of consciousness. He was fortunate that his body was resistant to burns, otherwise he knew he would be covered in scars. When he awoke in the hospital, he was surrounded by machines and wires, their whirring sounds filling the room. Heroes came in, praising his bravery and the strength of his quirk. The news reported how he had fought against the slime villain for as long as he could. He had learned to tune out such praise over the years. He didn't need to hear how great he was. Yet, the media also reported that he was in the hospital due to battle injuries, a claim that made him grit his teeth. He was there because of Izuku's reckless actions. Izuku's face was now on the news, but not for his heroism, rather, for having disappeared a week ago without a trace. The police investigation began to go cold, and due to Izuku's quirkless nature and a surge of new cases, interest dwindled, favoring those involving heroes or quirks. Many assumed he had run away, burdened by guilt for what he had done to Bakugo. Others speculated that he had taken his own life due to relentless harassment. The media painted his classmates as bullies while discussing their guilt. In the classroom, however, little sympathy was expressed. Most claimed he deserved it or that it was his fault. Even their teacher only addressed the situation with a select few, including Bakugo. As time went on, people stopped talking about it. They ceased theorizing and lost interest. Within a week, most had forgotten about Izuku entirely. For Bakugo, he still harbored hatred for Izuku. Nothing could change how weak the boy had made him feel that day. Nothing could alter the irritation Izuku brought him. Bakugo hated Izuku wholeheartedly. Yet he was still curious. What had happened to the boy who had admired him so much? He refused to believe he was dead. He rejected the notion that Izuku had run away from his mother, who rarely left the house anymore. He considered other possibilities, including the idea that he had been abducted for ransom, given that his father was a CEO of a large American company. Bakugo sat back down in his room, staring at the ceiling. He was trying to forget Izuku, but the years they had spent together and the injuries he had inflicted on him lingered in his mind. It wasn't guilt that prevented him from forgetting. If he were honest, he didn't know why. But he was sure as hell trying. Izuku sat at the bar, Shigaraki nowhere to be found. In front of him was Kurojari, his back turned as he prepared a drink. Izuku found himself lost in a hazy daydream, recalling his life during middle school and everything he had endured. He didn't know how he had managed to hold on to hope for so long, believing in the heroes who had scorned him to the point of nearly giving up. His thoughts were interrupted as a cup was slid over to him. He looked up at Kurojari, raising an eyebrow. "It's coffee." Kurojari retreated to the room behind the bar, holding various binders and papers filled with reports from other factions. Izuku picked up a drink and took a sip, cringing slightly at the bitter taste and warmth. Turning on the TV, he saw news stations broadcasting this year's UA Sports Festival, which had ended a few months prior. Being who he was, he took out a notebook and began to jot down notes on the students, having lost motivation to do so during the actual event. He was impressed by the variety of quirks displayed, shape-shifting, condensing atmospheric moisture into water for a challenge round, and extended sensory abilities. UA High was a hub for powerful quirks and abilities, which was likely why Shigaraki wanted to target it. "You doing your homework, Deku?" Izuku spun around to see Shigaraki, a coffee cup in hand. Had he not learned from his mistake yesterday? "Don't call me that," Izuku snapped, turning back to face the TV. "Hey, you didn't try to cut my throat. Progress. Leave me alone." Shigaraki glanced at the TV monitor, mumbling a dismissive whatever, before sitting down on the sofa facing Izuku. "You didn't answer me yesterday." "What? You never told me about Bakugo. Are you serious right now? Did you not learn from yesterday?" "I don't want to talk about that, JRK." "Fine, Deku." "Seriously, Shigaraki." Kurojari opened the door, clearing his throat slightly as a signal to quiet down. "Izuku, go to the store." What happened to Incognito?" "Go." Huffing slightly, Izuku got up and took the money from Kurojari's hands. "What do you want?" "Alcohol and anything else you want, I guess." "Fine." "Look, kid, you're not buying alcohol. Come back in a few years," the clerk said, eyeing Izuku. Luckily, he had chosen casual clothes, making his identity as a villain less obvious. "Fine." The clerk's eyes widened as Izuku slammed a knife blade onto the counter, dangerously close to his fingers. Startled, the clerk ran to the staff room. "That makes this easier." Izuku turned and walked out of the store, bags in hand, before bumping into a taller person. "Hey, watch it!" Izuku exclaimed, startled, looking up to see ashy blonde hair and ruby red eyes. "Oh no!" Izuku froze, his eyes darting from the blonde's face to the floor. Bowing his head, he hoped he wouldn't be recognized. It was Bakugo. It didn't take much for him to remember the scowl that was permanently fixed on his face. Bakugo looked down at the boy, eyes wide as thoughts raced through his mind. He knew it was Izuku. He couldn't mistake those jade green eyes and the little freckles that dotted his face. He opened his mouth, yet no words came out. He looked at the hooded teenager, who was shaking slightly. Before he could say anything, he heard a quiet, "sorry," before Izuku tried to run. However, Bakugo's instincts kicked in, grabbing Izuku's wrist and stopping him in his tracks. He spun him around to get a closer look at the boy who had been missing for a week. It didn't take long for him to see how different Izuku looked. It wasn't just that his hair was styled differently, making him look slightly less scruffy. His eyes were dull and serious, with noticeable bags beneath them. His cheeks were slightly hollow, and his skin appeared paler. He certainly didn't look well. His clothes were stained and ripped in some areas. Where had he been? "Deku, what the heck?" Bakugo exclaimed, his voice rising slightly. "You've been missing for a week." The boy didn't respond, merely pulling away and avoiding eye contact. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Again? He was still ignoring him. Where have you been?" "Do not call me that." "What?" Bakugo was startled by the interruption. Izuku looked up, meeting his gaze, and repeated, "Do not call me that." Bakugo could see that something had changed. He had been gone for a week, so anything could have happened, but this serious demeanor was certainly not what he had expected. He didn't know what he expected, actually. He had caught the boy, but now what? Take him to the police? His mother? How would he even get him there? He couldn't exactly drag him. "Let me go." "What?" "Get off of me." Bakugo's eyes widened. Something was definitely off. Izuku never swore. Not even when he was burning him, kicking him, or punching him, he never swore. "Not going to happen, Deku." Izuku gritted his teeth. That name again. He had to get out of there. He couldn't hurt Bakugo here, not right outside a shop. At any rate, the clerk must have called the police by now. He had to go. "Don't call me that." "What are you talking about?" Bakugo's statement was interrupted as Izuku yanked his arm out of Bakugo's grip and sprinted away. His only issue was that Bakugo was far more physically adept than him, so the only way he could lose him was by confusing him. Izuku ran in and out of alleys, buildings, and parks. He knew the area better than Bakugo, giving him an advantage. However, Bakugo was still gaining on him. His speed, combined with his quirk, made it difficult to outrun the blonde. Izuku could hear distant sirens, their wailing echoing in his ears. He had to avoid both Bakugo and the nearby police force. With no other options available, he pulled out his phone and dialed Kurojiri. It would slow him down, but at that point he had no choice. Yes. "Make a portal to me now." "What did you do?" "Just do it." A swirling portal sprang up beneath his feet, effectively pulling him into the floor of the alley and spitting him back into the bar within seconds. Meanwhile, Bakugo ran down the same road, searching for Izuku, but he had vanished. Breathing heavily, he looked around one last time, praying to find the boy, yet he found no trace of him. "Fine!" Bakugo shouted, punching the nearby wall in frustration, creating a small hole in its surface. He thought he had him. He was so close to getting him back. Maybe then he would stop thinking about this whole mess. Police came running down the alley, guns drawn, facing Bakugo. "What are you doing? What were you thinking?" Shigaraki shouted, grabbing Izuku by the shoulders of his turtleneck jumper. His face was flushed with anger, his eyes wide with intensity. "I didn't mean to, he was chasing me." Izuku retorted, equally furious and shocked, adrenaline coursing through his veins. It wasn't his fault. He had tried to escape, but Bakugo insisted on holding him there. Shigaraki was having none of it, raising his hand before bringing it down sharply, a loud sound echoing through the room. Izuku held his hand to his cheek, feeling the sting. Eyes watering slightly, he looked up at Shigaraki, who seemed to calm down a bit. "Consider that a warning, Deku. Don't do it again." He sat back down on the sofa, still watching Izuku closely. Izuku stared back, placing the bag on the table and taking out all the bottles, glaring at Shigaraki. Kurojiri took them and placed them on the shelves, remaining silent. "Like I said, Shigaraki, I didn't mean to. I was walking out and Kaken grabbed me." "Whatever. Get out of my sight." Izuku rolled his eyes before leaving the bar, bag in hand, using Kurogiri's portal this time to avoid any further incidents. When he reached the room, he headed straight to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He looked exhausted. His cheek was red, and his appearance seemed worn and tired. He hadn't been sleeping much at all. Still, he enjoyed being in the league. It felt much better than being in school. He could take a few hits here and there, but it wouldn't really change anything. He was sure that Shigaraki would calm down eventually. Staring in the mirror, he pulled a box out from the plastic bag he got at the shop. The box contained black hair dye. It was the easiest way to change his appearance and allow him to go out more freely. He had also bought concealer to cover his freckles and contact lenses at a cosplay shop. He took out the tube containing the hair dye and looked at the instructions. How do you do this? Shigaraki had calmed down overnight. The slap he gave Izuku seemed to have taught him a lesson. All things considered, he still enjoyed having the boy around, snide and sarcastic as he may be. Plus, he was useful. What Shigaraki did not expect was how Izuku looked the next morning. His jade hair was now jet black, swept up into a half fringe. His freckles were covered, leaving his face free of any imperfections. He wore red contact lenses, with hints of black and orange in the corners. He had dressed more professionally, his shirt tucked in and his tie adjusted correctly. Red? Really? How original! In reply, Izuku shrugged. Only one's left. Whatever. Shigaraki turned back to his papers, documenting all activity in the league that week. Hey Shigaraki. What? Who is all for one to you? It didn't take long for Bakugo to convince the police that he wasn't the one who attacked the shop clerk. A witness account and an alibi were all that was needed to prove his innocence. Upon leaving the station, questions raced through his mind. He had heard the description of the person who threatened the man at the register. A description that oddly sounded a lot like Izuku. Messy green hair, jade eyes, and a hood pulled over the face. But it was impossible, right? Izuku threatening someone and stealing? Izuku had been dreaming of becoming a hero for years, maybe even longer than Bakugo himself. So why would he do something like that? He did look a little worse for wear, even skinnier and more tired than usual. But was it even possible for his personality to change so drastically in just 1 week? And why would he do that? Supposedly he had taken alcohol, which was even more unbelievable. This 15-year-old hero fanboy, stealing alcohol from a public store? Especially Izuku, who had never touched the stuff before. There was always the possibility that he was lying. He could have been doing this for months, which wouldn't have surprised Bakugo much considering what he tried to do to him. Bakugo's mind was racing back and forth. He couldn't wrap his head around Izuku's intentions. At first, he thought Izuku was trying to save him when the slime villain attacked. But the way he looked at him after he was discharged was strange. He looked dull, disappointed. Almost like he was upset about something. As far as he was told by the heroes, Izuku wasn't persecuted and was let off the hook without any repercussions. If they were telling the truth to Bakugo, then Izuku's sudden change in ideology would be strange. There would have been no reason to feel upset if he wasn't punished for it, right? So everyone started spreading the rumor that he did it on purpose. Is that why he was so different now? Was that why he was so aloof? Bakugo had no idea. When he eventually got home, he collapsed onto the sofa. His parents were still at work, so he was alone. They didn't really care that he was at the police station. It certainly wasn't the first time. This was good. He needed time to think about everything, especially his decision not to tell the police about Izuku. Hey Izuku, come with me for a second. Izuku turned to Kurogiri, who was going down a set of stairs connected to the back room. Izuku took the piece of toast out of his mouth and followed him, willingly for once. It had been a few days after the Bakugo incident and, as he predicted, things had calmed down. Shigaraki was more lenient, and Kurogiri was more laid back. You asked Shigaraki about All for One, didn't you? Kurogiri said, his eyes glowing as they descended the flights of stairs. Yeah, I did. Though I didn't get any answers. He just avoided my question. That's because he doesn't know much either. Kurogiri stopped at the base of the stairs, just in front of a wooden door. We don't know much about All for One. He never tells us much. All I can tell you is that he saved Shigaraki from his family. He is also extremely powerful, as I'm sure you recall. Yeah, he has a bunch of quirks, right? Izuku had spoken to All for One twice now. The second time was more about the League and answering Izuku's questions. Yes, which he acquired from others. However, he is now attempting to combine many quirks into a single body to create a formidable fighter. He called it a Nomu. Nomu? Yes, tomorrow I will be taking you to the lab to see them. However, today, I have been asked to test you on something. Izuku raised an eyebrow slightly. Test? Namely, Kurogiri opened the door wide. Izuku walked in, his eyes still focused on Kurogiri. When he entered the room, he turned around to take in the surroundings. His eyes widened as he saw what lay at the base of the room. How strong your stomach is. The room was filled with remnants of past experiments. Some were old, some young, but all were covered in a deep crimson hue. These were failed attempts to create Nomus. You will encounter a lot of this kind of thing when you work with the other brokers. Namely, you may need to deal with intense information extraction. Izuku wasn't shocked by the sight. He had seen similar things before. What surprised him was the sheer number of them. And the smell. It was overwhelming, a pungent reminder of decay. Wow. Wasn't expecting this on a Tuesday morning, I'll tell you that. Kurogiri chuckled. Oh, I'm aware. You'll get used to this as you grow older. Yeah, but why are they down here? Isn't it a liability? It's hard evidence against you if you get caught. Don't worry. You didn't notice, but as we went through the door, you weren't looking at the room. This isn't the room under the bar. I just made a portal to here when you weren't looking. The room down there is just filled with bottles. Then what was the point of going to the basement? To confuse you. Also, Shigaraki said too. Come on, let's go. Kurogiri opened a portal back to the bar, or so Izuku presumed. Kurogiri had a knack for keeping Izuku on his toes, while Shigaraki's sense of humor leaned more towards the sinister. Fine. Inko sat at the table, her eyes fixated on a picture. Her son had been missing for over a week. Her husband couldn't return home as his company wouldn't allow him to leave even for their missing child. She spent her days moving from her son's room to the newspaper, searching for any sign of evidence. But she found nothing. Where had her boy gone? Who had taken him away? Why wasn't he answering his phone? She had stopped calling him. Maybe he ran away from her. Perhaps he was disappointed or upset with her for not believing in his dreams. She only wanted what was best for him. She didn't want him to get hurt. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't do anything. The slight clicks of Izuku's shoes echoed through the corridor as he was led down winding pathways and levels. According to Kurogiri, these Nomu were stored with All for One wherever he was. However, the actual experiments and testing were conducted in a laboratory far outside the city's borders. This specific lab was a cover-up, presenting itself as a medical research facility rather than a villain-run organization. Jiren had many connections with government officials and corrupt law enforcement, making it relatively easy to keep this place off the radar. Kurogiri seemed to glide through the corridor, his mist masking most of his body. Izuku walked alongside him, his red eyes reflecting the glossy varnish of the tiles on the walls. Kurogiri mentioned how many corrupt researchers worked here, or those with unusual obsessions with quirk activity which aligned with the League's goals. The participants in the research were mainly death row prisoners or oppressive individuals, such as bullies, people who didn't contribute positively to society. Before being led by Kurogiri, Izuku was shown one of the holding cells, which contained the participants. Each cell housed around 6 people, each with their own bed separated into 3 sets of bunk beds. The cells were musty and gray, with an odd scent permeating the air. The people in those cells would stay there for about 2 weeks before the experiments. Some begged Izuku to release them, while others stared blankly into space, their expressions. Izuku paid them no mind, instead continuing to walk and ask Kurogiri questions. As they reached the end of the corridor, Kurogiri turned to Izuku. This is one of the experiments they perform. I'm showing you this because you may need to participate as a researcher at some point if we don't need you to gather information. That's news to me. Kurogiri opened the double doors leading to a medical standard room. There were needles, scales, and tweezers on a metal table in front of a chair where a young man, possibly in his 20s, was strapped down. In front of him stood a masked doctor, holding a needle. They are attempting to concentrate the DNA associated with the development of quirks into a liquid form. They are now trying to inject this formula into someone to see what happens, Kurogiri said quietly, so as not to disturb the researcher. The doctor took the man's arm and injected the contents into his body. The man winced slightly, eyes watering as he looked at Izuku with desperation. Moments later, his head fell, and his eyes rolled back. Seconds later, the heart monitor flatlined. The researcher sighed, turning off the heart monitor and releasing the man. He had various red spots on his arm from where he was injected with the serum. It seems his body rejected the injection quite quickly. A shame, really, Izuku muttered to himself. Kurogiri nudged him slightly, urging him to follow him out of the room. Hey, Kurogiri, why are you testing this anyway? It allows us to create soldiers perfectly designed to defeat top heroes. It also helps us learn more about quirks. The research isn't progressing as we had hoped. Many experiments end up as failures. Maybe adjust the concentration? We tried that. It only delayed the heart's failure. I see. Come. Kurogiri opened a portal, presumably back to the bar. That's all I needed to show you. There's something else we need to discuss. Both Izuku and Kurogiri sat at the bar, a large blue folder in front of them. Kurogiri handed Izuku a paper containing information on brokers and information dealers those he would be working with, according to Kurogiri. The paper listed their quirks, affiliations, and basic data. You will be on a rotation, switching between these people every 2 weeks. This should provide you with the best experience. Also, a loud bang echoed as Kurogiri dropped something on the bar's table. You will need to wear this. On the table lay a mask, reminiscent of a well-known horror movie character's mask. One side was black, the other jade green, separated by a wavy line. Above the eye holes were 2 triangular stripes, both a dark red. The mouth section featured 6 holes, presumably for breathing. Izuku looked up at the bartender. A mask? It's part of the protocol for newcomers, allowing you to keep your identity mostly concealed. I didn't choose the design, if you're wondering. Fair enough. Izuku picked up the mask, surprised by its weight, and placed it on his face. Straps at the back allowed him to wear it comfortably without it falling off. It fits quite nicely. Yeah, I guess, Izuku muttered back. The look was quite strange, but paired with his villain outfit, it blended in well enough. As he examined himself with his phone's camera, Shigaraki walked in, yawning. Hey Deku, what is that? Morning, Shigaraki. Izuku said, his voice surprisingly clear despite the mask. What are you wearing? A mask. Apparently, I have to wear it during training. Well, it looks terrible. Guessing that was the idea. Izuku sighed, removing the mask from his face. It was quite heavy. Hey Kurogiri, when am I leaving tomorrow? Around 2 p.m. You will meet with Jiren and his associates, then you will leave. Maybe then I will get my analysis book back from him. Well, I'm heading back to the apartments. I don't have anything else to do today. Bye, Deku. I swear, Shigaraki. All Might closed the door to Nisa's office, feeling conflicted about Nisa's request. He wanted to pass on One for All to a second-year student, Mirio, who supposedly had the qualities to become a spectacular hero. All Might was uncertain. The boy was honorable. His dedication and perseverance were unquestionable. Plus, he was one of the top students. But All Might wasn't sure if it was the right choice. He wanted to give his quirk to someone without one, so they could experience what he did when his master passed down One for All to him. But no one truly possessed the qualities he sought. All Might would keep searching. He remembered a quirkless boy he saved a few months ago. He had considered giving his quirk to him but ultimately chose not to, as the boy had almost been harmed due to his impulsivity. Recently, he learned that the boy had gone missing, following a news broadcast. Honestly, All Might felt a bit responsible. He had been harsh when reprimanding the boy and when he crushed his dreams on the rooftop. But the boy needed to hear it. He couldn't live his life in denial, right? Regardless, All Might was the symbol of peace, which meant he had a duty to perform. It was his responsibility to find and help everyone. Children's laughter echoed throughout the park as they played games like hopscotch, hide and seek, and tag. They engaged in any game that came to mind, their voices ringing with joy. Yet, some of their chants held darker meanings. Ring Around the Rosies, a song about the plague, and London Bridge, a tale of a great bridge collapsing, were sung with carefree abandon. Bakugo remembered when he too participated in those chants, hand in hand with other smiling kids. Perhaps that was why children were more aware of death than they realized, and why he often mentioned it to Izuku. Just like the nursery rhymes they sang together, perhaps that was why Izuku felt comfortable threatening someone's life. Yet, nursery rhymes were meant for entertainment, a childhood memory. Robbery and assault were nothing like that. Of course, Bakugo was no better. Attacking Izuku to the point of unconsciousness was hardly entertainment. Maybe they were similar in that sense. Bakugo didn't know how Izuku had ended up in that state. Harmless teasing couldn't have caused that, could it? Harmless? No, he had beaten that boy to the point of hospitalization at one time. He had scared, hit, mocked, and hurt this kid who was one of his closest friends. How could he even label it as harmless? Friends, could they even be considered that anymore? After everything they had done to each other, what were they? Who was worse? Maybe they were the same. Bakugo sat solemnly on the swing where he and Izuku had spent much time, rocking slightly on his heels. He wanted some time alone, and his legs had brought him here. He wondered how much damage he had done to Izuku. He had tried to show him what being a hero would entail, especially for someone quirkless. It was as if he was trying to deter him from becoming one, just like the videos they watched in class aimed to do, but with more brute force. Despite everything, despite all he had done, he still hated Izuku. Even though he accepted that it was partially his fault, he still felt that hatred. Sympathy? Guilt? Maybe. Nothing more than that. He still lived with the trauma he experienced with the villain, the overwhelming pain and screams that haunted his dreams. And he wanted someone to blame. It was just the kind of prideful person he was. He hated him. Yet he still wiped the tears from his face as he recounted everything. All the guilt he had built up and denied. He hated him, right? Izuku stood behind the bar, organizing files and papers. He would be leaving in an hour or so. He managed his time by reviewing the notes on the villain he would work with and the heroes he would face. Whether it would be useful, he didn't know. Kurogyari had told him to pack only essentials. What he defined as essentials, he didn't say. Izuku packed his villain outfit, an extra jumper, notebooks, pens, his phone, and his knife. Oh, and his mask, which took up most of the space. It was strange to think that he was going somewhere where having a weapon was absolutely necessary. Danger and conflict would be more common than what he was used to. It was sure to be a fantastic few months. Speaking of a few months, the UA exams were coming up. Izuku was sure that Bakugo would enroll. From what he had seen when he was almost caught, Bakugo's quirk had gotten stronger, as well as his physique. What was odd was that the news didn't mention that he was the one who robbed the place or that he had threatened the clerk. Also, there were no wanted posters or warnings posted. What he concluded was that Bakugo either didn't tell them or that they didn't want to release the information yet without evidence. Especially considering how he was reportedly attacked and kidnapped, according to the reports. It would give the police a bad reputation if they were wrong about either one, so they may just not tell anyone. Hey Izuku. They're here. Izuku looked up to see Kurogyari, Jiren, and some unusual-looking people, around 7 in total. Jiren smirked. You look different. Good to see you too, Jiren. Izuku rolled his eyes, putting the papers down and stepping forward. These are the guys? Yeah. You will be working with them for the next few months. Introductions then, this is Izuya Kurazuri. Occupation, hostage dealer and information broker. Status, widower. Your wife was killed in a police standoff after being wrongly accused of murder, which was swept under the rug by the heroes and police. Can we continue? Jiren chuckled softly, the man next to him clearly shocked. Seems you did your homework. Okay, you will work with him first. Come forward then. The rest of you stay here for your next assignments. Izuku moved forward, shoulders broad to portray a more confident appearance on his thin frame. Jiren nodded to Kurogiri, who opened a portal leading who knows where. Taking the mask out of his bag, he clipped it onto his face, the weight still feeling unnatural. Before going through the portal, Jiren gave him a nudge. Shigaraki told me your code name. From now on, you will be referred to as Deku. Respond only to that. Izuku's face dropped. Of course he did. Izuku stepped 1 foot through the portal, completely unhesitant, right into his new life as an official villain. Bakugo got home late last night, around 9 p.m. He removed his shoes at the doorstep and went to his room to sleep. Today was the entrance exams to UA High 3 months before actual enrollment. Bakugo was determined to become a hero. He would prove himself to everyone. His quirk was amazing enough that he would be able to pass the exam with ease. For a moment, he wondered if Izuku would be there but quickly dismissed the possibility. If the weekend proved anything, it was that Izuku had left the hero path far behind. DMN Deku. He would prove that he was better than him. He would never be taken down like that again. Never again. He couldn't be taken down like that again. Putting on his shoes, gym bag in tow, he opened the door and stepped out, without hesitation, right into his new life as a hero. He just had to pass the exams first. Even with their experience, the brokers had never dealt with a hero. Angry patrons, yes. The occasional policeman, sure. But not a hero. Heroes were centered more around city centers where more obvious acts of villainy occurred. This left underground crime syndicates to flourish in the outskirts of the city. But here was a hero, plain as day, standing before them in an alleyway. He wore a simple hero costume, with what looked like a fin on the back of his head and orange gloves. According to their intern, his hero name was Manuel, a hero stationed in Hosu City with a water quirk. Before coming to Hosu on a job, they had the boy research the hero agencies for them, which proved to be useful. This is a restricted area. Who are you? The hero shouted, his voice echoing throughout the alley's crooked walls. They didn't reply, as there wasn't a good answer to their question. He repeated himself, louder and more forceful. They still didn't reply, just looking at each other at a loss of what to do. If you do not answer, I will be forced to take you into custody. The men looked at each other and nodded, activating any quirks they had, though not many were that powerful. Most were physical mutations or small enhancements, nothing that could take on a pro hero with years of training. Stand down. The hero shouted, feeling slightly overwhelmed but confident in his abilities to capture them all. Deactivate your quirks or IWI. He never finished that sentence. Instead, he was cut short by a sharp pain in his back. He turned, his breathing increasing as a warm sensation spread over his body, to see a small figure wearing a green dress shirt and red tie, with a notably strange mask covering the majority of his face, with cracks and bumps dotting its surface. A warm liquid fell to the ground as the hero stumbled slightly. Before he could fall, another sharp pain hit him in his throat, cutting off his muted scream. He was gone before his body hit the ground. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, dropping his pen on the table in boredom. It had been 3 months since he saw Izuku near the shop. Since that day, a lot had happened in Bakugo's life. He received his acceptance message into UA, from All Might no less. He had been the top scorer in the entire exam. He was set to start classes tomorrow with some of society's best quirks. He wasn't nervous, he was confident in his abilities. He got out of his chair and went downstairs to meet his mother on the sofa watching TV, while his dad read a newspaper. Katsuki, another hero, was attacked yesterday, this time in Hosu. Be careful when you go to UA. His mother warned without looking at him. Yeah, he replied dismissively. A string of attacks had emerged recently, targeting pro heroes who had all met their end in swift, brutal assaults. Initially, they thought it was connected to the hero killer's victims, who had also started appearing more frequently. However, one attack coincided with a confirmed hero killer incident, as verified by witness accounts. It was concluded that a separate individual was responsible. The attacks were always quick and precise, targeting vital points to disable a person momentarily or deliver a final blow, acting as a form of cruel mercy. No one had seen the culprit, nor had anyone heard any screams or signs of struggle. The assailant was skilled and knew what they were doing. One peculiar aspect was that no signs of quirk usage were detected, at least from the perspective of heroes whose quirks could sense remnants of quirk activity up to 2 days after use. This was particularly useful for murder investigations, as it could help identify the type of quirk involved. The prevailing theories were that the culprit possessed a quirk that was difficult to detect, or that they simply didn't use one at all. Some even speculated that they could be quirkless, though this theory was less popular given that they had taken down seasoned pro heroes. Bakugo grabbed a drink from the fridge and headed back upstairs, finishing his notes on how to use his quirk more effectively. He wanted to ensure he was ready to prove himself on the first day. Thanks, Deku. I think we would have been in serious trouble without you. Yeah, thanks, Deku, another voice chimed in. Yeah, it's fine, Izuku replied nonchalantly, adjusting his mask slightly. After 3 months, he had grown accustomed to wearing it for most of the day. He glanced at his phone, messaging clients and other factions about their missions. Izuku had changed a lot over those 3 months. The intense training he received from various brokers had altered his appearance and demeanor. His posture had improved after rigorous coaching from a particularly disciplined mentor, making him appear taller. He looked more mature, his outfit sharper and more professional. He had developed a new sense of realism and lost interest in pointless arguments, especially after working with people whose daily lives revolved around conflict. He had grown stronger, both mentally and physically. It was an occupational hazard that came with the territory. He had faced life and death situations, extracted information from people, and dealt with hostages and ransom scenarios. Desensitized didn't even begin to describe it, it had become normal. It was remarkable how quickly humans could adapt. Hey Dad, you're going back to Jiren tomorrow, right? Gonna miss your comments, I have to admit. Yeah, I'm going to miss you all too. But it's fine, I'll still see you at meetings. One by one, all the members of the faction retreated to their designated areas, which was a generous term for a large room filled with individual blankets and mattresses. They were in a vast complex, once used as a supply base for planes and military operations. After relocating to a more secluded area, the previous base had been left empty, as few dared to approach it due to its rumored inhabitability. Izuku stayed up, leaning against the wall, this time on the phone with Kurojuri. He lifted his mask slightly to hear better, revealing his tired eyes and serious expression. He still wore contacts and dyed his hair for security reasons. Although buying hair dye was a hassle, it was necessary to avoid being recognized. He wasn't sure if his identity had been discovered yet, as he spent most of his time indoors. After a few moments, Kurojuri answered the call in his usual deep tone. Hello, Izuku. How are you? I'm okay, Kurojuri. Apparently, I'm coming back tomorrow, according to Jiren. So I've heard. Have you contacted the new link I mentioned? Yes, I have. I believe he can provide us access to the Todoroki Hero Agency. The man seems to have a grudge against Endeavor but is forced to work with him due to his parents' unpaid debts after their deaths. Apparently, Endeavor has a son joining UA this year, who seems to be his life's work. In my opinion, you have 3 options. Leave the boy alone, use him for ransom, or eliminate him to get back at Endeavor. Many wish to see Endeavor suffer. However, the boy has a strong sense of justice and admires All Might, so I doubt he would easily join us. You've done some digging? Yes, I have. I've kept an eye on him. It seems he has a vendetta against his father, though I'm not sure why. Can't you use that to persuade him to join us? No. As I said, he idolizes All Might whether he admits it or not. His mother and siblings are also significant in his life, so he won't betray them easily. His own sense of honor plays a role as well. I see. All for One wants to infiltrate the agency and extract any information on the heroes there. It's one of the top hero agencies, so I should be able to gather valuable intel. Okay, I'll do some more digging and let you know what I find. Good night, Izuku. You too. Izuku ended the call and sighed, stretching his arms above his head and cracking his back in the process. He glanced at his phone to check the time, 4:53 a.m. Jiren would pick him up in an hour or two. He mentioned they had a lot to accomplish, so the early hours were necessary. Izuku settled on the sofa and turned on the TV. Back-to-school ads and promotions featuring hero representatives flashed across the screen. Flicking through the channels, he landed on a news station and decided it was good enough. Leaving behind his previous location, he pulled out a notebook and jotted down notes about the day's events. His villain costume was hanging on a line, drying. The stains were easy to remove, he had plenty of practice. He just hoped it would dry before Jiren arrived. His bag was already packed. Pulling at the neck of his turtleneck sweater, he fidgeted uncomfortably. The lack of heating on an early April morning wasn't exactly comfortable. He had a lot to write and not much time, so he got to work. Izuku grabbed hold of his worn bag strap and swung it over his shoulder. He tapped his shoes to shake off the dirt that had accumulated from the uncleaned facility and made his way toward the rooms. As he entered, he noticed most of the people were awake, looking at him with concern. Hey, I'm off now. See you later, Deku. Yeah, have a good one, my dude. Go kick some butt. Izuku smiled as the cheerful faces of his companions shone back at him, all wishing him luck. Chuckling, he shut the door behind him and left the complex. He was meeting Jiren at a business site not far from where he was. One of Jiren's partners was affiliated with the office, so it wasn't hard for Jiren to gain access. This also meant Izuku could get in, as long as he said he was with Jiren. As he walked through the streets, it felt strange not to wear his mask. He had taken it off as soon as he left the complex to avoid drawing suspicion. Instead, it was tucked away in his bag along with his villain outfit, which had conveniently dried in time. His generally normal outfit and somewhat ordinary appearance allowed him to blend into the public without anyone realizing he was essentially a criminal. A serial offender, if one wanted to stretch it. He still wore contacts in case he ran into anyone he knew, like Bakugo or his mother. Speaking of which, his mother had stopped calling him about halfway through his internship. He noticed it right away, as the usual 40 calls a day had dwindled to silence. It was rather annoying when he was on conference calls. Not to mention, the newscasters had stopped discussing his case, leading him to believe that it had gone cold. It wouldn't be surprising after 3 months of no leads, except for the shop incident, which investigators didn't believe was connected to his case. It was convenient in that sense. As he reached the entrance, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Spinning around, he saw a familiar silver-haired man with a cigarette poking out from the side of his mouth. A smirk appeared on Izuku's face. Hey, Jiren. Long time no see. Even though he had been working with Jiren's associates, he hadn't spoken to him for a long time. That was left up to the higher-ups. Yet, after 3 months, they were once again sitting apart, facing each other. Izuku shared what he had been up to since their last meeting, which Jiren already knew thanks to the brokers. So you're the one they talked about, the one who has taken down all those heroes. I wouldn't have thought it would be you, kid. I get that a lot. Most don't believe me because of my lack of a quirk, though nothing a little demonstration wouldn't fix. Agreed. Showing is a lot easier than telling. Either way, I'm still shocked at how much you've changed. You were a little angry kid when I first met you. Funny coming from the guy with a phone case that has bunny ears. Snarky as ever, I see. Jiren chuckled, tapping the ash from his half-burned cigarette. I'll take that though. No comeback? I thought the cold, unsympathetic businessman was better than that. I'm disappointed. You got me there. Anyway, Kurogiri should be here in a sec to take you back to the league. Izuku tilted his head in surprise. Already? I thought you had to train me first. According to my vast conglomerates, I think you've had enough training. He winked. Izuku rolled his eyes, smiling. Of course you would sneak in a brag about all your business affairs. You caught on. Yeah, I think you've had enough training. Anyway, time is money, and we don't have a lot of either. Don't lie. We don't have a lot of one then. As if on cue, a portal opened to their right. Stepping out were both Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Izuku smiled, seeing that neither of them had changed. Shigaraki looked down, taking his hand from his face and smiled. You haven't changed at all, Deku. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh you, he said sarcastically, the smile still on his face. Kurogiri looked down and offered Izuku a hand, pulling him up. That will be all, Jiren. Thank you for everything, he said in his deeper tone, a hint of glee in his words. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, and kid. Izuku turned around to see Jiren take the cigarette out of his mouth. Make me some good money, got it? Yeah, see you soon, Jiren. Stepping through the portal for the first time in what felt like a century, he was going back to where everything really began. You're the guy they talked about on the news? Shigaraki stared at Izuku in disbelief. Izuku was recounting his time with the brokers at Shigaraki's request. It seemed his childish attitude never changed. Not that big a deal though, it was just for the job. Izuku sipped his coffee, which Kurogiri had graciously prepared. Not that big a deal. 30 heroes? Yeah. Like I said, it was just for the Joe. Wait, 30? Izuku put his cup down, some of it spilling over the side. Guess they missed some. Oh, they must have confused it with the hero killer. They are quite similar cases, I guess. Wait, miss some? How many did they miss? Around 15, give or take. So around 45 heroes? Yeah. Shigaraki laughed, giving Izuku quite the shock. Well, he wasn't expecting that. Man, was I right to pick you? Izuku paused before chuckling at his remark. Yeah, some things never change, do they? Though in this case, he was kind of happy about it. Bakugo stood at the entrance of UA. He was early, around half an hour early. He yawned slightly as he took in the impressive stature of the building. It had a large budget, which was evident in its grand structure. Everything looked like it was layered with glass, creating a modern aesthetic. As Bakugo made his way inside and through the halls, he glanced at pictures of graduates who became pro-heroes. From underground heroes to the best of the best, UA's alumni were guaranteed a hopeful future. His classroom had a large door, around 10 feet tall. Bakugo presumed it was in case someone had a quirk that enhanced height or had an appendage that could reach high up. Despite this, Bakugo opened the door with ease, revealing a room with 20 desks in front of a large chalkboard. Sitting at one of the desks, Bakugo stared out the window, daydreaming about his future as the top hero and everything that came with it. Since receiving the acceptance letter, he found himself doing this often. Soon, students filed in, the first being the noisy one from the entrance exam. He lectured Bakugo on having his feet on the desk and being unproductive with his time. It ended with Bakugo telling him to leave him alone. The variety of students was interesting. One had 6 arms, connected by a layer of skin that made it look like a bat's wing. Another had purple orbs on his scalp, not to mention his short height. There was even a bird, just a straight-up bird. Bakugo appreciated the variety of quirks he could see, including an invisible girl. Still, he believed his quirk was the best, at least from what he had seen during the entrance exams. After a while, a gruff, tired voice echoed through the room. If you're here to make friends, you may as well go home. Leaning back in his chair, Bakugo looked at the doorway. There stood a man wrapped in a sleeping bag. What the? Exclaimed a girl who happened to be standing in the doorway. I am your teacher, and welcome to the UA Hero course, said the unenthusiastic man, who resembled a caterpillar, as he pulled out a snack and began to eat. The man, now known as Aizawa, instructed them to go outside, where he put them through a variety of exercises and training to test their abilities, with the looming threat of expulsion for the last-place finisher weighing on their minds. Ball toss, side steps, and long jumps were just a few examples. To spare you the details, Bakugo came in third, under 2 recommendation students. He was more than a little surprised by this. He had the best quirk, right? In the end, a weaker student came last and was sent home. Apparently, her quirk was related to water, but that didn't matter now. Their class size was reduced to as they returned to the classroom. Aizawa made them introduce themselves. Bakugo didn't pay much attention, as he was more interested in the quirks than the people who used them. You, Blondie, you're up. Yeah, shut up. Bakugo stood up, not bothering to go to the podium. The name's Bakugo. My quirk is explosion for those who don't know. Wow, Kaken. Your quirk is so cool. Hey, how does it work? I hope I get my quirk soon, Kaken. What do you think it might be? Kaken? Kaken. Bakugo. Sit down and answer me when I talk to you. Yeah, shut the hell up. Bakugo sat back down, murmurs echoing behind him. What just happened? Flashbacks? That great, he murmured under his breath so no one could hear him. What was going on with him? If Izuku had to guess, he would say that the probability of Bakugo being in UA was around 85%. His quirk was more than capable of getting him in. But that was it. His personality, attitude, and reputation were all not indicators of a good hero. He was an awful person, no more than that. He was a disgrace to the so-called hero name. How anyone like him could become a hero was beyond him. Though the hero world had many selfish and egotistical people, so he could fit right in. Take Endeavor. He was a self-assured maniac who would stop at nothing to beat All Might. He was more of a villain than a hero. Izuku looked over his notebook. The previous books contained a lot of admiration and fanboy comments that made Izuku want to cringe. The newer ones were strictly professional, outlining weaknesses and strengths with precise detail. Endeavor was a popular target for many, so his information was worth acquiring. He had accumulated a lot of information on Endeavor, from spies to insider knowledge. It made him quite well known throughout the underground crime syndicate for his extensive knowledge. That wasn't all. He was also hired for tailing people for jobs about revenge or marriages. He also found and provided information on governmental officials for rebel groups seeking to overthrow the government. Not that they ever succeeded. This allowed Izuku to have a mental dictionary of all the important people in the country. He glanced at the man in the corner, bound to a chair, staring at him with anger and disgust. Izuku wasn't concerned, as he had his mask on, so when he let him go, he couldn't tell anyone who he was. Shigaraki had instructed him to gather information on UA. So he did what he did best, taking someone who knew what he wanted. You know, Power Loader, as a hero, you must be quite shocked to be here right now. Rising from his chair, he approached the corner where the man sat. He had a large excavator-like helmet on his head and his hands had orange claws. Well, anesthetic works great to knock you heroes out, and it affects quirk output too. We tested that a while ago. You should watch your back when you walk home, you know. Izuku placed his hand on the arm of the wooden chair, gripping it lightly as he stared down at the man's face, at least what he could see of it. You're here because you're a teacher at UA. Now I need some information on UA, so I need your help. Though. Picking up a knife from his pocket, he kept staring him dead in the eye. I have heard that you are quite strict with your students. My guess is that you won't bend so easily. Izuku brought the knife closer, watching as the man's face morphed into pure despair. Nothing a little convincing won't change. It would also be extremely easy to convince one of your students to help. So if you don't want your students or yourself to be in danger. Swiftly, he brought the blade down onto the chair, right between his fingers. I suggest you start talking, hero. Serious Izuku is very serious. Also, the girl who was removed from the class was just a random person, so don't worry about her. She was more of a placeholder for Izuku. Izuku strolled into the bar, stretching his arms slightly as he sat down on the bar stool. Kurogiri stood in front of him, glass in hand, looking down at him expectantly. Shigaraki occupied the stool next to him, also watching him intently. Well? Izuku took the notebook from his bag and placed it on the table. There is a facility connected to the school that is quite distant from the main site. It's a disaster zone of sorts. In about a week, a first-year hero class will be going there for a practical lesson. It's secluded, far from the pro heroes. The most we will have to deal with are 2 or 3 teachers and the students. As first years, they should be manageable, but their quirks are quite powerful, so we will need to plan accordingly. Also, Izuku took the coffee from Kurogiri's hands and sipped it, being careful not to burn his tongue. All Might is a teacher at UA. Shigaraki's eyes widened in surprise. The top hero was teaching students? He may be at the facility that day. That alone shows we need to be cautious. Shigaraki brought his hand up to his chin, deep in thought, before a large grin spread across his face. But it would be a good time to test out the Nomu. Izuku nodded. That's what I thought too. It will need to be one of the stronger ones, just in case All Might is there. Kurogiri set down the glass and picked up the notebook Izuku had placed on the desk. I'll inform All for One to bring a Nomu and the other factions so they can assist us. However, how did you acquire this information in the first place? I spoke to one of the teachers. Won't that teacher inform the school about what you asked? This means they will be on high alert. Shigaraki looked at Izuku in confusion. It was quite risky to outright question a teacher and essentially reveal their entire plan. Don't worry. I'm going to release him when the mission is over. Even if he says anything, it won't be useful to them. The only thing he knows is what I look like with my mask, which won't matter after the mission. After all, they would have already seen my mask. So I assume you're coming? Yeah, might as well. At the very least, it will give me some insight into the students. Fair enough. Be careful though. Don't forget you are quirkless, and we are going against some of the more powerful quirks. Izuku shrugged, leaning back slightly in the stool. Never stopped me before. Shigaraki looked at Izuku, intensity etched on his face. You need something, Shigaraki? You said release. Huh? You mentioned you would release the teacher you spoke to. So you took him? Yeah? That's a bit much for just information, don't you think? Izuku rolled his eyes. Shigaraki, we are literally villains who take extreme measures. Now is not the time to question my methods of gathering information. Izuku stood, adjusting his jumper, and walked over to the door. Sorry for the brief visit, but I have things to do. Yeah, don't want to interrupt your meetings. Izuku left, heading to the meeting place for one of his clients. They wanted information on a pro-hero with whom they had a grudge. Though their reasons didn't really matter to him. If anything, it would be interesting. Izuku stood in the alleyway, looking down at his phone with his back against the wall. His mask hung on his face, reflecting off the phone screen. He had finished with his client, received the money, and watched the guy leave. Izuku made a mental note of the individual, just in case he saw him on the news or something similar. Hey! Izuku turned around to see a hero dressed in a jumpsuit. Yes? The hero pointed at a sign that read, Restricted Area. Izuku looked at him incredulously. You really think I didn't see that when I came in here? Even for a hero, you're a bit oblivious. Excuse me? The hero approached him, grabbing him by the collar of his jumper. Explain yourself. Izuku looked down. You're really annoying. In a swift motion, Izuku pushed the hero back, causing him to stumble. A look of realization crossed the hero's face as he understood the danger. If you couldn't tell I was trouble from the mask, you're not as sharp as I thought. With a quick movement, Izuku incapacitated the hero, who collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in shock. Though I'm not one to cause prolonged suffering, Izuku said, his voice steady. That's more your style, isn't it, hero? Taking his phone back out, Izuku called Kurogiri. Hey, can you make me a portal to the apartments? Can't you walk? Well, unless you want me to leave a trail behind, that would be great. Sighing heavily through the phone, Kurogiri opened a portal in front of Izuku. Thanks. He stepped through the portal. Bakugo sat on the sofa, focused on the TV screen. He had finished all his work and studying, leaving him with a bit of free time. His mother was in the kitchen, peeling potatoes, while his dad was out shopping. As he scrolled through the channels, he saw a news report with the headline, Another Hero Found Dead. Frantically scrolling back to the channel, he watched as the reporter described what was suspected to be the 32nd victim of a recent string of murders in the city. This one supposedly had a significant wound in the abdomen and another on the head. Once again, the injuries were precise, targeting vital areas. However, no one had seen anyone suspicious leave the alleyway where the body was discovered. The reporter advised inexperienced heroes or heroes in training to avoid secluded areas alone. This individual and the so-called hero killer were targeting pro-heroes. This new figure was also given a nickname, similar to the hero killer. He was called Genocider, a name given by the media due to his swift yet brutal methods. His body count was enormous, placing him above most serial murderers. Bakugo wasn't scared of him. In fact, he wanted to meet the guy so he could take him down himself. One of the heroes Genocider had killed was a hero Bakugo had admired when he was younger, purely for the similarities in their quirks. If he defeated him, he would surpass him. His mom looked over at him, also glancing at the screen. "I swear, Katsuki, you better be careful out there." "I will, old hag." "What was that?" "Nothing, I'm going for a run." "Hey, dinner is almost ready." "I'll be back in time, shut up." Bakugo went to his room, put on his exercise clothes and set off. He wasn't really sure where he was going. He wanted to clear his head of all the noise about Izuku, heroes, and the villain. Everyone was concerned that he would get hurt, but that was impossible. He would never let a madman get the best of him. That he was sure of. As he ran, he spotted a familiar set of long green hair and came to a halt. He was at the fence bordering the park where he and Izuku often came. There, he saw Izuku's mother sitting on a bench, staring into space. "Miss Midoriya?" Inko looked up to see a familiar set of blonde, spiky hair standing in front of her. "Hey, Katsuki," she said solemnly, returning her gaze to the ground. Bakugo noticed this and sat beside her. "Are you okay? We haven't heard anything from you in weeks." "He left me, you know?" "Huh?" Inko gripped her knees, her eyes glistening as tears began to fall. "Izuku left me alone. He hates me for not believing in him. He left because he hated me." Bakugo's eyes widened as he looked at her, unable to find the words. The most he could do was grip her shoulders and pull her into an embrace. He wasn't good at comforting others, but Inko needed it. The woman broke down, shivering and sobbing in Bakugo's arms. "I just want him to come back home, Katsuki. I miss him so much. I love him more than anything." Bakugo looked down in shame. He knew Izuku was alive. But could he tell her? Could he reveal what her son had done? Her heart would shatter. Not to mention, he knew he was partly the reason Izuku probably left. There was no other explanation for his sudden departure. Inko continued to cry, quietly begging for her lost son to return. It seemed that all the emotions from the past few months overwhelmed her and came pouring out. After a while, Inko pulled away, wiping her eyes and looking at Bakugo. "I'm glad he had you, you know. Maybe he hates me, but I'm glad he had a friend who cared about him." Just like that, Bakugo's heart broke. The word replayed over and over in his head. "Friend? Oh no. He wasn't." Inko stood looking at the stunned boy. "Thank you, Katsuki, for everything. I'm going to head home. Have things to do." And just like that, she turned away. Bakugo stared at where she stood, in shock and confusion. After about 10 minutes, Bakugo gripped his head as reality set in. He didn't tell her. She had no idea what he did to Izuku. She had no idea of the suffering Bakugo put him through. Izuku never told anyone. He took everything Bakugo did and never complained. Never said anything. He never fought back. He never hurt him in return. He never reported him. He didn't do anything. He never said anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't. Bakugo never cried. He never cried even when he was hurt by other kids when he was 8. He never cried even when he fell off a log into a river. He never cried. No matter what. Never. Izuku entered the bar and looked around. In the room, around 20 men and women were either sitting at the bar, standing, or sitting across from each other at tables. It was quite crowded, everyone shuffling to get past one another. Many people looked at Izuku in confusion, mostly due to his young age. Izuku rolled his eyes in return and kept making his way to the bar. Shigaraki was on one of the stools, fiddling with one of his hands, which were covered in scars. Kurogiri was checking names and looking over Izuku's notes. You know, it would have been easier to call everyone to a larger location. Shigaraki looked up from his hand, shrugging slightly. "We are leaving in about 10 minutes. We have someone already at the USJ, keeping a watchful eye on the door." "Okay then." Shigaraki looked Izuku up and down before landing on the mask that covered Izuku's face. You're wearing that thing? Why wouldn't I? It looks really weird, you know? Have you met Kurogyri? Oi, Kurogyri said, now looking up from the book on the bar table. Am I wrong? Izuku replied. Izuku looked around at the cacophony of people that filled the bar. Many had scars or wounds on their bodies. Others wore tattered clothes with stains and burns. Some also wore masks like Izuku, while others were barefaced. Izuku. You will be staying close to Shigaraki and the Nomu. Yeah, it's because I don't have a quirk, right? We can't risk losing you. Yeah, thanks, Kurogyri. Straightening his waistcoat and adjusting the cuffs on his jade shirt, Izuku reviewed the plan in his head. Split up the students and attack them like that. The teachers would be dealt with by Kurogyri and the Nomu. Izuku would keep notes on anyone he saw, and if anyone tried to attack him personally, Kurogyri gave him permission to disarm them. The whole incognito thing went out the window when Izuku began to take decisive action. Okay, guys, I've just got word that the students have entered the building with 2 teachers. Remember the plan. Cries of joy and excitement erupted over the bar, deafening Izuku slightly. Kurogyri left the bar and approached the largest wall in the room, opening a portal that covered the entirety of it. The more excited individuals went in first, followed by the others who lagged behind. They expected the other factions were doing the same, as they were all meeting at the USJ. Izuku and Shigaraki were the last to go through, both taking their time and conserving their energy. Bakugo froze on the spot, as did most of the class. Confused, the teachers who were facing them turned around, eyes widening as they saw a large purple mist envelop half the facility. From the wall, around 150 men came through. All were beyond threatening, scowls and scars covering the faces of most of the people. From behind, 3 figures stepped forward. One was a man with silvery blue hair, his body concealed from head to toe in black garments, with red eyes shining through the hand that covered most of his face. The second was an entity completely enveloped in purple mist, save for a single piece of armor around his neck. His yellow eyes glowed with a mystical light, radiating an aura of danger and power. The third figure was different. They had a smaller frame and dark hair that appeared to be a mix of black and dark green. Dressed in a suit vest, green shirt, and a red tie, they wore dark black dress trousers. A mask adorned their face, green and black with a red triangle above the eye holes, featuring 6 openings at the mouth for air and speech. Scarlet red eyes pierced through the students and teachers, as if analyzing their every move. Each of them looked equally menacing. The students shivered in fear, while the teachers took stances as if preparing for a confrontation. The man with the silvery blue hair spoke up, introducing themselves as the League of Villains. He introduced the 3 of them. His name was Shigaraki, the mist-covered figure was Kurogyri, and the smaller one was referred to simply as Genocide. The entire class held their collective breath. This small figure was responsible for the downfall of many heroes. Genocider turned to Shigaraki, elbowing him sharply. "Be quiet, Shigaraki," he said, loud enough for the entire class to hear. That made the situation even worse. He sounded and looked like a child, as if he were around their age. If that were true, it meant someone their age had taken down pro-heroes with ease. They shuddered, all terrified of the 3 figures. Kirishima glanced at Bakugo, who was staring at Genocider, though not with the same fear as the others. He looked shocked and confused. Holy! Hey Bakugo! Are you okay? DKU? Izuku froze, looking up at the students. He knew who it was. He was fully aware. Like him, the students, teachers, and the villains stared at Bakugo. Bakugo looked at Izuku in confusion. Shigaraki turned to him and then back to Bakugo, a smile playing on his lips, though it was hidden behind the hand on his face. You must be Kaken. Izuku saw Bakugo visibly shiver. I've heard a lot about you. Tell me, how did you know? His voice. His appearance. Everything matches up. Matches up to your childhood friend? To the kid you nearly bullied into despair. Everyone turned to Bakugo, even Kirishima, in shock and disgust. Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction at Bakugo's humiliation, almost forgetting how Shigaraki had completely exposed him. Even if Bakugo shouted his name, Izuku could have denied it. But Shigaraki had revealed him as genocider, as the media called him. Hey Dad, take that mask off. I never liked it anyway. Izuku turned to Shigaraki in annoyance but complied, curious to see where this would lead. He removed the mask, revealing his face to everyone, including Bakugo. Despair. That was the only word to describe it. Despair washed over Bakugo when he saw Izuku. The bags under his eyes deepened, giving him a weary expression. His eyes were cold red and locked onto Bakugo's. His freckles still dotted his face, symmetrical on each cheek. He looked like a villain, sure enough. But Izuku was genocider. The villain who had taken down 32 pro-heroes. That was Izuku. Bakugo gritted his teeth, matching the intense gaze that Izuku gave him. The villains had moved closer to the students, though none of them noticed. What are you doing? Izuku stepped closer to Bakugo, their eyes mere inches apart. Do not call me that. His cold, soft words dripped with malice, causing Bakugo to stiffen. What are you doing? I'm a villain now, Kakin. Kind of obvious, right? Everyone fell silent, all eyes on the pair as they interacted for the first time in months. Izuku stepped back, observing Bakugo's every breath. Why are you doing this? Call this my revenge. Revenge? Revenge against all heroes who turn their backs on the weaker, ignoring that they need help. All heroes care about is money, fame, and fortune. He closed the distance between them again, demonstrating his growing confidence. They only care about themselves. You're wrong. Izuku turned to see a girl with short brown hair. She wore a skin-tight hero suit and had large brown eyes. Izuku gritted his teeth. Who is she? Sure, some heroes are selfish like that. But not all heroes are. There are heroes who go out and save people for the sake of helping them. You're wrong about heroes. You just sound like a kid complaining about not being able to be a hero. Please just stop. Izuku clenched his fists tightly. Bakugo watched as Izuku's expression shifted from cold to furious in an instant. Hey, Roundface. Stop. But she didn't. She realized he wouldn't understand without more pushing. There are people who want to help others. You just hurt those who you think are wrong when they are trying to help. How are you any better? Izuku was on the verge of losing it. Bakugo had been around him long enough to know. Uraraka, stop. Heroes are not like you. There are good people. Then why didn't anyone save me? Uraraka froze in shock. She felt a burning gaze as she looked up and saw the turmoil on his face. Despair and anger mixed into a powerful emotion of negativity. If the heroes are so good, so noble, why did all of them turn away from me when I needed them? Both Bakugo and Uraraka understood what he meant. Shigaraki had mentioned how Izuku was nearly bullied into despair, and Bakugo knew it firsthand. Even All Might, for goodness sake. The so-called hero of peace turned away when I practically begged for help. Everyone looked on in shock, the two teachers staring at the floor in shame. They knew they couldn't save everyone. This was a direct consequence of ignoring those in need. Tell me, what am I wrong about? I know what it's like to be quirkless in a society of heroes and what you people think of me. I am not wrong. Uraraka looked down, unsure of how to respond. Her entire life, she had been taught that heroes save everyone. She was beginning to realize how naive that belief was. Here was living proof of that. Shigaraki walked up to Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder, one finger extended. Down, boy. I'm not your demon dog, he growled, though his tone softened slightly at the man's words. Shigaraki glanced at the students and then nodded to Kurogyari. With their heads filled with confusion and shock, it was the perfect opportunity to scatter them. Kurogyari nodded in return, creating a portal that surrounded them all before enveloping everyone. Shouts of surprise and confusion erupted as the students were sent to different areas of the USA. The teachers were left behind, looking around in bewilderment, then turning back to the villains, shocked to see that most of them had vanished. They had gone after the students. This is bad. Hey Izuku. Go to the center and wait for the Nomu. Looks like you need some time to yourself. Izuku didn't respond, he simply turned and walked away. A singular thought consumed him, one he couldn't shake off. He was going to confront both of them, Bakugo and Uraraka. Uraraka stared at Bakugo and Kirishima, still in shock from the whole ordeal. They were all fighting villains that had emerged from the disaster zone around them. The area resembled a large building on the verge of collapse, with few windows visible. Kirishima was relentlessly punching and kicking any threat that approached him, regardless of who or what it was. Uraraka used her quirk to levitate debris to strike at enemies or to lift people, making it easier for Bakugo or Kirishima to target them. Bakugo remained silent, only expressing his anger through shouts or grunts when hit. It was expected. Uraraka didn't say much either. Kirishima was the only one keeping up a one-sided conversation, asking about a plan or how they were holding up. Neither Bakugo nor Uraraka knew how to respond. Bakugo looked the worst off. He was convincing, hiding his dread behind a mask of anger, a facade to conceal the crippling weakness he felt. Everything from the past 3 months crashed down on him, the dread, the guilt, the pain, all stemming from a single thought. The one that nearly drove him to despair. How could he react to that? Knowing he was nearly the reason for someone's suffering. Someone he used to consider a friend. He didn't like Izuku. He didn't care. That's what he told himself anyway. Bakugo! Bakugo turned around, noticing the fatigue and shock on his classmates' faces. He looked around and saw the surrounding villains either knocked out or barely conscious. What the hell happened down there? Kirishima looked expectantly at Bakugo, and Uraraka followed suit. I'll tell you all later. For now, I have to find Deku. Deku? As in the one who can't do anything? Shut up, round face. Did you just call him that? I said shut up. Bakugo, please. What happened between you two? Her sentence was cut short by a sudden explosion erupting from Bakugo's hands, aimed dangerously close to Uraraka. Kirishima instinctively pulled her aside. The explosion likely wouldn't have hit her, but it was a reflex. Bakugo, what the hell? I said shut up. I have more important things to deal with than your childish whining. I need to stop Deku, and you two aren't going to stop me. With that, Bakugo turned away and ran, using his explosions to clear a path. Uraraka and Kirishima exchanged glances, nodded, and took off after him. Izuku sat on the Nomu that had come through Kurogiri's portal, gripping his chest as he tried to calm his anxiety. He hadn't experienced an attack in a while, and he certainly hadn't missed them. He recalled what he learned in middle school. Breathe in for 7 seconds, breathe out for 11. He had never told doctors or his mother about these episodes. When he went to the hospital for the injuries Bakugo had given him, he never took the opportunity to ask for help. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were dealing with the teachers. However, one person managed to escape while everyone was distracted, Kaminari, if he remembered correctly. What was more concerning was that his quirk allowed him to send radio transmissions using electromagnetic waves. This could be problematic, as it meant all might come, which they could use to test the Nomu. Izuku managed to compose himself. He held his mask in his hand, running his thumb over the crack absent-mindedly. He watched the battles unfold between students and teachers, though the distance made it hard to see clearly. However, his vantage point from the Nomu was useful. Izuku put the mask back on, feeling more secure with it in place, even if it wasn't strictly necessary anymore. Izuku turned to see Bakugo practically flying through the air toward him. Sighing heavily, he adjusted his suit vest and stared at Bakugo as he landed. I told you not to call me that, Kaken. It's like a broken record. Deku, what the hell are you doing? I already told you, idiot. This is my revenge. Revenge against what? You were the one who tried to hurt me. The heroes didn't make you do that. Oh please. Hurt you? I was trying to help you, Kaken. Then the heroes punished me for it. Punished you? Did you just get a little scolding? Don't lie to me. Is that what they told you? Izuku said between laughs, before becoming deadly serious and locking eyes with Bakugo. You don't know anything. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo heard yelling behind him. Bakugo, what are you? What is that? Kirishima rushed up to him, eyes wide in shock. Bakugo turned and finally noticed what he had missed. Izuku was sitting atop a massive creature. Its skin was a dark purple, and its brain was exposed. Izuku tilted his head slightly, smiling. This is a Nomu. A genetically engineered villain created solely for quirk injection. Quite the sight, isn't it? Kirishima, Uraraka, and Bakugo all looked on, intimidated by the creature and Izuku's seemingly emotionless demeanor. The Nomu stood completely still, staring at the door. Hey guys! Behind them was Todoroki, the boy who had frozen an entire building in one of their classes, allowing a slight sigh of relief. Kaminari got out and sent a transmission to the teachers. They should be here soon. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. That's good. Laughter echoed around them. What's so funny, Deku? Izuku was too busy chuckling to pay Bakugo any mind. Instead, he turned his attention to Todoroki, amusement dancing in his eyes. Hey, Todoroki! Everyone froze, their gazes fixed on the taller boy, who looked equally surprised. How did he know his name? They had never introduced themselves. I can see the gears turning in your head. I'm a broker, sweethearts. Of course I know your names. Izuku wiped a stray tear of laughter from his eye. I digress. Shudo Todoroki, son of Endeavor, who is quite the character more than Bakugo, if you can believe it. Anyway, your quirk is half cold, half hot, and what's amusing to me is... Izuku took a step toward Todoroki, who instinctively stepped back. You have no idea how closely I've been watching you. My associates have quite the interest in you, you know. You've been stalking Todoroki? Come now, Uraraka, that's a bit rude, don't you think? How did? Like I said, I'm a broker. I know a lot about everyone. Like you have a gravity quirk and that you're only a hero for the money. I bet the hero killer would have a field day with you. Izuku said with a hint of sarcasm. Seriously, these kids were all clueless. Kirishima. For being a so-called manly man, you should probably start acting like one. I mean, you cut your own eye with your quirk and then cried about it. Not exactly manly. Listen kids. You're all out of your element. Honestly, you're just like them. You make empty promises to satisfy your inner desire to appear better. Trust me, you're all well on your way to becoming heroes. Drop the whole righteous attitude first, and you'll be set. The students stared at Izuku in shock. His bluntness and sarcasm hit them hard. They weren't making empty promises. They weren't. Who are you to say anything? What do you mean, Kirishima? You're a murderer. You deal information about people knowing what it will likely be used for. You do all this while hiding behind that mask. Oh, does my mask offend your manly sensibilities, Kirishima? Does it bother you that I'm doing all of this behind a mask and not facing the consequences of my actions? It's quite simple. Izuku leaned closer to the group, removing his mask to reveal a worn, tired face with cold, distant eyes. This is exactly what the heroes did to. Remember Kaken? When you were attacked and I tried to help. The media, the heroes, the police all blamed me for it. A quirkless teenager. So tell me, Kirishima. Tell me that heroes aren't selfish. He stepped back, glancing at Shigaraki in the distance. He was the only one who didn't blame me for anything. He acknowledged the faults of this world, and I am helping him change them. Deku, you idiot. Don't you see he is manipulating you? You think I didn't know? But at least he doesn't throw me away. At least he isn't like all of you. Izuku's voice was sharp, leaving the students in stunned silence. Izuku turned toward the door through which the students had entered. 13 was badly injured by Kurogiri, and Aizawa was fending off stragglers from various factions. Shigaraki began to walk over to them, accompanied by Kurogiri. Well, that's my cue to leave. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Then choose which side you want to be on. The students remained silent. Bakugo didn't even have a snide remark to offer. Instead, they watched as Izuku turned his back to them and walked away. Hey, Shigaraki. Hey, Deku. Shigaraki, I swear. How are you doing? Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Shigaraki looked almost empathetic toward him. This was unexpected. I'm fine. Okay, good. I don't want to deal with more of your whining. Shigaraki, I swear. Izuku turned to Kurojiri, who seemed to be keeping an eye on the doorway, concern etched on his face as he monitored the student who had sent a transmission. The teachers would be there any minute now. As if on cue, a loud bang resonated throughout the USJ, leaving a ringing in everyone's ears. The first thing they heard was that infuriating voice. The voice that was so annoyingly cocky it made Izuku want to scream. I am here. All Might practically flew through the doors of the USJ, standing at the top of the stairs leading down to the center of the facility. His face displayed pure anger and disgust. All the students looked up, small smiles breaking through their tension. Aizawa walked up behind him, visibly injured from his fight with the villains. All Might's gaze locked onto Shigaraki and Kurojiri, while Izuku remained hidden behind them. But he was visible to Izuku. Disdain and anger swirled within him as he stared at All Might. He remembered how the hero had treated him like a nuisance, pushing him away when he needed help. No way in hell was that going to happen again. All Might leaped high into the air, landing about 20 feet away from Shigaraki, whose smile peeked out from behind the hand covering his face. Izuku gripped his mask, applying pressure to an existing crack until it reached the eye holes, forming a line from the bottom to the eyes. He focused on his breathing, determined not to lose his temper again. All Might spoke, his loud voice booming. Are you students all right? Weiss, All Might. All Might noticed the hesitance in their eyes, something clouding their trust in him. Do not fear, students. I will protect you. He attempted to reassure them, implying they needed to escape. The students, however, remained uncertain, looking at All Might with doubt. Are you okay? What happened? Shigaraki chuckled, a quick sound escaping from behind the hand. What's so funny? All Might bellowed at the villain, concerned for his students growing stronger. Did this villain do something to cloud their judgment? He wasn't exactly wrong. It just wasn't Shigaraki who did it. Shigaraki turned to All Might and swirled his head to look behind himself. This. With that, Shigaraki turned to the side, revealing a small boy staring at him. All Might's eyes widened. Yes, his appearance had changed. Yes, his eyes were colder and more stoic. Yet All Might knew. He knew who he was. The freckles, the short stature, and the notebook at his side. This boy was Izuku Midoriya, the boy he failed to save. Izuku relished the look on All Might's face. He looked shocked to say the least. Shocked and guilty. He recognized him. There was no denying that. Izuku couldn't speak, he just glared at All Might. His burning gaze attacked All Might, releasing the intense hatred he harbored for the man. He was lying to everyone. He was no hero. He was a weak man who left it up to others to make the first move, then swept in to take all the glory. That was all he was. Pathetic. Izuku Midoriya? That's you, isn't it? All Might stuttered, the realization settling in as he recounted what he had done. No, I'm your fairy godmother. Who else would I be? Izuku retorted, his sarcastic remark portraying to All Might his lack of patience with his heroic antics. What are you doing here? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I joined a villain league and became a self-fulfilling prophecy. After all, you're the one who treated me like one. Isn't that right, hero? All Might looked at the students, finally understanding why they were so suspicious of him. What did you tell them? He asked, signaling toward the students. Izuku stared at him before letting out a laugh in disbelief. Seriously? Your friends are in danger, and all you care about is your reputation. All Might took a step back in shock before resuming his powerful stance. That's not what I told them what they needed to know. All Might visibly tensed, dread settling in his system. Don't worry. I didn't tell them about your crippling weakness. The four students turned to All Might in surprise. All Might, what is he? Don't worry about that for now, Kirishima. We have more important things to do. Right, Shigaraki? Shigaraki nodded, his happiness radiating throughout his body. Nomu. The Nomu shook and stepped forward, an earthquake-like tremor radiating through the floor as it took a step. Izuku smiled, walking away to a higher vantage point. Have fun, hero. Izuku watched the entire battle unfold, excitedly taking notes the entire time. He listed All Might's strengths and weaknesses in an actual battle, as well as the Nomus. The result of the experiment, however, was undesirable. All Might decimated the Nomu, though he took some heavy hits in the process. He used brute force to overpower the Nomu and eventually sent it flying out of the facility. Despite the utter failure of the experiment, it yielded some interesting notes. Mainly, All Might was getting weaker. He remembered watching videos of All Might fighting and completely overpowering villains of a similar caliber to the Nomu. Yet it took a long time for him to defeat the Nomu. That was interesting. Hopping down from the tree, he walked quietly to Kurogiri, who was being pinned down by Bakugo and Kirishima during the battle. Get the blood splattered over the floor as Bakugo felt a sharp burning sensation go through his body. Izuku used his foot to push the boy back down, still holding onto the knife, allowing it to be pulled out of Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo! Please, he isn't dead. It was just a stab to the shoulder. Trust me, Kirishima, I know my way around this. Now, get off Kurogiri. And remember. Bending down, Izuku got to Kirishima's ear, who was shaking violently but still keeping his quirk activated. Killing heroes is my specialty. I could easily end Kaken right here and now. So get off him, and I won't harm your precious friend. Kirishima backed off, jumping away from Kurogiri and instead going to Bakugo's side, who was writhing in pain. Izuku poked Kurogiri. Oi, open a portal. I'll grab the handyman over there. Kurogiri nodded, activating his quirk, and Izuku grabbed Shigaraki, his mask, and Kurogiri, dragging them all inside, leaving a mere warning to the heroes, who were too exhausted to stop him. See you soon, heroes. He would deal with them at a better time. The students were sent home early, all taken back under supervision. Bakugo had his wound patched up by Recovery Girl, who had arrived quickly on the scene along with many heroes and paramedics. Aside from the teachers, Bakugo, and a few other students, there were no other injuries. Bakugo was dropped off at home by the school bus, only to be greeted by his mother. Katsuki, what the hell happened? Bakugo didn't reply. His mother gently led him to the sofa, realizing something was really wrong. His father ran into the room, placing himself on the other side of Bakugo. Katsuki, the school told us what happened. Are you? He was there. The two parents looked at each other in surprise, then back down at their child, whose head was bowed. Midoriya. He was one of them. The couple's eyes widened in disbelief, shock overwhelming their minds. Izuku Midoriya. Their son's childhood friend and the boy who had been missing for 3 months. Their thoughts were interrupted by Bakugo bowing his head further, gripping his hair roughly with his bruised hand. His father gently gripped his uninjured shoulder, worry plastered over his face. Katsuki? It's all my fault. Mitsuki looked at her husband, then back at her child once more. What do you mean? It's all my fault. Bakugo shouted, his voice cracking slightly. Mitsuki heard his sobs racking his body as he shook violently. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around him, hugging him and rubbing his back, trying to console her distraught son. Bakugo, however, kept repeating the same line, "It's all my fault," as he cried in his mother's arms. Weakness pervaded his voice, indicating how low he felt as a result of the incident. Masaru shifted closer, placing his hand on his son's back. "What are you talking about? It's not your. It is. It's all my fault. I'm the reason he ended up like this, I know it." The two parents' eyes widened, slightly distressed at the statement but deciding to ignore it for the time being. Instead, they stayed there for a while. After that, they drifted into talking about normal things. They would discuss that later. Inko saw the news. She received the call. She had all of the evidence slapped in her face. Despite this, she refused to believe any of it. There was no way that it could be true. She even received a call from the Bakugos, asking how she was and that their son needed to talk to her. She hung up. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to believe it. But with all the evidence and recordings shown to her, it was hard to ignore. He even responded to that name. It wasn't her son. Her son wasn't a murderer. Her son wasn't a villain. He wasn't a bad person. He was a hero. A hero. He was a hero. Yeah, they were all lying to her. Everything was fabricated. There was no way. She didn't raise a villain. So why did no one believe her? A knock sounded on the door. Inko sat on the floor, unwilling to answer it. They would just throw more lies at her. She didn't want to hear it. Miss Midoriya, we have some questions to ask you about your son. No. She didn't want to hear it. Inko remained seated on the floor, staring at the door as she heard footsteps receding away. She didn't want to hear any of it. The teachers were called to a meeting. They all knew why. They all knew what had happened. They didn't know, however, what they should do. How could they know? A serial murderer who had taken down countless pro-heroes turned out to be a quirkless teenage boy who had been missing for months. A boy who was described as a hero, fanboy, and wanted nothing more than to become one. He was the killer of around 30 heroes. All Might wasn't at the meeting, instead recovering in the infirmary. Aizawa and 13 were also hospitalized. That left no key witnesses other than students with witness accounts and recordings. Recordings showing hundreds of villains and the brutality of some. 3 key ringleaders were obvious: Shigaraki, Kurogyari, and Izuku, who were all identified by the students and detained villains. They discussed security measures that had to be implemented, as well as the actual villain league itself. However, without much information, their discussion derailed, and eventually, the meeting was postponed until the heroes that were present recovered. They knew it wouldn't be the last attack, and they needed to prepare. If today's demonstration showed anything, it was that no one would be spared. Not even children. Izuku stretched back, laying haphazardly on the sofa in boredom. Shigaraki was fuming, ranting to all for one about how badly the mission went. The man on the TV nodded slightly. Izuku provided the information he had acquired from watching the battle, offering suggestions on what to change about the Nomus, proposing a higher pain tolerance quirk that could outlast All Might's time in his hero form. All for one was glad that something good came out of this ordeal. He nodded slightly, considering something before shifting his gaze to Izuku, who tilted his head in confusion. Kurogyari, bring Izuku to my location tomorrow at 3 p.m. Izuku. I would like to have a word with you. It had been a while since the USJ incident. The school's reputation had diminished, and with the attack in Hosu City, faith in heroes had also decreased. Many believed they were incapable of preventing. Though the hero killer, dubbed Stain by the public, had been caught and arrested by Endeavor, that was misleading. The hero killer had actually been captured by 3 students from Ueda, who had been seeking revenge for his brother's downfall: Todoroki, who heard yells coming from the alley and came to investigate, and Yaoyorozu, who had been sent to Hosu to help the civilians and had split up with her partner Kendo after Todoroki sent out his location. However, the recognition went to Endeavor, who wasn't even present for the capture of Stain. That self-assured individual, who was more abrasive than Bakugo, if you can believe it. Needless to say, Izuku was not surprised. Many of his associates in Hosu reported back to him, allowing him to get a better picture of what occurred. One hero took all the glory. Sound familiar? Izuku leaned back, coffee in hand, and looked over his notes. He was writing about the students in the UA Sports Festival, as there was a lot to document and not much time to do it. He wanted to use it to create strategies against their quirks, per All for One's request. Oide. They will be here in a minute. I'll be done in a sec. Finishing up his notes on Tokoyami, noting his weakness to fire and light, he closed his book and turned to Shigaraki, who was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with one of his hands. So who's coming? 3 people, according to Jiren. They are supposed to be good fits for the main branch, so chances are they will be staying here. He said more would come later. Okay. With that, a rough knock sounded on the door. Kurogyari got up from the bar and walked over to it, opening it only to be nearly flattened by an eccentric young girl bouncing in. Where is Genocider? Bakugo shot up from his bed, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He gripped his head slightly, pulling on his hair to redirect his pain away from his lungs. Breathing heavily, he looked over at the clock. 3:58 a.m. Bakugo sighed, flopping back onto his bed with a loud, exasperated grunt. These nightmares were really starting to frustrate him. It had been a month since he last saw Izuku. At the USJ, during the attack, he had stabbed him in the shoulder, which wasn't exactly helping his skewed thoughts on Izuku. Since then, news stations shifted their opinion on Izuku from a distressing case of a child abduction to a more alarming case about a serial killer who was to be avoided at all costs. Not that it changed anything. Since the USJ attack, JaydaCleveland had attacked 10 more heroes, taking down all but one. The one who survived had a quirk that allowed him to heal his own wounds, at the cost of a lot of energy being used. But his quirk couldn't repair nerves, leaving him permanently paralyzed from the chest down following a stab wound to the back. Since the hero killer was captured, the hero death rate did decrease, but it came at the cost of people following his beliefs, causing petty crimes to skyrocket. Bakugo got out of bed and looked over his suitcase, packed and ready to go to the hero training camp in a few days. He was looking forward to it, as it would give him the opportunity to make his quirk even more powerful. However, he wasn't looking forward to spending time with his classmates. Since the USJ incident, he had to explain to his classmates about what he did to Izuku. Leaving out the more intense details wasn't enough to prevent the class from being shocked, some even disgusted by his actions. They knew he wasn't exactly the best person, but after this, they didn't really know what to think. They kept their distance for a while but recently started talking to him. Granted, it was mainly passing comments, but it was a change. This trip would definitely test his patience with them. Bakugo had no idea what to do about Izuku, his school, or his aspirations. He just pressed forward, hoping something would change. Changing into gym clothing, he opened the front door and went for a run. He really just wanted to clear his head. Izuku stood, uncomfortable from the sudden tackle hug he received from a girl. She had messy blonde buns on either side of her head and wore a high school outfit. She looked at Izuku, a large, beaming smile on her face. "I saw those pictures of you online. Covered in blood with those red eyes cutting through the darkness. Hey, do you mind if I take your blood?" Jiren came up behind them, lightly tapping the girl on the head and dragging her back. "Introduce yourselves," he said, boredom etched into his tone as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Okay. My name is Toga. I came here to meet you, Mr. Genocider, and join the league Mr. Stain was with." "He wasn't with us," Izuku muttered under his breath, not allowing Toga to hear. She was definitely going to be an interesting addition. "Name's Shuichi. But just call me Spinner. And I came here to pick up where Stain left off," the lizard man spoke confidently, his fabric mask flowing slightly as a breeze came through the cracks in the door. "Great. The fanboy. Nowadays I go by Dabi." This man had multiple burns cascading over his entire body, with striking blue eyes clearly visible against his darker silhouette. "Nowadays? Come on, what's your real name then?" Shigaraki asked, a whiny tone in his voice. "That doesn't matter." Izuku stared at Dabi for a second. The hair, the eyes, and facial structure matched someone he knew. Who was it? Those burn marks could mean that he has a fire Korko. Izuku chuckled slightly, to which Dabi turned to him. "Something funny?" "No, don't worry. Anyway, I guess we should introduce ourselves as well. My name is Izuku, though handyman over there calls me Deku. I don't think I need to tell you what I do." "I know why dash. Please be quiet, Toga." With Toga silently smiling in the corner of the room, the other two villains introduced themselves. After that, Jiren left, leaving the three to sit down and do their own thing. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned back to his notebook, continuing to write notes. "Hey Deku." Izuku turned to see Toga perched on the bar stool next to him, looking over his shoulder. "Yeah. What are you doing?" "Writing notes about quirks and weaknesses. Mainly about heroes and such." "Ooh. Can you tell me some so I can go after one?" "You're really good at taking down heroes. I really want to take down that Hawk's guy." Dabi came up behind them, listening in. "That's not a good idea. He is one of the top heroes, you know." "HMPF. I don't care." Izuku chuckled, to which Toga turned back around. and pulled Izuku into an impromptu hug, causing him to let out a surprised noise. Awkwardly patting Toga on the back, she pulled away, a light blush on her face. "I really want to hurt you right now." "I'm sure you do." All for One smiled to himself, watching Izuku interact and smile with the rest of the new members of the league through the use of one of his quirks. He turned to Shigaraki, letting out another chuckle as he saw the annoyed look on his face. He had come to think of Shigaraki as his own child, raising him to be a sufficient heir to his power. He had done so quite admirably, stepping up to the task of leader without complaint. However, there was one thing that he didn't have a resolve. He didn't have a definite reason to be a villain, which could affect his judgment as he matured. That's why he had that meeting with Izuku to solidify his resolve. Izuku would bring out Shigaraki's resolve, whether Shigaraki liked it or not. Izuku was perched on a sofa, his notebook in his lap as he read over notes, updating any inconsistencies. All for One wanted Izuku to turn it in tomorrow at the latest, which would allow him to formulate a strategy known only to him and Shigaraki. It was annoying to say the least. During the meeting with All for One, it was said that he would bring out Shigaraki's resolve. If he couldn't, they would have to resort to other means. Izuku was relying on Shigaraki developing his resolve so he wouldn't have to force him to obtain one. Toga plopped down next to him, beaming widely, showing off her sharp teeth that made her quirk more accessible due to her need for blood. To keep the girl safe, he did a background check on the blood she obtained, checking for any signs of diseases that could cause her harm, which she was very grateful for. There was always a risk associated with her quirk, so she was glad to be where she was. Toga rested her head on Izuku's shoulder, a gesture that had become commonplace for her to express her infatuation. It was more his dedication to his work that drew her in. She glanced down at the notebook in his lap, where he was busy writing. "Deku, don't you do anything except write in that thing?" "Well, I have my work to do, you know." Huffing slightly, she sat up and looked him in the eye. For once, he didn't have his contacts in, allowing his forest green eyes to shine brightly against her red ones. She felt a twinge of disappointment to find that his eyes weren't naturally red. "You know what I mean," she whined, pouting at him as he chuckled. "I don't really have anything else to do." Toga suddenly sprang up, excitement lighting up her features. "Why don't we go and—" "No, Toga. You don't even know what I was going to say." "I'm sure that I do," he replied, laughing softly. This was the first person around his age he had talked to in a long time. Most of the people he worked with were much older. Toga, too, had found herself isolated, as many in her age group feared her and kept their distance due to her unpredictable tendencies. Izuku was unfazed by that, and Toga adored his work. It made them feel like normal teenagers for a change. Shigaraki walked into the bar, followed by Dabi, Spinner, and several others. It had been a few days since the three had joined, and new faces had appeared, including a man known as Muscular. His name was fitting, as his physique and demeanor matched the stereotype of a muscle-bound brute. Izuku paid him little mind. There was also a boy who called himself Mustard, slightly younger than Izuku and Toga, with the appearance of a middle schooler. They didn't get along well. Mustard's overwhelming narcissism and self-proclaimed superiority meant he often belittled others, except for the highest-ranked members like Kurogiri. It was clear to Izuku that Mustard was envious of his position as a key informant and mastermind behind many coordinated attacks. During their limited conversations, Mustard frequently pointed out flaws in Izuku's plans, which were mostly due to Shigaraki's changes. Izuku found it amusing to see this middle school kid trying to overstep his boundaries, especially considering his own reputation. Mustard was a rank B villain, while Izuku was ranked S, the second highest rank. No wonder he enjoyed teasing the kid. Izuku and Toga watched as about 5 or 6 people entered the room and took their seats, following Kurogiri's lead. Toga sat up, pouting as their conversation was interrupted. Shigaraki stepped forward, admiring the impressive gathering of top-tier villains. Izuku was also impressed. Many of the villains present were ones he hadn't encountered before, which was unusual given his notoriety in the crime syndicate. He suspected they had recently turned to villainy, influenced by the hero killer. At least he was good for something. Shigaraki cleared his throat before addressing everyone in the room. All right, listen up. Kurogyari called you here for a mission that requires powerful villains, namely, thanks to our informant over there, we've pinpointed Yue's next secluded location. Izuku shot Mustard a look that said, "Huh, not so great now, huh?" Mustard rolled his eyes and turned back to Shigaraki. It's in a forest region a few miles from the city center. You'll use Kurogyari's portal in a few days to capture a target. I believe he could be a good fit for the League. I know who it is. Who is it? A man named Twice exclaimed. Please be quiet, retorted another man called Compress. Izuku considered him the most level-headed of the new members, often discussing battle strategies with him. The boy's name is Katsuki Bakugo. I'm sure you remember him from the sports festival. All the villains nodded, recalling the almost villainous attitude Bakugo had displayed. One person, however, did not share this response. Izuku was seething, filled with shock and anger towards Shigaraki. What was he talking about? Bakugo joining the League? After everything Izuku had said about him? He growled lowly, barely audible to Toga, who looked up in surprise before turning to Shigaraki with excitement. Handyman, I think Deku wants to take you down. Shigaraki turned to Izuku, who had risen from his seat and approached him, their faces inches apart. Some shifted nervously in their seats, unsure of what the unpredictable boy might do. No way in hell. Shigaraki smiled at Izuku with a twisted satisfaction, locking eyes with him. Oh, why ever not? I am not going to be working with that guy, and you know it. Really? What are you going to do, Mr. Genocider? Are you going to... Don't tell me you forgot. Shigaraki grabbed Izuku's neck, one finger extended. Izuku wasn't shocked. Shigaraki had done this numerous times before. Remember what I told you when you first joined? No backing out now. So go sit back down and do as I say. I want Bakugo and that's final. Releasing his grip, Shigaraki stepped back, a satisfied grin on his face. Izuku grunted, saying, I'm not joining in. I'm not making your plan. You're on your own, Shigaraki. Let's see how well your plan turns out without me. After all. Sitting back down next to Toga, he stared Shigaraki down, his intense glare penetrating Shigaraki's mind. I knew him better than anyone. And I know he isn't going to listen to you. There was a moment of silence before Shigaraki erupted into laughter, mocking Izuku. Once he calmed down, he looked at Izuku. I can do as I please. An idea popped into Izuku's head, and he decided to ask a question he had been meaning to for a while. Then tell me, why are you a villain, Shigaraki? What is your reason for following All for One? Shigaraki's eyes widened. Izuku smiled, ready to press further. Haven't you noticed that people are paying more attention to the hero killer rather than you? Most of the people here have only joined you because of him. It's because he has a strong resolve. So tell me, Shigaraki, why are you a villain? Shigaraki was silent, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but no words came. What was his reason? He had joined because All for One took him in, but that wasn't a true reason. After a few seconds of silence that felt heavy, Izuku spoke again. A leader with no resolve isn't a leader, Shigaraki. With that, Izuku rose, much to Toga's dismay. I'm off, Kurogyari. I have some things to attend to. As I said, I'm not helping you, so I don't need to be here. He left the room, leaving everyone inside shocked and unsure of what to do. When they met Izuku, they expected him to be unpleasant, but that felt close to cold-hearted manipulation. Shigaraki stood in awe of what he had been told, still replaying the last comment in his head. What was his resolve? What was it? He realized quickly and was disappointed by the result. He didn't have a real resolve. The only thing he had was a disgust for heroes, but that wasn't good enough, especially considering his role in the League. Izuku walked into All for One's laboratory. He was being tended to by a doctor who was concerned about his declining health and injuries. Izuku approached him, standing on the other side and looking down at the computer screens. You heard that, didn't you? Yes, I did. It is quite disappointing. Though as I said, I want you to bring out his resolve. I don't think I can. My reason is more tied to personal matters. He doesn't seem to have anything except for his father's ideologies. I'm aware. I don't want you to go to the training camp. I have something else I need you to do. Trust me, I don't either. All Might will come after me. I need you to secure a location for the others to flee if necessary. You mean in case he takes you down? Correct. Neither of us have fully healed from our last battle. It's possible I may not survive the next one, especially if Shigaraki's plan works. They will find Bakugo sooner or later. Then they will find me as well. Then why don't you stop Shigaraki's plan? You could easily tell him not to. Yes, but this will give me the opportunity to check something. Check what? What I told you about earlier. About the last resort concerning Shigaraki's resolve? This will become a deciding factor. All for One turned his head to Izuku in an agonizingly slow manner, portraying his weakened state. Whether to let you or Shigaraki lead the league. Bakugo groggily got out of bed, slamming his hand down on his alarm clock that was blaring at him, ruining his peaceful slumber. Stretching the sleep from his body, he got out of bed and went to his wardrobe, taking out his uniform and putting it on while rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Today was the day they departed for the training camp, in a location far from the school. Bakugo realized that it would most likely be tougher than any class they had before, going by Aizawa's words anyway. He grabbed his suitcase and dragged it down the stairs, being mindful of his parents who were most likely still asleep. Any loud noise that would wake his mother would surely cause him trouble. As he reached the base of the stairs, he looked across the living room, noting how barren and lonely it seemed. Going to the kitchen, he put bread in the toaster and began to fry an egg. Following his mother's vivid teachings, he had become quite good at cooking, though the methods she used could be considered unorthodox. He could still feel the bruises. Wow, Kaken. It seems you actually are good for something. Bakugo spun around, seeing a familiar set of red eyes staring back at him, visible through a mask slightly hidden by the darkness. Bakugo began to shake, whether from anger or shock, he didn't know. You know, Kaken, I wouldn't yell if I were you. Wouldn't want to wake her up now, would we? Bakugo turned off the stove and walked over to the sofa, where the boy had perched himself. What are you doing here, Deku? He said, almost in a whisper, as if refusing to believe this was actually Izuku. Izuku turned to Bakugo and chuckled. Wow, no explosions? Look how much you've grown. Or maybe you're scared of me because of what happened at the USJ. Hell no. Thought not. And I'm here to tell you something. Izuku moved closer to the blonde, maintaining eye contact. He removed his mask, smiling a grin that sent a chill down Bakugo's spine. Your trip will not improve your skills, Kaken. You will not develop anything. And you won't ever stop the league. Bakugo's eyes widened, confused by Izuku's statement. You won't improve your skills? What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? That's for me to know and you to find out. With that, Izuku walked over to the window, which was already open. Bakugo assumed that's how he got in. Deku, where are you? You don't learn, do you? I said not to call me that. Anyway, I'm leaving. What? Did you just come here to give that weird message? Bakugo said, still muted down to a whisper. So what if I did? Though, bear this in mind, the next time we meet, I probably won't be as merciful. You will face me, Bakugo, and that I can promise. With that last cryptic statement, Izuku flung himself out of the window, disappearing into the shadows of the alleys. Bakugo! Huh. You were spacing out, dude? Kirishima said, laughing as he patted Bakugo on the back. TC whatever. Cold response, quite unlike you. Oh, shut up, shitty hair. That's a new one. Bakugo rolled his eyes, returning his gaze to the cars that drove past them as they sped down the motorway. The bus was filled with all sorts of commotion, laughter, gossip, music, and more. What were you thinking about? None of your business. Come on, tell me. Not happening. Despite the noise, Kirishima continued to try to talk to Bakugo and befriend him. He didn't believe Bakugo was a bad person, he was just an idiot, though that made two of them. Hey Kirishima. Yeah, Denki. Is Bakugo being a moody pain? Take a guess. With all the noise, the students had to resort to shouting at each other, even though they were only separated by the aisle. Bakugo turned to face them, a scowl on his face, which made Kaminari burst out laughing. If you wanted to see a real idiot, he was the embodiment of it. Others began to join in, teasing Bakugo in a light-hearted manner. Following Kirishima's example, they tried to get closer to Bakugo, especially considering what he had gone through at the USJ. Kirishima had done some research at home on Izuku and found articles detailing how he had nearly harmed Bakugo, which he shared with the class to provide some context for Bakugo's actions. It was shocking to say the least. If anything, Kirishima wanted to make Bakugo laugh, as did the rest of the class, since they had never heard him laugh. In fact, they rarely saw him smile either. It was a little sad. Aizawa's voice rang out over the commotion on the bus. "We will be arriving soon, so get your stuff." His monotone voice fell on deaf ears as most of the class continued with their activities. Bakugo kept staring out the window, ignoring the noise around him. He was preoccupied with what had happened that morning, mainly what Izuku had told him. "You won't develop anything. You can't stop the league." What was he getting at? He wouldn't reveal their plans outright to Bakugo, right? It couldn't have been a warning. What was he talking about? How did he know they were going on a trip? Izuku lay stretched out across the sofa, looking at his phone with an inattentive expression. The rest of the league was also doing their own thing, waiting for orders from Shigaraki, who seemed to be having a temper tantrum. He was far from everyone and ignored their questions. They exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. Some approached Izuku to ask him questions not related to the plan, but rather about the people they were facing, which Izuku was fine with answering. He just didn't help Shigaraki, as he had stated before. Soon, many came to him asking how they could develop their quirks, which Izuku had extensive knowledge of. He connected their quirks with similar ones and offered advice on how to improve them. It was amusing to see Shigaraki's expression shift to one of disbelief. "Hey Deku." Izuku turned to see Toga sitting next to him, gripping his arm tightly. Do you enjoy being humiliated?" Izuku had been drinking coffee and nearly choked. Everyone turned to look at them, startled by Toga's statement. Why would you think that?" Deku's embarrassed. "Okay, then how come you're okay with me calling you Deku? I mean, if being called nothing and useless is what you want then." No. I just never bother to correct you." "Then why do you correct Mr. Handyman when he calls you that?" "Because he used it as a derogatory term." "How do you know I don't?" Twice eagerly joined the conversation. "He knows you wouldn't do that. Or would he?" "Oh yeah? How do you know that?" "Toga, since you met, you have literally done everything to make me notice you. Calling me that name like Shigaraki does wouldn't exactly make me see you in a good light." "I have not. You literally harmed someone and wrote my name in a heart with their blood." "You have no proof." With that, she flung herself off the sofa, attempting to escape, only to fall flat on her face, resulting in the entire room erupting in laughter. Shigaraki turned to them in shock, then back to Izuku, who had also started laughing along with them. Enmity filled his body as he stood up with a grunt and walked out of the room. "Someone's in a mood. Tell me about it." Izuku stared at the door where Shigaraki had left. If All for One's words were true, this act of defiance was not going to be good for him. Toga looked up at Izuku, noticing the conflicted look in his eyes. Standing up and sitting back down, she grinned. "Are you worried about Mr. Handyman?" Izuku laughed, ruffling her hair. "You could say that." Bakugo rubbed his arms, which were sore from overusing his quirk. When they got off the bus, they were moved into a forest filled with creatures by a lady in a cat costume. They were instructed to reach the center of the forest, which meant using their quirks for hours on end. All the other students looked exhausted, defeated, and drained as they dragged themselves to the camp they were staying at. Some collapsed under the weight of their fatigue, while others stood, trying to catch their breath. Due to how long they took, in the cat lady's eyes, they wouldn't have to do any training, as if they even could if they were quicker. They were nice enough to prepare food for the day but made it clear they would be cooking for themselves from then on. After everything, they would have consumed whatever was put in front of them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bakugo went to the sleeping area and collapsed onto the blankets. All of them were unaware of the true challenges this trip would bring them. Especially the young boy named Koda who was with them. Hey, shitty hair. Take these over to Round Face. Geez, I have a name, you know. Kirishima picked up the cutting board with the recently chopped carrots and brought them over to Uraraka. She was chatting with Tsuyu while stirring the pot of curry. Hey, Bakugo wanted me to bring these over to you. Oh, are they the carrots he was cutting a while back? He is certainly good with that knife. Tell me about it. Remind me to never get on his bad side. Noted. Hey, Achiko. Something wrong, Tsu? Where is that boy from earlier? What do you mean, Koda? I'm not really sure. Uraraka looked over the sea of exhausted students, who all seemed on the verge of collapsing. As Tsuyu pointed out, the 6-year-old was nowhere to be. Kirishima furrowed his brow, equally confused and weary. I'm not sure either. You should probably ask Mandalay. Yeah, sure. Tsu, could you watch over the pot for me? Sure, Achiko. I'll stay with Tsu as well. Thanks, Kirishima. Uraraka walked over to one of their supervisors named Mandalay. She seemed to be the leader of the Pussycats, a 4-person group that was training them for the week. Training that had left them all drained and tired. Mandalay? Oh yes. Where is Koda? Oh. Mandalay sighed, looking down at her feet before meeting Uraraka's gaze. Koda doesn't take kindly to heroes. You see. She paused for a moment, considering her words, before looking back at Uraraka, whose head was ped slightly to the side in curiosity. His parents were killed by a villain. He came to stay with me as his guardian. Because we are also heroes, he isn't too fond of us. Wait, shouldn't he be happy with your position? I mean, isn't he proud of his parents' accomplishments? That's what everyone tells him. He seems to blame the entire hero society for his parents' deaths. But that's... Don't forget, Koda is still a child. He's looking for someone to blame. It just so happens that the hero society is who he blames. I see. Mandalay noticed Uraraka's expression and smiled, patting her on the head. Don't worry, this isn't your burden to bear. Besides, you need to keep your wits about you. Don't forget the test of courage the others are insisting on doing. When Koda comes back, I'll talk to him about leaving. You never know what's out there after all. Uraraka smiled, bid Mandalay farewell, and ran back to Kirishima and Tsuyu, who were deep in conversation about their favorite heroes, with Kirishima passionately discussing Crimson Riot. Most were talking about the test of courage and how they would scare each other. Mandalay gripped her head, feeling the pressure of the situation. The forest was engulfed in blue flames and a toxic gas. Students were crying out from deep within the woods, and many were behind her, terror and distress etched on their faces. All of Class 1B and half of Class 1A were in the forest, in danger of inhaling the gas or being burned, and Koda was still missing. Mandalay's mind raced, trying to think of any place her missing nephew could have gone. She wanted to search for him but risked the lives of the students and her unconscious and missing comrades. Aizawa approached her, out of breath and slightly singed. Mandalay. I'm taking the kids to the classroom. Okay, go now. Take Pixie Bob with you. She yelled back, blocking an attack from a villain. Her assailant was a lizard-like man wielding a sword made from an assortment of knives. Behind her was her teammate, Tiger, who was facing a villain specializing in hand-to-hand combat, referred to by the lizard as Big Sis. One of the students, Kirishima, picked up Mandalay and ran with her back to Aizawa, who was leading the students away. The villains seemed unfazed by this, still focusing their attention on the pro-heroes. Mandalay felt relieved, doing everything she could to subdue the villains so she could go find Koda. Tiger noticed this and yelled out to her to go and find him. What about you? I'll be fine. Just go find him. Mandalay took off in a hurry, rushing into the forest in hopes of finding her nephew. Koda wiped at his tears, trying to stop himself from crying. The abundance of heroes in the area brought back painful memories, overwhelming him with flashbacks. When he opened his eyes, he was horrified to see the entire forest covered in blue flames that ravaged the woodland. In the distance, he spotted a swirling purple ball, spinning like a hurricane. Observing the chaos, he realized none of the students had a quirk like that. Shaking slightly, he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground in shock. That's when he heard it. A loud rumbling came from behind him, followed by grunts and cursing. Frozen in place, Koda could only watch as a muscular man approached along the path. He was blond, with scars running up and down his body. Koda's tears returned, spilling down his face as he made eye contact with the man. The man looked surprised before grinning widely, a smile filled with malice and danger. Koda trembled as the man approached, his steps thunderous and loud. I wanted to get a higher point to see everything. All I can see is you, little man. Though you should do. Koda's breathing quickened as the man stood only inches away. His tears turned into silent sobs, too paralyzed to call out or pray for help. The man activated his quirk, raising his hand above his head, grinning like a madman. Guess you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, kid? Koda closed his eyes tightly, unable to say anything or even apologize for everything. A loud laugh echoed as gusts of wind blew against his face. Goodbye, Koda. Izuku watched from all for one side as he used one of his quirks to reveal the chaos unfolding in the forest. He saw students collapsing from Mustard's gas and noticed two girls being approached by Toga, one of whom was the girl Izuku had warned Toga about. The sight of it angered him. He also observed Muscular approaching a young boy, who was trembling in fear. Izuku felt a pang of disappointment. The boy shared many of his beliefs and didn't deserve such a fate. Panic spread among the students as attacks erupted between the two groups. Izuku suspected their exhausted bodies wouldn't withstand the pressure they were under, especially given how overworked their quirks were. He felt a twinge of sympathy for those who had been manipulated into the hero life, only to face this nightmare. However, he couldn't help but take some satisfaction in how Toga was tormenting Uraraka, relishing the despair on her face. He still had to deal with Toga. Uraraka gripped her arm, wincing at the painful cut that marred her upper arm. Achiko, you need to get out of here, she's clearly targeting you. I'm not leaving you, Itsu. Uraraka narrowly dodged another attack from her blonde assailant, who appeared to be around their age, as indicated by her outfit. She wore a scarf that resembled jaws, partially obscuring her gas mask, and had a device filled with various canisters and needles. Uraraka didn't want to know what they were for. Her expression was filled with rage. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Don't pretend you don't know. You upset Deku, so it's my job to make sure you pay. Deku? You're with the League of Villains? Of course. Now get over. Here. Toga lunged again, but Tsuyu pulled Uraraka away just in time. Achiko. We need to get out of here. I know. But how? We'll run. We need to find someone to help us. We can't fight her alone. Why? Agreed. Mandalay rushed up the path leading to the cliff, hearing a loud rumbling from the outlook. She had a sinking feeling about it. It was a secluded area not far from the camp. She prayed her instincts were wrong. Aizawa stood in front of a huddled group of students when he received the transmission filled with panic and fear. His hair stood on end as he surveyed the horrified faces around him. How could they not be terrified? Casualty. Koda is dead. I repeat, Koda is dead. High alert is required. Quirk usage is permitted. The despair in the voice was palpable, spreading dread among the students and teachers. They understood the gravity of the situation. They were alone and had to use their quirks to survive. Bakugo realized what Izuku had been trying to warn them about. They wouldn't have the chance to develop their skills because one of them was already gone. Who was to say another wouldn't follow? Uraraka felt a rope-like object wrap around her waist, lifting her off her feet and allowing her to evade the knife that had been aimed at her throat. Tsuyu used the momentum to pull herself up onto Uraraka's shoulders. Achiko, use your quirk. Nodding in agreement, Uraraka activated her quirk, feeling dizzy from overexertion, and propelled them high above the trees. Tsuyu used her tongue to grab onto branches, pulling them forward and away from Toga's grasp. Toga tried to chase after them but quickly realized she wouldn't catch up. However, the blood Uraraka had lost would be enough for Toga to fill one of her canisters, weakening her quirk. They wouldn't get far. Instead, Toga focused on regrouping with the others, skipping along the way, eager to show Izuku her accomplishments. Izuku chuckled at Toga's bubbly nature. Despite everything, she maintained her cheerful demeanor, as if she couldn't feel unhappy. But another scene caught his attention. Two B-class students had managed to take down Mustard. Whether that was a good or bad thing was debatable. So far, their side had lost one villain, while the heroes had around 7 students incapacitated by the gas, 1 injured, and 2 heroes missing. 1 student was dead. All things considered, Shigaraki's plan was progressing. The only issue was that he himself wasn't present, nor was Kurogiri. It seemed counterproductive not to have one of their best assets on the battlefield. No one truly knew what was going through Shigaraki's mind. As the screens flickered from person to person, more flaws emerged on the hero's side. One student had gone rogue, attacking another who seemed at a loss for what to do. Aizawa had evacuated some students to a secured classroom, while Mandalay remained at the cliff outlook. Then the screen switched to Bakugo. He was with Todoroki, facing a dangerous villain. Despite being on their side, Izuku had never liked him. He mumbled to himself, repeating words like flesh and kill. He was bound, resembling a caterpillar, with his teeth exposed. His quirk allowed his teeth to grow and strengthen, making them a formidable weapon. Signaling to all for one to focus on the 2 students, Izuku observed closely as they attempted to confront the crazed prisoner. Bakugo, you need to get back. Shut up, Icy Hot. You heard the cat, we need to use our quirks. I know, but we still need to get out of the way. Pulling on Bakugo's shirt, Todoroki yanked him away from the line of fire, sending a wall of ice to block the incoming attack. The rows of sharp teeth tore through the ground, narrowly missing them. Bakugo's mind raced as he tried to decipher the motive behind the chaos. Izuku had warned him, not the school. Either they were targeting him because of the sports festival, or Izuku was trying to confuse him. His thoughts became clouded, leading to impulsive decisions and reckless actions, resulting in various cuts and bruises. A loud rumble and a scream echoed from the forest, like a beast amplified by a speaker. They turned to see a large purple mass charging at them, with Shoji unconscious in its grasp. Is that Tokoyami? Sheet. He must have been drawn by the sound of my explosions. Tokoyami barreled toward them, forcing them to dodge in opposite directions, and Shoji was thrown into a tree with a loud crash. The toothy villain noticed this and charged at Tokoyami, only to be sent crashing into a tree, crumpled under the weight of Dark Shadow's arm. He then turned his attention back to the 3 students. Bakugo recalled the sports festival when he used light to disarm Dark Shadow. Standing up unsteadily, he positioned himself directly in front of Tokoyami, despite Todoroki's protests. As the purple mass charged, he raised his hands and unleashed an explosion, creating a path of fire near Dark Shadow. He didn't hit Tokoyami but got close enough to disarm Dark Shadow. Tokoyami collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion, thanking Bakugo profusely. Todoroki emerged from the woods, struggling to carry Shoji on his back. Above them, loud shouts were interrupted by a large crash as Tsuyu and Uraraka landed nearby. The 3 looked at them, noticing Uraraka's pale face and the large gash on her arm and shoulder. What happened to you, round face? Could ask you. The same, Uraraka gasped, collapsing to the ground and gripping her arm tightly. Tsuyu noticed and bent down, taking off her jumper and wrapping it tightly around Uraraka's arm. She then tore the sleeves of Uraraka's shirt and wrapped it around her shoulder. We were attacked by a knife-wielding psycho. She targeted Achiko because she upset Deku or something like that. Everyone froze, especially Bakugo, as he recalled the incident at the USA. Todoroki spoke up, so you think it's safe to assume that it's the League of Villains again? That's what she insinuated. Okay then. Uraraka, can you still use your quirk? Yeah. But I can't. Make you go very high. Can you make Shoji float so I can carry him easier? Nodding, Uraraka dragged herself to Shoji, tapping his shoulder and causing him to levitate a few feet off the ground. Tokoyami approached Uraraka and, with Tsuyu's help, lifted her onto his back so she could focus solely on making Shoji float and conserve her energy. Okay, Are we ready to? Where is Bakugo? At Tsuyu's statement, everyone turned around, realizing the blonde had disappeared. Did he run off alone? I don't know. Todoroki paused, glancing at the two injured students who looked pale and in danger of losing consciousness. He sighed and made the difficult decision. For now, we should get these two to Aizawa and just hope Bakugo is okay. He wouldn't run off without a reason. Plus, he's strong enough to make it back alone, Todoroki said, dragging Shoji through the air. I guess so. Right now, we need to prioritize these two. But do you think it has something to do with Deku? Maybe. But why did he have to run off alone? I mean, there are no villains around here right now, so he couldn't have been taken, right? Let's tell Aizawa when we get back. It's not like we have much of a choice. The group had to leave, otherwise, the two injured could suffer further harm. However, no one knew why the villains were there. If they did, they would have searched for Bakugo without a second thought. Because while they ran to the teachers, they left another behind. The attack on UA's first-year hero class left 13 students injured. 10 were unconscious due to the gas. Another sustained a head injury, one had various lacerations and cuts, and one was left unconscious after an attack by a rogue student. In total, 3 teachers were either injured or missing. Tiger and Pixie Bob were both injured and unconscious due to blows to the head, and Ragdoll was missing. Mandalay was left unresponsive and hospitalized due to mental trauma. And of course, a child had been killed. In contrast, the heroes defeated and captured only 2 villains. A B-class villain, Mustard, who was defeated by 2 Class 1B students, and a death row prisoner who was defeated by the rogue 1A student. In conclusion, it was an utter defeat. That didn't even mention how one student, Katsuki Bakugo, was also missing. Bakugo raised his head to look at the assailants responsible for the attack. In the room, there were around 7 villains. One, with a muscular physique, bragged about being the only one to kill someone. Bakugo realized he was talking about Koda. If anything, he was in disbelief. How could someone murder a child so cold-bloodedly? Though, it's not like he was much better. I mean, he practically tortured Izuku when they were kids. Who was he to judge? Still, he believed he would never murder a child. He knew he was better than that. Katsuki Bakugo. I'll cut right to the chase. I want you to join the League of Villains. Seriously? This again? Go throw yourself into traffic? Bakugo scoffed, much to the handman's dismay. If he recalled correctly, his name was Shigaraki. He was the one who took Izuku away. That was another thing. Izuku was nowhere to be found. Not in this room at least. And he hadn't shown up for the 2 days Bakugo had been stuck in this hellhole. Where is Deku? Shigaraki frowned, emanating anger from every part of his body. Leaning against the bar table, he scoffed. Why the hell do you want to know? Because forget you, that's why. A blonde-haired girl, who had just entered the bar, smirked at that before striding up to Bakugo and bending down to his eye level. So you're the one that Deku hates. You know he talks about you a lot. Who are you? Bakugo demanded. Just think about how much he wants to drown you in the sewers. Or how he wants to take your eyes out with a toothpick. He's quite imaginative about those things. Toga replied with a mischievous grin. Toga, please be quiet. Shut up, Dabi, Toga said through gritted teeth. Bakugo rolled his eyes, glancing back at the blonde girl. This was the first time he had seen her. Where had she been all this time? Are you his admirer or something? You could say that. Toga. Fine. It's not my fault you said I couldn't talk to him. Toga huffed, stomping back to behind the bar and leaning heavily against the table in disappointment. Shigaraki approached Bakugo, who was chained down, reminiscent of how he had been bound during the sports festival when he refused to accept his victory. To answer your question, he is with our master. But that doesn't matter. Master? What matters to you is whether you will join me or not. Jesus, I already said no. The villains exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. They began to understand why Izuku had been so defiant against Shigaraki's plan. It had been 2 days and Bakugo still wasn't agreeing. Shigaraki wasn't changing his approach, and Bakugo wasn't changing his mind anytime soon. The teachers' meeting wasn't going well. They had few leads and no witnesses. All they knew was that, due to their negligence, one child was dead and another was missing. The media and the public had turned against them. Nizu, we have nothing. The police can't find anything, and half the students are still unconscious. Just as they leaned back in their seats, about to call the meeting adjourned, a voice interrupted them from above. You know, you're asking all the wrong questions. They looked up to see a young boy perched on the ceiling frames. He wore a tailcoat, a jade dress shirt, and a large mask. It's not about where Kakin is, it's about who has him. The boy jumped down silently, removing his mask to reveal a confident smirk as the heroes stared in awe. It was the genocide. They all activated their quirks, preparing for battle. With a calm demeanor, he raised his arm and smiled. Like the new outfit? I figured the suit vest was kind of outdated. What are you doing here, genocider? Aizawa yelled. Geez, calm down or you're going to give me a headache. Just call me Izuku. Why are you here? On an assignment from All for One. All Might's eyes widened as he approached the boy, who seemed confident enough to walk into the school unarmed. Oh hello, Beach Might. How's the weather up there in Cloud 9? What does All for One want? Right now? He wants to test Shigaraki. So I'm here to tell you something that may be useful to you. However, Izuku walked past All Might nonchalantly, jumped onto the table, and approached Principal Nizu. I'll only tell you if you let me leave peacefully. What is the information? Nizu. We have no choice, Mike. Izuku smirked and sat down. Where Kakin is being held, of course. Everyone's eyes widened, followed by a shout from present Mike. He's bluffing. Why would he tell us something like that? Geez, please be quiet. Anyway, I'm not siding with you if that's what you think. I still hate heroes with a burning passion. I still believe they should disappear painfully. However, as I said before, here on All for One's orders. What are you talking about? I'm a broker, you know? I deal information for an equal price. I'll tell you where Kakin is if you let me leave without complaints. Why would you come here to begin with? Because All for One wants to test Shigaraki. He wants to know how well he holds up if a hero finds his base. I already told you this. Look, I don't want to waste any more time. Do we have a deal or not? Fine. Nizu? Tell us where Bakugo is and we will let you go. Wonderful. Being stuck with villains was awful. That was an understatement. They hadn't fed him, he hadn't washed or showered, and he hadn't moved for 2 or 3 days straight. The promise of these necessities hung over his head, contingent on his joining the villains. His pride and will wouldn't allow him to follow that demand. Instead, he sat for hours on end, his arms going numb from the heavy metal blocks that restrained him. He realized that eventually his mind would break, which he assumed Shigaraki was counting on. He wanted Bakugo to join of his own will. Bakugo would never stoop to that level. He would never lower himself to the point where harming others was entertainment. He was better than that. That's why he was praying for the heroes to help him. In his current situation, he was helpless due to the quirk-canceling bars on his arms. If he were free of those bonds, escaping would be as easy as defeating every single villain in the room, including those who had taken down pro-heroes. He didn't like it, but in his current situation, he could only rely on the heroes. If the heroes are so good, so noble, why did all of them turn away from me when I needed them? Even All Might, for goodness sake. The so-called hero of peace turned away when I practically begged for help. Why didn't anyone save me? I see. Bakugo thought to himself, silently recalling what had happened at the UFA. This is how Deku felt. The absolute despair of being abandoned when he needed it. Was awful. Bakugo had come to realize what Izuku meant. Why he turned out the way he did. This feeling Bakugo had, the desperation, Izuku had experienced this feeling for months, maybe years. Bakugo felt that he would lose his mind if he stayed here any longer. Fear was gnawing at his mind, though he didn't show it. Pain was consuming his body. And he had only dealt with it for 3 days or so. Izuku had for years. And it was all his fault. Shigaraki noticed Bakugo's head bow, the chains shifting and clinking as they moved. Smiling, he turned to Spinner, who was sitting on the sofa, talking to Toga, who was missing Izuku terribly. Remove his chains. Excuse me? Do it. Grimacing slightly, Spinner stood and walked over to Bakugo, who tensed at the sound of the chains falling to the floor one by one. Spinner frowned. Look, Shigaraki, I don't think this is a good idea. Shut up, lizard head. Just do it. I am, for crying out loud. The final chain fell to the floor in a heap of metal and rust. Bakugo raised one hand to his wrist, rubbing it slightly, his head still bowed. Now Bakugo, are you ready to join us? Everyone exchanged glances in disbelief. For the past 3 days, the kid had done nothing but refuse Shigaraki. Was he basing this decision on the fact that his head was bowed? He could have just been deep in thought. Instinctively, everyone took a tentative step back, keeping their distance from Bakugo. Shigaraki, however, strolled right up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. His grin was wider than any of them had ever seen, radiating dominance and absolute confidence. Bakugo smacked his hand off his shoulder, looking up to stare Shigaraki in the face, grinning firmly. I doubt that. I don't think I will ever be ready to join your little gathering. Shigaraki took a step back, eyes wide as if intimidated by Bakugo's unwavering certainty. This. A knock echoed through the room, freezing everyone. Most turned their heads in confusion, while others kept a keen eye on Bakugo. Pizza dlvoi. The foo. Smaashasha. Izuku stood on the roof of the abandoned building, brushing himself off slightly. Smiling softly to himself, he sat, observing the proceedings with curiosity. He had done exactly as All for One instructed. He secured a remote location as a backup hideout. It was an underground facility belonging to one of his business partners, who had given it to him on the condition that he gathered information on a local gang responsible for the tragic loss of his partner's 5-year-old twin daughters during a ransom deal. Izuku complied, gathering and providing details on the gang members' schedules and families. It took time, but eventually he compiled a folder containing all the useful information, some of which he obtained directly from the gang through persuasive means. The man was incredibly grateful, thanking him profusely. Izuku smiled, patted him on the head, and told him not to worry about it. Izuku was a good actor sometimes. Either way, he got what he wanted. So what if it meant exploiting the man? The facility had once been a storage area for cars sold long ago, now abandoned and unknown to most. It was convenient. He also shared the information with UA, which led to this ambush. He was a bit bewildered by All for One's actions but brushed it off, believing his words that it was just a test. He didn't expect such a large hero force to come just for Bakugo. They probably had to retrieve Kaken to protect their reputation. Either that or because of Kaken's quirk. Otherwise, they would have left him like they did for me. Favoritism much. Izuku sighed, standing up once again, his hair and tail coat swaying in the wind. As much as I'd like to stay and watch, I have to get back. I'll still see them in a little while. With that, he turned and made his way back to All for One. Young Bakugo. All Might approached Bakugo, laying an arm over his shoulder. I am so glad you are okay. The loud yells caused Bakugo to cringe slightly as he looked at the bar. After a loud crash, he was knocked to his knees as dust filled the air, blinding everyone in the bar. Many coughed, only to gasp as they found themselves bound by a wooden rope of sorts. All struggled to free themselves from their bonds, much like Bakugo had when he was first captured, which ended up being futile. They quickly subdued the ghostly one who could create portals to any location. All Might looked at the man who had knocked him out. Thank you, Gran Torino. Gran Torino? Bakugo had never heard of such a hero. Shigaraki struggled against the wooden restraints, trying to shake off Kamui's prison, before laying his eyes on All Might. All Might, he hissed, still strained as he attempted to regain his breath. How did you find this place? We can't tell you. What? That was part of the deal. Deal? Shigaraki's mind raced before a figurative light bulb went off in his head. The traitor. All Might shook his head, walking up to the blue-haired man. Shigaraki Tamura, you are hereby under arrest. As are the rest of you villains. All of the heroes bowed their heads slightly, some scared, including Shigaraki, who remained seething but stayed quiet with his head bowed. They all looked at Shigaraki in shock, which turned to anger as they realized he was willing to let them be captured. What kind of leader gave up like that? All for one? I see. He has given up. Yeah, he has. What now? We will retrieve them. Understood. Suddenly, gray pools erupted from the villains' mouths, causing their eyes to widen as they reached for their throats, deprived of oxygen. The heroes looked on in horror as more pools formed around the room, carrying large monstrous figures. They are Nomus. Similarly, the heroes charged directly at the Nomus, attempting to subdue them quickly as they remembered the destruction they caused in Hosu. All Might turned to Bakugo, planning to pick him up and remove him from the area immediately. He froze, unable to move, too shocked to do anything. Bakugo was on the floor, writhing in pain as a gray pool erupted from his mouth, enveloping him more with each passing second. He was gone, consumed into the pools along with all the other villains. All gone. Damn it. Kirishima turned to Todoroki, who was sitting in the hospital waiting room. Out of all the students, 3 hadn't woken up: Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Jiro. Both were frustrated, mainly at themselves. Kirishima felt helpless, and Todoroki was the one who had given the direct order to leave Bakugo behind. Both were eager to get him back, yet there was one issue. Neither knew where he was or how to help him. Before Yaoyorozu fell unconscious, she had apparently made a tracker and a receiver, which she gave to a B-class student. That student handed the receiver to the teachers after the incident, which tracked a Nomu that they had attached the tracker to. If she were awake, she could make another for them. But she wasn't. So they were left, feeling useless and annoyed. Todoroki. Yeah? When he gets back, we should both apologize, Kirishima said, offering a slight smile in an attempt to bring some hope. Todoroki smiled back. Yeah, let's do that. Bakugo opened his eyes groggily, propping himself up on his elbows. His hearing was muffled, but he could overhear a heated argument. What do you? Wanted to test not my. Forget you, Deku. As his hearing started to clear and his eyes focused, he was shocked to see Shigaraki standing in front of a large man in a suit, connected to various wires. Behind him was Izuku, a mask covering his face, hiding any emotion he might have felt. Not that he needed to hide it. His voice was cold, laced with anger. Shigaraki. That is enough. Master, what is this about? Testing me? What were you testing? Your capability of being a leader. My what? And I have to say, I am severely disappointed. When you were backed into a corner, you gave up. That is not how I raised you to be. Clearly, in your current state, you are unfit to inherit the league. Izuku will succeed me as leader. Bakugo's eyes widened as he stood shakily. Izuku noticed this and left all for one side, walking over to Bakugo, who was too focused on the conversation to notice. Pay them no mind, Kaken. This doesn't concern you. What the hell? It is really something to see you like this. Shaking so violently. But be careful, Kaken. I would suggest you not do anything rash. Izuku walked up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering, I have strict orders not to harm you. It's a shame, but that's how it is. But that doesn't mean I can't hurt you. Bakugo shivered as Izuku walked past him, ignoring his silence. He turned to see Izuku picking up the body of Ragdoll? Hey. Get your hands off her. Oh, so you still care about her? What if I told you her quirk was already gone, taken? Would you still want her? The Hero Society didn't want me because I was quirkless. Why should they want her? If that's the case. Izuku turned, Ragdoll hanging limply over his back. Then there is nothing you can do about it. Bakugo stared, awestruck, as Izuku took the body and tossed it onto the back of a pickup truck. What happened to you? Izuku turned to face Bakugo, who had approached him despite the warning. Bakugo gripped Izuku's collar and pulled him closer. What happened to the Izuku who loved heroes? Down now, Toga. It's okay. Bakugo remained tense even as the knife was removed from his throat. He turned to face the blonde girl, who was glaring at him but quickly ran up to Izuku and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I missed you so much," she cried, her joy almost bringing her to tears. Izuku chuckled, patting her on the head, causing her to release her grip but still stay by his side. Surrounding him were various villains, all armed and ready. They were protecting Izuku. The heck? What the hell? All eyes turned to Shigaraki, who had rushed up to the group. "I'm going to kill you." Shigaraki was fuming as he approached the group. "Back off, Shigaraki," Spinner yelled, standing firm with Dabi, Muscular, Magna, and Twice. "What are you doing?" "We are done. Your plan nearly got us killed, and you're going to blame him for objecting it," Dabi spat. "Why would we follow you? You disregarded Mustard and Moonfish. They deserved it." Twice yelled, his movements quick and agitated. What did he tell you?" "I refuse to let him be the leader." "Wait, Izuku's the leader now?" Muscular said, tilting his head slightly in confusion. "What?" Shigaraki stepped back, astonished as the group exchanged glances of joy. "Izuku, you're the leader!" Toga yelled, tackling Izuku in a hug, causing him to stumble back, equally confused by the group's sudden loyalty. "Yes. Why you didn't know? Then why were you protecting him?" "Because we want to. He didn't treat us like pawns. He talked to us, helped us develop our quirks, and didn't use us." Spinner shouted at Shigaraki, closing the gap between. "You're nothing," he hissed, pointing a finger at Shigaraki. Shigaraki frowned, smacking his hand away. "Who do you think you are?" "I am your leader." "Not anymore," Izuku said, strolling past Bakugo, who was being restrained by compress. He walked up to Shigaraki, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smiled. "Sorry about this." "Oh, and thanks for everything." That was all they saw. Shigaraki gripped his abdomen and fell, writhing. Bakugo's eyes widened, his struggle against the man's grip fading as he watched the light in Shigaraki's eyes dim, regret evident on his face. The villains looked at Izuku, confused and shocked by his sudden attack. Toga approached Izuku and smacked him on the back. "Holy hell, did not expect that. He was the one who brought you here, right?" "It was per my orders." Everyone turned to All for One, who was now walking over to Shigaraki. "I picked him due to his relation to All Might's master. Though his demise should serve as a shock factor enough. Besides, Izuku's turn to the villainous path was, in turn, All Might's fault. That should be a more direct attack on his psyche." "Agreed," Izuku said, walking up to All for One. "That aside, he should be here soon, right?" "Correct." As if on cue, a loud crash came through the ceiling of the facility, causing everyone except Izuku and All for One to duck for cover. Muscular picked up Kurogyri, who was still unconscious from the blow to the head, and dragged him under a table. The cause of the hole in the ceiling stood before them, his muscular form radiating power, causing all the villains to stay hidden. Except for Izuku and All for One, who stood side by side, staring down the hero. Bakugo attempted to shout to the figure but was cut off by Toga, who took over the duty of restraining him. "Be quiet, or I swear I'll make you regret it," she whispered, staring at Izuku in disbelief. A loud yell echoed through the facility, bouncing off the vast walls of the room. "I am here." All Might stood proudly in front of the villains, striking a heroic pose. Izuku smiled, pointed to the ceiling, and simply said, "Hey, are you going to pay for that?" "Unlikely," Twice shouted, only to be smacked on the head by Dabi. "Where is young Bakugo?" "Kaken? I have no idea. You're the hero, you figure it out." "Don't play tricks with me, villain." Izuku chuckled, then burst into laughter. "You call me the villain? Oh, you really are clueless. Tell me, All Might, whose fault is it? Why am I the villain?" "It's my fault. I've realized that. However, you shouldn't have brought innocence into this." "So you admit it. But All Might, are you calling Kaken innocent? If so..." Izuku stepped closer to All Might, who was already in a battle stance. "You're more foolish than you look," he hissed. Bakugo flinched in Toga's arms, who giggled at his discomfort. "We're getting to the exciting part," Izuku took a step back, moving toward All for One. But I'm not the one you want, right? All for One looked at Izuku, smiled, and stepped forward. Izuku, leave with the others. Leave Bakugo with me. Really? It would be easy enough to take him. He will be useful as a hostage in this battle. After all, he will be the one to test you. Now you're testing me? Fine, understood. Come on, guys. Toga, leave Kaken there. Okay, aye. See you later, Kaken. I'll catch up with you later. Hey, you aren't. Gone. That was it. He was gone. What the? I used one of my quirks to teleport him out of here. It was a one-time trick, so I had to use it now. Now. All for One stepped forward, aligning himself with All Might. All Might grimaced, activating One for All. He was running out of time. All for One. I swear I will finish you. Thunderous blows shook the ground beneath them. All Might and All for One fought fiercely, throwing punches and kicks at each other. Bakugo crouched, gripping the ground to avoid being blown away. Gales of wind rushed past, toppling walls and buildings, creating a large open space for their battle. The civilians had already been evacuated by Endeavor and Gran Torino, who were currently engaged with Nomus, unable to reach Bakugo. Bakugo was frozen, unable to move or speak. He could only watch in fear as debris and dust swirled around the now demolished building. All Might roared, preparing another punch. Fist clenched, he struck All for One, sending a wave of wind that took down the remaining roof of the building. All for One chuckled, easily blocking the blow and delivering a kick to All Might's gut, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. All Might gasped, struggling to catch his breath as All for One approached him. You have grown weaker, All Might. Tell me, have you passed on One for All yet? All Might clenched his chest, breathing heavily. He was running out of time. No, which is why. I will survive and defeat you. So I can pass it on. He stood up, using the wall for support. All for One chuckled. You're so confident. Well then. All for One's arm enlarged, bulking up to a more muscular appearance. Let's see you keep that promise. All Might charged at him, the power cracking the wall he used for support, delivering a roundhouse kick to All for One, who effectively blocked it and countered with his own attack, which All Might dodged. Both sent their fists directly into each other, creating a surge of power that enveloped them in a whirlwind of energy. Meanwhile, Bakugo lost his grip and was thrown into a boulder that had collapsed after the building's destruction. He winced in pain as he felt something crack in his chest. Bakugo fell to the ground, breathing heavily, eyes wide as he continued to watch the incredible battle unfold. All Might noticed Bakugo's cry and turned to him, seeing him doubled over, clutching his chest. Young Bakugo! All Might attempted to rush to the boy, but a large, rope-like material wrapped around his waist and flung him into a pile of rubble. Now, All Might, you should be focused on me, not the boy. All Might looked up, seeing All for One floating in the air, the wires now detached from his bruised body. Bakugo shut his eyes tightly and shouted weakly, Don't worry about All Might. But, young Bakugo, do what you have to beat this monster. All Might gave Bakugo an understanding look and nodded firmly, turning back to All for One. Have your little chat? Now, let's continue. All for One barely had time to react before All Might's punch sent him crashing back to the ground, causing a large cloud of dust to erupt. Bakugo coughed, gritting his teeth in pain as the vibrations shook his injured ribs. A sheet. All Might stood over All for One, attempting to drive him further into the ground, but his punch was halted as All for One raised his enlarged arm, delivering a kick to All Might's knee, causing him to collapse. Rolling to the side to avoid another attack, All Might used his momentum to spring back to his feet, using his power to jump back a few feet. All for One charged at him, shaking the ground with each step. In an attempt to evade, All Might tried to escape, only to be caught by a black rope that emerged from the ground, binding him. With no choice but to block, All Might raised his arms in an X position, bracing for the impact as All for One's fist collided with his arms, causing his bones to creak under the pressure. All Might shouted slightly as the rope released his legs, sending him flying into a building. All for One clenched his chest, the overwork wearing down his already exhausted body. All Might looked up, wiping the blood from his forehead caused by a stray wound. Tell me, why are you here? Why did you not leave with the other villains? The League is not mine to lead, so I see no value in returning with them. Who is the leader then? Shigaraki? All for One laughed at All Might's remark, sending shivers up All Might's damaged spine. Tamura Shigaraki is dead. I made sure Midoriya finished that boy off. All Might's eyes widened, noticing the body that Bakugo was desperately pointing to. Why would you? He was a liability, a mere pawn. His death will prove his purpose in my plan. A liability? Didn't you care for the boy? Hardly. He was simply my way of returning the favor to an old enemy. A favor? Nana Shimura. The woman who trained you, the one I truly hate. That boy was her grandson. All Might froze, eyes wide. Nana Shimura, his old master and the one who passed one for all to him. Her grandson was Tamura. All for One let out a menacing laugh, pointing at All Might with a deepened smile. That's it. That's the face of despair I was searching for. All Might couldn't respond, merely staring in shock. He couldn't articulate any words or actions, he could only watch. All for One started to approach All Might, raising a fist toward him. All Might didn't react. Bakugo stared, eyes wide as All for One approached All Might. Move. All Might. Move, he said hoarsely. All Might didn't hear. He didn't move. All for One stared, overjoyed yet not showing it. Raising his fist high into the air, he looked down at All Might, collapsed on the ground. Goodbye, All Might. He flung his fist down toward All Might. All Might recoiled from the impact, adjusting his senses. He looked up to see Bakugo, tearful, gripping his chest. Why young Bakugo? All Might looked around and saw All for One, who had been sent flying into debris. Wake up, All Might. All Might snapped to attention, looking at Bakugo, who had collapsed into a coughing fit. Who cares who Shigaraki was? I don't know who this Nana is. But it doesn't matter. Shigaraki killed people. He's a villain. And he's gone. But there's one, right in front of you, who is going to hurt everyone. And you need to stop him. Bakugo fell, gripping his chest, practically screaming away his agony. All Might stared at the boy, picking him up and running to a safer area a few feet away, where he laid the wheezing boy down. A loud explosion echoed, revealing All for One, brushing off the explosion that Bakugo had given him. All for One stared at Bakugo, then at All Might, frowning before charging up another attack. Standing back up, All Might faced All for One. Smiling, All Might coughed up some excess blood. I have realized something, All for One. And what would that be? All for One hissed. I don't need to get out of this alive. Blow after blow. Break after break. The battle intensified as the strikes continued. Both parties were exhausted but kept fighting using pure will. All for One targeted Bakugo once or twice, only to be met with brutal force by All Might. The entire battle was being broadcasted, allowing the world to cry out for All Might, begging him to take down All for One. Bakugo yelled weakly, encouraging All Might with any remaining strength he had left. All Might fought, not for himself, but for everyone he had to save. For everyone he had to protect. Because that's what a symbol of peace did. Throughout this entire battle, All for One smiled. No matter how much he was beaten down, no matter how much he was hurt, he kept smiling. Tell me, why are you smiling? All Might said breathlessly, smoke emanating from his body. It won't be long. What? It won't be long until you realize what a massive overstep you have taken. All Might gritted his teeth as All for One charged at him, releasing a quirk that shot a concentrated ball of energy toward him, creating a current of charge. All Might ran to the side, his hair singed slightly by the heat. The attack crashed into a wall, causing debris to almost fall on Bakugo, who luckily was able to jump out of the way, resulting in a sharp cry of pain. Young Bakugo. I'm fine. Keep fighting. Bakugo coughed in return. Right. All Might ran back toward All for One, determined to protect everyone surrounding him. The entire world cried for his victory. Everyone yelled for his protection. All Might raised his fist, screaming, "All for One," and punched him. At least he tried to. All Might tensed all his muscles, but try as he might, he couldn't budge. Couldn't move. Couldn't speak. The population held their collective breath as they saw All Might's fist was just inches away from All for One. "Sorry. Took me a while to get back." Bakugo's eyes widened, as did All Might's. Everyone was taken aback. Floating slowly down was a familiar set of ruby-red eyes and black hair. His mask radiated the moonlight with its glossy finish. Removing the mask, the culprit smiled, staring directly at the helicopter's camera. Bolts of electricity surrounded him as his eyes glowed with a menacing aura. "Come now, Midoriya, you needn't apologize." "Maybe so, yet your teleporting quirk is quite difficult to get a hang of." All Might's eyes watered as he could only move his eyes to see the boy. Izuku Midoriya walked up to All for One and put his hand softly onto All Might's arm, eyes glowing brighter than before. Suddenly, All Might collapsed down, moving his fingers, having his movement returned. Looking at the two wide-eyed, he saw Izuku smile maliciously. "Can I take him down? Now? How do I have a quirk?" "Simple, All for One gave me his. Passing on his desire, if you will." "But he still has a quirk?" "Simple, I gave him some quirks that would be necessary to beat you. Strength, endurance, power. I have more notes on you than anyone. That made finding your weaknesses so much easier." Bakugo crawled out from under the metal table where he had been hidden, clutching his chest and trying to walk over to Izuku, but his knees buckled after a few steps, causing him to land hard on his stomach. "Now, All Might." All Might felt his arms tense again, feeling his muscles contract spastically. All Might yelled a quick shout in pain, much to Izuku's delight. "I have to say goodbye." Izuku's body seemed to glitch, distorting reality as he suddenly disappeared behind Bakugo. Bakugo gasped as he was picked up and flung next to All Might with ease. "Young Bakugo!" All Might crouched down, turning the boy over as he groaned in pain. All Might looked up to see masses of debris floating higher and higher. He stared at Izuku, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. Izuku snapped his fingers together, and the rubble came crashing down onto the two. Bakugo coughed, gripping his leg, which had been pinned under the weight. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes as he struggled to push the rubble off. He pulled his injured foot from beneath the rocks, hissing in discomfort. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he was met with a horrifying sight. He shook his head, tears streaming down his face. No. All Might lay above him, a metal pipe piercing through his side. He coughed lightly, a small amount of blood escaping his lips. His body was smoking as he looked at the boy, who had once been saved by him, now witnessing his hero in distress. All Bakugo's cry was cut short by a sharp pain in his chest, forcing him to cough. All Might smiled weakly. "I'm not glad that you're okay." No. All Might, why? Why did you?" Another wave of pain shot through Bakugo, causing him to wince. "Listen, young Bakugo," All Might spoke clearly yet faintly. "I have no more options. I need you to listen to me. You must take my quirk." What do you mean?" Bakugo stammered, but pain surged through him again. He knew it was nothing compared to what All Might was enduring. "Ingesting a piece of my hair will do." Wait. I don't. I can't explain further. Go to Gran Torino. Please, Bakugo. I won't last much longer." All Might raised his hand weakly, tearing a piece of hair from his head, and handed it to Bakugo. "Eat this. Use this power along with your own to defeat young Midoriya. End this in my place." Bakugo's tears overflowed, mingling with the ground beneath him. "All Might, I can't." All Might placed a hand on Bakugo's face, causing him to jump slightly. The hero's gaze held a fatherly warmth. "I believe in you, Katsuki Bakugo. Even if no one else does, I will. I will live through you. Now take this and live. I will be here after all." All Might smiled at the boy, a hint of red visible on his lips. He rested his hand on Bakugo's chest, sending a slight pain through him. I am here. Izuku stretched his arms up high, sighing in relief as he looked at the pile where All Might and Bakugo were buried. He didn't fully believe it would end in tragedy, though the heavy debris made him uneasy. The world, however, was horrified. They watched in disbelief as the #1 hero was trapped beneath the rubble. Many were crying, including several from Class 1A who were following the broadcast. Kirishima and Todoroki stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed with distress. This couldn't be the end. Hey, I'm heading back to the base. There's nothing else for me to do, right? One voice said. Yes. I will stay here, came the reply. What? But they'll capture you. Even if All Might is gone, there are other heroes around. Plus, I still don't know how to control your quirk. That was just a fluke. I realize that. Your control needs improvement. But Kurogyri can assist with that. Huh? Now go. Before the heroes close in. Okay. Straining his body, feeling the pressure in his bones, Izuku teleported out of the area. All for one side and turned back to face the rubble. It was clear that Izuku needed to work on his control. In a matter of seconds, the pile exploded outward, sending dust flying in every direction. Everyone watching smiled and laughed, expecting to see All Might emerging with Bakugo in tow. They were mistaken. Bakugo stood, tears streaming down his face as he pulled All Might from the debris, a piece of metal still embedded in his body. The world stood still, then trembled. Everyone stared, unable to speak. Some children turned to their parents, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. All Might was likely gone. Bakugo wiped his tears and glared at All for One, standing on one leg, the other limp from the damage. All for One smiled knowingly. They say quirks activate faster under great stress. Red lines, almost vein-like, appeared on Bakugo's body, currents of energy surrounding him as he clenched his fists. All for One, I swear to you. I will defeat you. Another battle erupted between Bakugo and All for One. Bakugo used All Might's quirk sparingly, aware of the toll it took on his body. He primarily relied on his own explosions while All for One used his strength enhancement. All for One's movements were slow but powerful. Bakugo had to be strategic about positioning and speed if he wanted to survive and fulfill All Might's wish. Defeat him. Bakugo dodged various attacks. Though his speed was reduced, his smaller frame and agility made his movements unpredictable to All for One, especially since his only recent opponent had been All Might. Bakugo unleashed another explosion toward All for One, who managed to block it, using his own quirk to send Bakugo crashing into a nearby wall. Gasping and clutching his ribcage, Bakugo's head spun. Izuku had mentioned retaining 3 quirks, right? What were they? Power, endurance, and... what was the last one? Bakugo jumped sideways, narrowly avoiding a charged attack. Not that that was a power quirk. What was it? Strength. That meant his weaknesses were tied to. If Bakugo could outmaneuver him, he might have a chance. With this in mind, Bakugo focused on increasing his speed, dodging and landing quicker, lighter attacks. Hit dodge. Hit dodge. Bakugo recoiled as an attack struck him directly in the shoulder. He yelled, gripping it tightly. Broken foot, broken ribs, dislocated. Shoulder, head wound, and a damaged hand. This was becoming increasingly difficult to endure. Bakugo stumbled, falling backward only to be caught in someone's arms. He turned weakly to see Gran Torino supporting him. Dazed, Bakugo glanced at All for One. He was restrained? Endeavor had the villain pinned to the ground, with Kamui Woods binding him down. Thanks, kid. We were able to catch him by surprise. Bakugo never heard this, however, as he had collapsed quickly. Katsuki Bakugo was unconscious, his body battered and broken. Izuku Midoriya was gone, taking All for One's quirk with him. All Might was dead. All for One was incarcerated. Many civilians were injured or lost their lives. Was it a win or a loss for either side? No one could really tell. Red flashes were interrupted by sparks of green lightning. Black smoke swirled around, enveloping everything in its sight. Time seemed to freeze, and shadows formed shapes before collapsing. Flashes of figures resembling people darted in and out of the mist, causing its direction to shift. Silence enveloped everyone present, whether alive or not. No amount of twisting or struggling could free anyone from the grasp of the smoke. Bakugo still tried, weakly twisting and turning in an attempt to escape the mist. His grunts and struggles were unheard, as no one was there to listen. No amount of shaking could release him. His ashy blonde hair swayed slightly as a gust of wind blew past him, causing him to clench his eyes shut. When he reopened them, his eyes took a moment to adjust to the darkness, and they fell on a menacing sight. 8 misty figures stood before him, staring directly at him. None spoke. Their slight movements were the only indication of life. His words of confusion were muffled, as if a hand had been placed over his mouth, silencing him. The 8 figures began to step back, much to Bakugo's dismay. He struggled to reach them but was met with black, rope-like restraints pulling him in the opposite direction. Bakugo dug his heels into the ground, trying to reconnect with the figures. His struggles were in vain as he was dragged into the mist where the others had disappeared. A faint sound of a heartbeat rang in Bakugo's ears. Clenching his fists, he opened his eyes groggily and winced at the bright light. He found himself in a room painted white, with a dull green strip running along the base. He lay on a hospital bed, barriers still up, with one leg elevated by a pillow. He was connected to machines that whirred and fluid flowed into his wrist, which was not covered in bandages. Bakugo had no strength to lift himself into a sitting position, so he lay back, his head sinking into the pillow. He craned his neck to see a button labeled, "Ring for hospital staff." With considerable effort, he managed to hoist himself up enough to press the button, which let out a buzzing sound. He allowed his arm to fall back down, along with his head, which felt heavier than before. Before long, a nurse entered the room quickly, bursting through the door and staring at him wide-eyed. Bakugo made eye contact with her, tilting his head slightly in confusion. The nurse stuck her head out the door, calling for the doctor to come, before approaching Bakugo. "Hello, Mr. Bakugo. I'm Charlotte. I've been taking care of you." "Cut the Mr. Crap. What happened?" Bakugo asked, his voice strained. As she began to explain, the doctor walked in calmly, holding a clipboard. "You were involved in a villain attack after you were kidnapped. You sustained various injuries." Bakugo shifted, trying again to push himself up. This time, the doctor intervened, turning to the nurse. "Notify his parents and the school." "Right," the nurse replied and left swiftly as the doctor sat down in a chair near Bakugo. "Please don't try to sit up. The scars from your surgery haven't completely healed." "Surgery?" Bakugo echoed, confused. "You sustained many broken and fractured ribs and bones." The doctor took an X-ray photo from his clipboard and held it up for Bakugo to see. His bones looked shattered, while his leg had only one break at the ankle, which was a relief compared to the damage to his hand. Recovery Girl dealt with the minor breaks, but we had to reconstruct your hand using fragments and substitutes. It may be slightly more difficult to move, though the nerves and ligaments were not too badly damaged. You were extremely lucky. Bakugo nodded, unable to respond, still in shock over what had happened. The doctor noted his silence and continued, delivering more news. "After your surgery, you fell into a minor coma, which you have now awakened from. Bakugo, you were asleep for about a month, meaning your muscles will be weaker for a while, but with therapy, you should regain your strength soon." Bakugo stared at the doctor, wide-eyed. A month? Granted, his injuries were severe, but that was an incredibly long time to be unconscious. After a quick examination, the doctor left, allowing Bakugo some time to process what he had been told and to recall the events involving All for One and All Might. He didn't want to think about it, but his mind replayed the scene etched into his memory. All Might had shielded him from the impact, sacrificing himself to protect Bakugo. How he had been gravely injured while trying to save him. How he had failed to avenge his death. Bakugo knew it was his fault, both directly and indirectly. Izuku wouldn't have turned against him if he hadn't made the choices he did. Bakugo wouldn't have been attacked if he hadn't acted the way he did. And All Might had paid the price for his actions. He had taken what Bakugo deserved. And now, All Might was gone, while Bakugo remained. Izuku stretched his arms above his head as he stood from his desk, accidentally knocking over a pile of papers. Choosing to leave them on the floor, he headed out of the room and entered the complex. The facility was large, housing rogue villains wanting to join the League, as well as boxes of weapons and supplies being loaded onto vehicles by groups of people laughing and chatting. Many approached him, seeking his advice and assistance. Being the leader of this ever-growing league was challenging in its own right. He had to ensure that no information leaked about this place, or he would endanger the lives of all its members. He also had to keep up with deals, food arrangements, assigning missions, and payments. Not to mention, some believed he was incapable of being a leader due to his young age. However, many quieted down after he demonstrated his capabilities. Izuku had been training with Kurogiri for the entire month, learning to harness aspects of his quirk and understand his weaknesses. He kept a close watch on Kurogiri, who had been particularly close to Shigaraki and was the only one visibly upset by his death. Izuku needed to be sure he could still trust him. Izuku opened a large metal door and walked into the makeshift bar, where Dabi, Toga, Twice, and Spinner were sitting, along with a few other villains, drinking away their sorrows. Those four, along with Magna and Muscular, were on the main offensive group, while Compress had opted to join the planning and decision-making team as the head of planning. He was smart and tactical, making him a valuable addition. Still, he joined them on missions as an offensive villain. They were the ones Izuku sent on high-stakes raids and missions, with Izuku mostly staying back to observe and intervening when things went awry. They appreciated that support. Toga looked at Izuku, grinned widely and ran at him, delivering another enthusiastic hug. Izuku chuckled, patting Toga on the back as she squeezed him tightly. When she released him, she grabbed his shoulders and shook him slightly. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you in ages. You saw me literally 3 hours ago." "Only briefly. Come on, you need to take a break every now and then. That's why I'm here." Izuku smiled, peeling Toga's hands off his shoulders and walking over to the bar stools, sitting next to Dabi. The bar had once been a business room for the original owner but was converted into a bar by Twice for research. He never specified what kind of research. Twice was happily singing along to the radio, which was blasting a lively tune. Many others joined in, creating a chorus of voices across a sea of cheerful adults. Spinner was sitting on the bar table itself, casually sharpening a butterfly knife. Izuku gave him a look, to which Spinner shrugged. Dabi was sitting, staring down at his phone, texting Compress about new information he had overheard during an assignment. Toga walked up beside Izuku, perching herself on a stool, her legs swinging happily. "Hey, bartender, get me some orange juice." "Orange juice? Really? I know, right? I didn't know they had it here." "Not what I meant." The bartender, who was another broker Izuku had contacts with during his training, slid a glass over to Toga, along with a piece of paper to Izuku. "Oh, is that about the thing I asked you to do? Thanks," Izuku said, picking up the paper, glancing over it quickly before putting it in his pocket. What is that?" Toga asked, placing her glass back down. "Nothing you need to worry about for now." "For now? It's in regards to a mission I specifically requested." "Oh, will I be going? Can I take someone out?" "Yes, you will be going and maybe." "Yes. Will you come this time?" "Yeah, I will." Dabi looked up from his phone, staring at Izuku in astonishment. Izuku chuckled. "Yeah, this is quite important, so I figured I would tag along." "Really? And what exactly is this mission?" Izuku laughed slightly, signaling the bartender to bring him a drink. "Information extraction from the UA database." Kirishima ran faster than he ever had before. Todoroki was not far behind, both breathless as they climbed flights of stairs while getting scolded by the hospital staff. They didn't care, they had to get to Bakugo. It had supposedly been a day since he woke up, and he was finally allowed visitors. As soon as they heard this, they sprinted to the hospital to see him. Kirishima made it to the door first, flinging it open and running inside, catching his breath. "Jesus Christ, shitty hair." Kirishima looked up and saw Bakugo sitting up with a newspaper in his lap. Todoroki burst in not long after, also breathless. "You too, Icy Hot?" Both boys smiled, walking up to Bakugo, one on each side of the bed. "What are you doing?" "We came to see you. It's been a while." Bakugo chuckled. Both Kirishima and Todoroki exchanged wide-eyed glances. He laughed. Both looked at Bakugo, smiles growing on their faces. "Maybe for you, Icy Hot. I haven't missed either of you." Kirishima chuckled, grabbing a chair and sitting beside Bakugo. "Looks like you haven't changed a bit." The three of them talked for a while, mainly about everyday things, with Bakugo's responses peppered with colorful language. However, after a while, their conversation shifted, mainly due to Bakugo's influence until he asked them, "What happened with Deku?" Todoroki and Kirishima froze, looking at each other in trepidation. "They haven't told me anything. They either ignore my question or dodge it. So I'm asking you, what happened with him?" Todoroki and Kirishima nodded to each other, with Kirishima speaking first. "Well, after what he did to All Might and what he said about inheriting that guy's quirk, they increased his rank from S to SS. They also put a police team on the case, who spend all their time looking for leads on him." Todoroki continued, with Bakugo not interrupting. "They can't find him or any major villains. The leading theory is that he has a quirk that can block people's perception or disorient them if they find him. Or he just eliminates them." Kirishima bowed his head, solemnly adding, "I'll be straight with you. This is bad. Really bad. All Might's dead, and the villains are getting stronger under a powerful leader. The school is permanently on high alert. They've even put us into dorms to keep us safe. Everyone's scared. They don't know what to do. Especially after what happened to me." "I know," Bakugo said quietly. The boys shifted, unsure of what to do. Kirishima frowned, grabbing Bakugo's shoulder and shaking him a little. "Though you managed to help capture the all-for-one guy, right? Despite your injuries, you faced one of the most dangerous villains and survived. That's nothing to frown at." Bakugo looked up, staring into Kirishima's eyes. "Speaking of which, me and Todoroki actually came to tell you something." Bakugo turned to Todoroki, who walked over to Kirishima's side. "We are so sorry," Kirishima said. "What's?" Todoroki gripped his own arm, unable to look at Bakugo. "I'm the one who made the call to leave you at the training camp. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have been captured. And you wouldn't be stuck in here. And I didn't even try to help. I stayed in a classroom the whole time." Bakugo glanced at the two, both sharing the same look of anger and regret. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck before responding. "I got captured, then I got out. I'm still alive. We'll leave it at that." We'll leave it at that," Bakugo said more firmly. "No need to feel guilty about it." Todoroki and Kirishima exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Yeah, agreed." It took about 2 weeks, but Bakugo was finally discharged from the hospital with scheduled physical therapy sessions once a week to regain strength in his limbs. Many classmates visited him, though their visits were brief due to the hospital's strict rules. They didn't want to overwhelm Bakugo after his ordeal. Bakugo didn't feel traumatized. Sure, he had a few nightmares and moments of anxiety, but PTSD? Not really. Bakugo sat in a car with tinted windows, flanked by his parents, who visited him every day. Aizawa was driving and explained the dorms to Bakugo. "There's a kitchen with ingredients for you to make your own meals, a living room for all students, and bathrooms separated by gender. You'll have your own individual room with air conditioning." Bakugo replied, not really paying attention as his mind wandered to thoughts of Izuku and what he might be doing. He wondered what he could have done differently. Then a thought struck him. "Hey, Mom, how's Inko doing?" Mitsuki turned to her husband, who nodded before she looked back at Bakugo. "I'm not too sure. She hasn't talked to us in a while. I can't imagine she's taking this well." No. Izuku's actions regarding All Might had been broadcasted across Japan and eventually reached the Western world. Everyone was horrified by what a child had done to the top hero and how easily he had defeated him. Granted, All Might had been weakened by All for One, and protecting Bakugo had certainly contributed to his downfall. No one outright blamed Bakugo, but he could feel their judgment. They knew that because he was there, all might was gone. Bakugo sighed, choosing to look out the window instead of at anyone else. After a while, they arrived at the dorms. The building was large, with many symmetrically placed windows on the brick walls, surrounded by neatly trimmed bushes and a brick path leading to the front doors. Following closely behind his parents, he walked in, scratching lightly at his bandages. As he stepped inside, he was met by many pairs of eyes, all looking at him in shock. He was soon bombarded with footsteps and voices, all asking how he was and why he hadn't mentioned his discharge. He shrugged off many of the questions, interrupted by his father clearing his throat. "We're going to head out now, Katsuki. Call us if you need anything." Yeah, see you later." He was quickly led to a sofa where he was seated. About 10 students surrounded him, all smiling widely. "How are you?" "Fine. Are your injuries healed?" "Pretty much." "Were the nurses nice?" "What the heck, Grapehead? Come on, guys, give him a little space," Momo said, sitting next to Uraraka and Tsuyu, who was playing with Tsuyu's hair. "Okay." Soon, they were chatting about ordinary things, playing games, and sharing stories. In the middle of Mina's tale about a breakdancing competition with a monkey and a snake man, Bakugo realized he was smiling. He was having fun. Mitsuki knocked on Inko's door, finding it already open. "Inko!" She grasped her husband's hand as he walked in, turning on the lights. The house was dusty and cluttered. The curtains were drawn, and boxes were piled against the walls. Knocking on a bedroom door, she heard a voice call out. Just a second." Inko emerged, holding a box, which she placed down on top of other boxes. "Inko? What are you doing?" "I'm moving to America to be with my husband." "What? Why are you moving?" "So I can be with my husband?" He finally found a house where we could both live with enough space for kids. "What about Izuku?" "Huh? Izuku? Your son?" Inko chuckled, picking up another box. "What are you talking about? I don't have a son." Mitsuki stared at Inko, who smiled sweetly but looked genuinely confused. The couple exchanged horrified glances. Inko raised an eyebrow. "Hey, are you okay? Do you want some tea or?" "What do you mean? Your child? Is this some kind of joke? I don't have a kid." What about his room over there?" Mitsuki pointed desperately to Izuku's room. Inko turned, chuckling awkwardly. "That's where Katsuki used to stay when I babysat him. I was going to redecorate it since he's older now, but I have no reason to. I live here alone, so I don't have a lot of stuff." "But you do. You have a son named Izuku who's been with you for years." "If I do, where is he? I haven't had a child stay here in ages." He ran away a few months ago." Inko chuckled, her hand on her hip. She had lost quite a bit of weight, giving her a more curved appearance. "Very funny. Surely you could come up with a better story than that." "What about on the news?" "Izuku was with the villain that took out All Might." "Wait, you mean that kid villain? He looks nothing like me or Hisashi. He has black hair and red eyes. Neither of us have that. Plus, neither of us has a quirk like his. His levitation power was exponentially greater than mine." Mitsuki turned to Masaru, hoping for some kind of support. Masaru glanced at the photo albums on her desk. "What about those? The pictures of that kid?" "Oh, that? If I remember correctly, that's Hisashi's nephew. We don't see him much, which is why all those pictures are from when he was a toddler." But, look Mitsuki, I have some packing to do. This isn't a funny joke, and if there's nothing else you need, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." "Inko, let's go, Mitsuki." "What?" "I need to talk to you." Mitsuki stole one last look over her shoulder as her husband grasped her hand and led her away gently. She was humming and waving at them. As they left the apartment, Inko sighed. What was that about? Izuku allowed his head to rest softly on the desk. He aimlessly played with the pencil on his desk in boredom. Many of his tasks involved a lot of paperwork, which wasn't too bad when it didn't date back years ago. Neither All for One nor Shigaraki seemed like the type to enjoy this kind of thing. The door suddenly burst open with a force that nearly knocked it off its hinges. Izuku didn't even need to look up, only raising a hand in a mock wave. "Hey, Toga." "Hey, Izuku." Izuku raised his head, one eyebrow pet upwards. "Izuku? That's not your name. Have you been lying to me?" No, it's just that you usually call me Deku." "Oh, you said you didn't like it." "I didn't want to offend you." Leaning back in his chair, Izuku sighed. "Look, Toga, I told you. Also, I wanted to call you by your first name too." Of course she did. "Toga, I don't mind you calling me Deku or Izuku or whatever. I mean, half the people here call me Deku thanks to that nickname Shigaraki gave me." "I've been meaning to ask. Did you not care for Shigaraki anymore? I mean, you defeated him quite easily." Izuku looked at Toga, who was now sitting on a clear space of his desk. "Don't you eliminate people you have feelings for?" "Yeah, but I didn't know any of them for that long." "Well, except for that guy in junior high." Izuku ignored the contradictory remark, stretching out his arms and standing up, moving to a sofa in the corner of the room. Toga followed, perching herself by his side. "Well, I cared about the guy, but that doesn't excuse his behavior. He did everything to annoy me. In the beginning, after I got back from training, I managed to tolerate it. I just chalked it up to his childish personality. But he kept pushing and pushing. Honestly, the whole capture Kaken mission didn't help anything." Toga fiddled with his hair, which he had recently re-dyed using Dabi's hair dye, which he definitely didn't steal. "But why did you eliminate him?" "All for One told me to after he endangered everyone. His jealousy of my new position was his downfall. I was ordered to eliminate him if he became too violent or treacherous. Which he did." "Didn't All for One care?" "Yes and no. I mean, the guy raised him but only as a pawn against All Might. He used his only family in his plans. Who's to say he wouldn't use his adoptive kid? That's messed up." Izuku turned to face Toga, who leaned her head on his shoulder. "Really? You're saying that?" "Look, Izuku. I eliminate people who I think look great splattered in blood. Kids are a no for me." "Guess so. I mean, most villains have their boundaries when it comes to that kind of thing." "Even you?" "Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to take down everyone if that's what you're asking." Toga giggled, shuffling closer to Izuku and closing her eyes. "Sure, Mr. Genocider." "Oh, nicknames now? Great." Toga giggled again. Izuku rolled his eyes and looked at the clock, reading 11 p.m. Izuku sighed, leaning back into the sofa. Toga had fallen asleep quite quickly, still leaning on him. He could use a break. Mitsuki focused intently on the computer screen. Masaru stood behind her, holding an amnesiac book. Mitsuki stopped, her eyes moving left and right over an article describing a certain condition. "Hey, what about this?" Masaru turned, walked over to Mitsuki, and looked over her shoulder. Dissociative amnesia occurs when a person blocks out certain information, usually associated with a stressful or traumatic event, leaving him or her unable to remember important personal information. Finding out your son is a high-class criminal and watching him take down the top hero could be classified as stressful, right? Mitsuki whispered. "I read about that too. It's more common in women and isn't caused by an injury or illness. They are also more susceptible to depression and anxiety." "You don't think?" "Yeah, she blocked out every memory of her son after witnessing what he did." "Oh my." Bakugo opened the door to his new dorm room and looked around. It was spacious, complete with its own desk, bed, and ensuite bathroom. His belongings had already been delivered in boxes, which were conveniently labeled clothes, books, etc. As he started to unpack, hang up clothes, and set up bookshelves, he heard a faint knock on the door. Bakugo paused, putting down his toolkit, which he used for tinkering with his hero costume, and went to the door. Swinging it open forcefully, Bakugo tilted his head in confusion. Round face? Uraraka stood at the door, fidgety and nervous. Gripping the sleeve of her jumper, she looked at Bakugo. "Can I talk to you quickly?" "Okay." Bakugo opened the door wider, allowing Uraraka to come in. She looked around briefly before sitting on the chair, which Bakugo pulled out for her impatiently. Bakugo sat on the bed, hand on his chin as an impatient look spread over his face. Well? Uraraka fumbled over her words, stuttering slightly before speaking softly. It's about that Izuku guy. Bakugo froze, his muscles tensing as he stared at Uraraka, who wasn't even looking at him. He gritted his teeth, scoffing slightly. If you want me to explain myself, then, no. What the hell is with you, round face? Why are you so frantic? Uraraka sighed, looking Bakugo in the eye nervously. It was at the training camp. There was a girl there who seemed hell-bent on taking me down. She said it was for Deku. Yeah, you already said that. What I mean is that I'm scared. What? That girl made it clear he wants me gone. She said he wants you gone too. Now, he has an entire organization behind him. Uraraka shook, eyes wide as she gripped her arms tightly. He has every chance to take me down. He has every opportunity to do so. That's terrifying. The thought of walking outside and facing danger at any moment terrified me. Bakugo watched as Uraraka's breathing quickened, her eyes glistening with tears. He remained silent, allowing her to express herself. I don't want to die yet. I still need to help my family and friends. I want to save people, which is why I came to you. Uraraka looked up, tears streaming down her face. The fear in her eyes shocked Bakugo. He wants you dead too. Probably more than me. How are you not scared of that? Her voice trembled, filled with sobs and dread. Bakugo paused, seriously questioning his next move. Forget it. Huh. Bakugo pulled Uraraka into a hug, surprising her. He sighed heavily, finally ready to confide in someone. I'll be honest. I'm terrified. More than I have ever been. I watched All Might fall so easily. I couldn't even defeat the weaker version. As Shitty Hair said, we are in deep trouble. But I can't afford to be scared all the time. I need to get stronger. So I can take him down. Uraraka gripped Bakugo's back desperately, sobbing into his shoulder, releasing everything she had held in for the past month. I'm scared, but I need to be stronger. I won't let him intimidate me. If he tries anything, just take him down or run. Right. Her voice was soft, but this time, there was a hint of hope. Bakugo scoffed, releasing her, and she pulled away, wiping her eyes. Thanks, Bakugo. Are you going to keep crying over there? Plus ultra, right? Uraraka laughed. Lightly. That was the most unenthusiastic way to say the school's motto I've ever heard. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not really a comforting person. No, you kind of do the opposite. Fight me. You're the one who said it. Whatever, if you're feeling better, get out. Yeah, I think I'm feeling a bit better. I'll leave you to unpack. Oh, and round face. Say a word, and your room will need more than air conditioning to keep it cool. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, and Bakugo. What now? Thanks. That's when my dad came in and gave that monkey a piece of his mind. Anyway, I never lost a breakdancing battle after that. Mina posed dramatically on the coffee table. Kirishima and Denki clapped enthusiastically, with Denki wiping a mock tear from his eyes. Beautiful. Ida stood up, clapping above his head. Truly a story of a parental bond and growth. Thanks, Ida. Who's going to go next? I'll go. Siro stood, swapping places with Mina. Uraraka chuckled. It had been a few hours since her talk with Bakugo, and it was now around midnight. It was a Friday, so no teachers were around. Todoroki had already gone to sleep, and Mineta had been put in timeout. Others were wandering or training, leaving about 13 students in the living area, sharing childhood stories. So, when I first got my quirk, I really wanted to imitate Spider-Man. I mean, I did the hand gestures and everything. What a nerd! Mina called from the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of water before returning to her spot. So I was standing on my bunk bed. I planned to jump off and swing to the other side of the room. But I didn't realize I was on the top bunk. So I jumped and hit my head on the ceiling. How did that happen? Denki sputtered, the sudden twist in the story earning light chuckles from most of the group. Hey Bakugo! Kirishima yelled. What's up, losers? Bakugo said, acknowledging their presence. You done packing? Jiro asked, not looking up while tuning her guitar. What's it to you? Anyway. Shiro yelled, arms folded. After I hit my head, I fell off my bed and onto a pile of Lego. My dad was in stitches, while my mom was less than impressed. You got better, though, Spider Boy. Gee, thanks. Okay, who's next? That's it? Mina asked. Yeah. What's that supposed to? I vote Bakugo. Kirishima raised his hand excitedly, with Denki following suit. Yeah. What the heck, shitty hair? Bakugo jumped over the back of the seat and sat next to Kirishima, giving him a light slap on the arm, earning a whine from the redhead. We know practically nothing about you. It would be nice to know something. Seriously, you haven't told us about your childhood at all. For good reason, Pikachu. Denki looked down, defeated, while Kirishima continued. We just want to know more about you. Bakugo looked over the sea of curious faces before sighing and pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, what do you want to know? The group was stunned, exchanging excited glances as they discussed what to ask him. How about you and Izuku? Bakugo froze, glancing toward the hallway. Mineta! What are you doing? Back to the corner. Mina yelled, chasing the purple grape around the room, who screamed in protest. We all want to know. Mineta yelled when caught by Shiro. Bakugo looked down, deep in thought, before taking a deep breath. I've known the guy since we were toddlers. The entire group froze, staring at Bakugo in shock. He rolled his eyes and cleared his throat. One by one, they began to sit down, listening intently. Kirishima was more hesitant. Hey, are you sure you're okay to tell us? If you're going to keep asking, I might as well say it now to avoid your annoying questions later. Right. Anyway, he always looked up to heroes. He wanted to be one for as long as I can remember. But that wasn't possible because he was quirkless. No one spoke, only listening as Bakugo began to recount their childhood. He shared their adventures, the heroes he admired, and everything leading up to junior high before pausing. Junior high was where things took a turn for the worse. There was an incident where he almost got me hurt. Don't ask because I won't tell. After that, he became more distant, which, I guess, frustrated me more. You know where that led. Then one day he disappeared. No warning, just left without a word. Bakugo sighed, gripping his arms slightly, hoping no one noticed. Memories flooded back like a downpour. That's about it. Anything else? Everyone was silent, even Mineta, who had been tied up by Shiro. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Kirishima patted Bakugo's back before speaking up. I think that's enough for today. Let's call it a night. Yeah, sure. Bakugo said, being the first to stand and walk out of the room, swiftly opening the door and leaving. Uraraka looked at the doorway, sighing slightly. That was more than enough for today, that was for sure. Izuku woke to a hand shaking him on the shoulder. He shot up immediately, wiping his eyes in an attempt to reclaim any energy he had left. In front of him was Dabi, holding a collection of folders. Dabi? What time is it? 5. You seem to have had a good sleep. Dabi indicated to the sleeping girl on his shoulder, who had curled up slightly, peacefully dreaming. Izuku sighed, tell me about it. What do you want? A bunch of documents the bar guy wanted me to give you. Been spending a lot of time there, huh? Watch it. Izuku laughed, using his telekinetic quirk to take the documents and place them on the desk. Dabi frowned. Couldn't you have taken it like a normal person? Sure, let me just move the sleeping girl off my shoulder and let her have a go at you. Dabi rolled his eyes and briskly walked out of the room. Izuku yawned, taking his phone out of his pocket and going through his contacts. He turned the brightness down to avoid waking Toga, knowing all too well the consequences of disturbing her. Most texts were about results from missions, nothing particularly interesting. The blonde girl on his shoulder began to stir, lifting her head slightly and looking Izuku in the eye with a half-lidded expression. Morning. Toga mumbled a greeting before shuffling her head slightly, trying to block out the sunshine pouring in. Izuku gently nudged her, earning a small whine of disappointment. He laid her across the sofa, stretched his back, and turned his attention to the papers Dabi had given him. What was that? Toga mumbled, peeling herself off the sofa and rubbing her eyes. More contacts associated with UA. More? Why? Because. Izuku turned around, placing his hand on her head. We need the best chance we can get. Can't you teleport us in, get the information, then leave? Yes, that's the plan. Then. I'll explain later. I've got things to do. Izuku pressed a brief kiss to her forehead before leaving. Okiai, she called, half delirious. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. Bakugo lay on his bed, aimlessly thinking as the minutes ticked by. He had unpacked his belongings, organizing the room to an immaculate standard. Picking up his phone, he scrolled through social media and online news, trying to find something to occupy his mind. He was unable to sleep, the evening's discussion weighing heavily on him. He realized he would have to tell them at some point. He just didn't know how difficult it would be to open up, especially about his past. It wasn't that he had a hard childhood, it was more that his younger self had been utterly misguided. Knowing what lay ahead, he understood how flawed his thinking had been. But he couldn't change anything now. It was a thought he often returned to. However, as Uraraka had said, Izuku wanted him dead. He had tried and failed, putting All Might in danger in the process. All Might had given him his power when he was on the verge of death, instructing him to seek Gran Torino. The only issue was that he had no idea where Gran Torino was, likely grieving. This power had broken his hand when he used it, leaving it in splinters. He needed to find Gran Torino. He needed to control whatever this power was. He didn't even know what it could do, only that it was powerful and could be passed down. It was safe to assume it was tied to All for One, considering the main villain had passed his quirk down to Izuku. But how were they connected? He hadn't told anyone about this power, and no one had asked. It was possible no one knew, like it was masked from the view of the broadcast. It was probably better that way. He would be targeted if this got out. Bakugo sat up and went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water. When he arrived, he found the kitchen light on with the door open, casting light into the corridor. Curious, Bakugo silently pushed the door open wider. Inside, a boy sat on the counter, staring back at him. For crying out loud. Kirishima yawned as he entered the dorms, wiping sweat from his forehead after his run. It was around 2 a.m., quite late for a jog. He had wanted to clear his head after Bakugo revealed what he had done, so he had run around the building a few times. That was usually his way of coping. Walking to the kitchen, he saw Bakugo standing outside the door, eyes wide. Hey Bakugo, what are you doing? Why are you still up? Bakugo turned suddenly, a frantic look on his face. Kirishima paused a few feet away. Hey, is something W? And here I thought I wouldn't have to see any of you. Kirishima turned to see a familiar set of ruby eyes staring back. Bakugo quickly turned back to the kitchen, then back at Kirishima, surprised. Hey guys. Let's go to the kitchen for a sec. Izuku sat on the counter, casually fiddling with a knife. Bakugo locked the door behind him, preventing anyone from walking in. Kirishima was less casual, his quirk activated the entire time. What the hell are you doing? I wouldn't yell if I were you. It's quite easy to cause a disaster in a place like this. Seriously, what were they thinking, huddling all the students into one vulnerable place? What are you doing here, Midoriya? Izuku sputtered, turning to Bakugo, who had sat at one of the tables. Seriously? Geez, what changed you so quickly? Maybe I don't want to die. Touché. Kirishima sat down next to Bakugo, deactivating his quirk. Good boys. Now, since I'm not exactly planning on harming you today, I'll let you go if you don't tell anyone about this, Izuku said with a smile. Bakugo shivered. His smile felt like a chill creeping down his spine, unsettling and unnerving. Anyway, to answer your question, Kakin, I'm here regarding business. Business? Fill in the blanks, you're smart. Bakugo paused, thinking over his words, before his eyes widened. You're going to attack UA again. Kirishima's face showed shock. Well done. You want a gold star? What? Why? Well, Kirishima, that would spoil the fun. Besides, even if I tell you. Izuku's smile shifted into something more sinister. You can't stop us. Kirishima's mouth fell open, trembling slightly as Izuku approached them, his confident demeanor radiating. Remember, if you tell anyone, it won't end well for you. Oh, and Kaken. He toyed with them, his ever-present smile shaking them to their core. Izuku leaned in close to Bakugo, causing him to tense up instinctively. How lucky are you that All Might sacrificed everything for your sake? Enjoy his power while you can. Bakugo's eyes glistened as he sat frozen, breathless and terrified. Izuku stepped back, waved goodbye, and vanished. Bakugo exhaled heavily, coughing slightly. Kirishima patted his back, trembling. Bakugo laid his head on the table, gripping his chest, his eyes wide and watering. This was the second time Izuku had shown up unexpectedly. But somehow it felt worse. I'm telling you, he just kissed me out of nowhere. Why should I care? Because I need emotional support right now. Hey Adabi Toga. Why is Toga crying? Spinner entered the room, adjusting his bandana. Because I am mentally confused. Same. I am never confused. Twice appeared dramatically behind Spinner. Twice. What should I do? I have no idea what you're talking about. Just get rid of it. Dabi chuckled. I severely doubt that will happen. Are you going to explain this? Compress asked as he and Magna entered the room together. Apparently, Izuku kissed her or something. Not apparently. He did. Well, that's quite the power move, huh? Muscular said loudly. Please be quiet, Compress said, adjusting his hat. Hey Toga, are you still freaking out about that? Everyone in the Vanguard Action Squad turned to see Izuku standing behind his desk, grinning slightly. Izuku, what was that earlier? Izuku laughed, patting Toga's head before stepping forward, ignoring her question. Thanks for coming everyone. I think you know why I called you all here. Compress stepped forward, handing him a few papers. Is it about the mission you asked me to plan? Izuku looked over the papers while speaking. Yeah. We're going to infiltrate UA. Dabi took a paper from the desk. Yeah, you mentioned something about this at the bar. Exactly, we need information on UA. Specifically about the students and teachers. That's what we're going to do. Muscular tilted his head. We? Yeah, all of you are going. I'll also be going. Why are you going this time? Magna asked, confused. This is an extremely important mission. I don't doubt your abilities, but we're going into a facility with some of the best heroes. However, this is also our best chance to infiltrate. Because All Might is dead, Compress said, pointing to a section on the papers that described UA's layout. Izuku nodded. Exactly, they will be panicking about a new symbol of peace to oppose me. They will be distracted. Which allows for a more successful infiltration. Correct. By the way, where is Kurogyri? Everyone turned around, noticing the misty barman was missing. Spinner rubbed his head. Yeah, where is that guy? Whatever, he's probably still sulking about Shigaraki. Muscular said, arms raised in indifference. Right. When you leave, someone go check on him for me, Izuku said, concern in his eyes. I will, Spinner raised his hand. Thanks, Spinner. Anyway, Compress and I will hack into the database. Dabi and Toga, you two will examine any files in the teacher's lounge. How are we getting in there? I can mask your appearance for about 5 minutes. Use that time to take pictures of important files. I'll tell you later who to focus on. However, it won't mask your voice or breathing, so you need to be extremely quiet. Got it? Magna and Twice, you will focus on the UA dorms. Find out about the student schedules and how heavily guarded it is in the morning. I will give you a map of the layout I drew when I went there. You must be extremely secretive, as the students will be present. Twice, use your quirks to create clones of students if necessary. Do not get caught, or you may put us all at risk. Right. Understood. What are we doing? Muscular. You will act as our lookout. Keep an eye on the entrance of UA and alert us if any teachers or police arrive. Since you have the most endurance, you're the best option. Can I take care of anyone who comes near? Izuku paused, reviewing his notes, then nodded. Only if you have to. Do not draw attention to yourself. Right. Since Kurogyari probably won't be coming, you all need to be more vigilant than ever. I can teleport us out, but it will take time, so that will be a last resort. We leave on Sunday at 7 a.m. Since it's a weekend, UA won't be as alert as they think we are targeting students. Be prepared. That's about it. Any questions? Everyone looked at each other, then smiled. What? It's just we're happy you're coming on a mission with us for once, Spinner said, grinning. Izuku chuckled, placing the papers down and looking at the group. Me too. So, how about a drink? Twice exclaimed. Hell yes. Kirishima sat in Bakugo's room. Bakugo paced back and forth while Kirishima sat on the bed, trembling slightly. The encounter with Izuku had rattled both of them. His confidence, his quirk, and his influence felt overwhelming. His threat was not just an empty scare. It was like a dictator threatening a peasant. Hey, Bakugo. What do we do now? Bakugo paused, shaking his head in frustration. I don't know. He's going to attack UA, for goodness sake. He managed to take down All Might. How can we stop him? Bakugo's rant continued as he ran his hand over his face. I can't believe this, Kirishima. First, the situation with All for One, and now this. He has a whole organization backing him while we have injured heroes and a bunch of kids. What can we possibly do? Kirishima lowered his head. I don't know either. He made it clear that he would eliminate us if we spoke out. Even with a hero's protection, it wouldn't be enough against a top-tier villain. Look, I won't pretend to have a plan because I don't. I really don't. Bakugo let his hands fall to his sides and collapsed next to Kirishima. I can't go through this again. What? Kirishima asked, concern etched on his face. I nearly lost my life the last time he attacked us. All Might died protecting me. He's taken so many lives, and that was before he got that quirk. I can't handle this. Bakugo raised his arm over his face as he lay down on his bed. I have to stop him, but I can't. I'm the reason he's like this, and now people are dead because of it. The heroes, the citizens, All Might. It's all my fault. Kirishima sat awkwardly, unable to find the right words, before pulling Bakugo's shoulders to lift him to eye level. He had no idea how to comfort him, but he was determined to try. Don't talk like that. He chose to become a villain. Maybe your actions influenced his choice, but does that even matter now? You can't change the past, but you can redeem yourself. Defeat him for all those who lost their lives because of him. Bakugo stared into Kirishima's eyes, his own welling with tears. Don't blame yourself for what he did. Kirishima pulled Bakugo into a hug as he quietly sobbed into his shoulder. Bakugo had never been one to openly discuss his feelings, which was evident to everyone around him. Because of that, he struggled to cope with the overwhelming guilt. Kirishima understood this. They were similar in that regard. Toga walked out of the bar, swaying slightly. I am never having a shot competition with Twice again. She stumbled a bit, gripping the wall as she made her way down the corridor. Are you doing all right? Toga turned to see Izuku standing in the doorway, watching her struggle to walk straight with a grin on his face. Are you going to help me or not? Toga asked, her voice playful. Izuku chuckled and walked up to her, putting her arm around his shoulder as he helped her down the corridor. How come you aren't stumbling? Unlike you, I didn't have 12 Jaeger bombs. Thanks for the reminder. Where are we going? To your room so you can rest. No, I don't want to. Toga said, shifting her weight backward, causing them to nearly trip. Come on. Izuku said, using his quirk to steady her. He ended up carrying her. Put me down. Not happening. As they walked, Toga began to close her eyes, leaning against Izuku's chest as she drifted off. Guess it's a good thing we aren't going tomorrow. I can't take 6 hungover villains on an infiltration mission. Izuku sighed, hurrying to her room to avoid any mishaps. He would have teleported, but teleporting after a drink or two definitely wasn't a good idea. Spinner ran back and forth, searching room after room for Kurogyari. It was the morning after the drinking party, and they were leaving tomorrow, making the search for the purple bartender all the more urgent. He questioned people as he ran, most shaking their heads in apology. Usually, Kurogyari stayed at the bar or wandered around the complex, or he trained Izuku with his new quirk, but progress had slowed with the amount of work Izuku had to complete. Kurogyari? Where are you? Try as he might, Spinner had no idea where Kurogyari had gone, and with a slight hangover throbbing in his head, he was losing motivation to keep searching. Spinner? Spinner turned to see Izuku walking through the large room filled with boxes of supplies. Izuku approached him, eyebrow raised slightly. I didn't expect to see you yelling so early in the morning. How's your headache? It's fine. How about you? I'm okay. Unlike twice over there, I didn't try to chug 4 liters of vodka. I'm surviving, Twice yelled, his voice muffled as he lay face down in a box of packing peanuts. I'm sure his liver is having a field day. Anyway, are you looking for Kurogyari? Yeah, I've searched everywhere and can't seem to find him. I know. After taking Toga back, I looked around and didn't see him. If he has left, it could be extremely dangerous. What do you mean? Consider this. What if he went and gave information to the heroes? To get back at me for what happened to Shigaraki. He knows the hideout's location and its main members. That could be catastrophic for us. He wouldn't do that. Given what I did, I wouldn't be surprised. He cared for Shigaraki, remember? In any case, I'll need to assign some people to look for him. I would do it myself, but I don't think this is a one-day job. Izuku huffed, rubbing the back of his neck. Spinner looked down. Sorry I couldn't find him. I'll do better next time. What? No, don't worry about it. If he left, it can't be helped. It's not your fault. I'm the one who caused this. Izuku turned, walking past twice and patting him on the back, which earned a tired groan. I'll check our available members of the trailing squad. Thanks for looking for him. Izuku walked away, weaving between mountains of boxes and vehicles. Some people approached him, inquiring about the situation, to which Izuku replied, nothing to be concerned about. If he was going to manage this, he needed to keep everyone calm. Picking up his phone, he dialed Jiren, who answered with a cough. Hello, Izuku. How have you been? Izuku leaned against the wall, phone pressed to his ear while gesturing to people, directing them on where to place crates. But, hey, I have a question. Well, 2 actually. Go on. Do you know where Kurogyari is? Wow, lost one already? And no, I can't say I do. Figures. Okay, when are you free next? Not until next week. Why? I want you to put some newbies into training, like you did with me. Izuku turned his head to see Compress, who was pointing to a planning room. Nodding, he raised a finger, indicating him to wait a moment. That desperate? No, it's more like the more we have, the better. Well, do they have potential? I'll let you be the judge of that. Fine, bring them here next Friday. Got it. Talk to you later, Jiren. Yeah, see ya. Izuku switched off his phone and made his way to the planning room. He had asked Compress to design a strategy in his absence. A few tweaks, and they would be ready. Bakugo, I have an idea. Kirishima and Bakugo had been discussing what happened with Izuku for a few hours, meaning it was early morning. Bakugo had recovered from his earlier breakdown, and Kirishima had chosen not to bring it back up. What if we stop Izuku ourselves? Are you serious? No, I'm Kirishima, he replied, chuckling and striking an exaggerated pose. Bakugo punched him in the arm, scowling. You know what I meant. Look, he never said we couldn't stop him. He just said we couldn't tell anyone. If we stop him without telling anyone, we could still save the school. For 1, we'd have no backup. 2, he has an entire organization with him. 3, we can't use our quirks. And 4, do you want to get hurt? So we should just sit and wait for the school to be attacked. I don't think so. Okay, shitty hair. When is he going to attack? On Sunday. At 7 a.m. Bakugo and Kirishima froze, a ghostly voice echoing through the walls of the room. Hey Bakugo. Aren't the walls soundproof? That isn't a student. Shut up. Bakugo hissed, now searching the room. Bakugo! Kirishima yelled, pointing behind him. Bakugo whirled around to see a ghostly figure standing behind him. They will attack UA on Sunday at 7 a.m. Why are you? Kirishima was now standing, taking tentative steps closer to Bakugo. But in a matter of seconds, the figure vanished through the window into the dimly lit streets. Bakugo and Kirishima exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Does that answer your question? Hey Compress, tell me why we are leaving at 7 a.m.? I'm not really a morning person, you know. Twice yawned, walking into the office, a gun poking out of his pocket. Compress looked him up and down. I doubt you need that. You're going to a school dorm, not a shootout. Fine, he said, placing the gun on Izuku's desk, only to pick it up again with his other hand. You never know. And we need to be there while the heroes are doing their work. They usually meet at night when they think we will attack. Also, so you actually get out of bed for once. Izuku said, tossing a knife to Spinner. Jesus! Can you stop popping up everywhere? Hey, it's convenient. You all ready? Up. Time to have some fun. Toga said, a wide smile on her face. Yeah. Okay, we will meet at the alley near the park at 10 a.m. Understood? A loud cry of right echoed throughout the room. All right then. Good luck. Izuku snapped his fingers, causing pools of gray to erupt in the room. Everyone nodded, running into their respective pools, disappearing into the murky liquid. Twice and Magna landed on the roof of the dorms, both ducking down quickly. Twice, do you have the flare? Izuku had instructed them to release a flare if they were caught, which would signal him to teleport them out. Yeah, no. Twice took the flare gun and handed it to Magna, as his pocket contained an actual gun. Alright, you have a clone, right? Twice nodded, concentrating, making a young girl appear. Toga gave me her DNA to replicate. Her name is Uraraka. Actually, it's Achiko. But actually round face. Got it? Use her to scout the more public areas. According to Compress, they were going on a shopping trip of sorts, but there may be some lurkers. Keep an eye out. I'll start by the boys' rooms. I'll go to the girls'. Radio me if you need help. Right. After that, the two went their separate ways down different sets of stairs. The Uraraka clone headed to the living area to find any indications of their routines or daily life. Dabi and Toga landed in a UA classroom, which was dark and empty. Using his quirk, Dabi assessed his surroundings and determined what floor he was on. Looks like we are on the 4th floor or so. The teacher's lounge is on the 6th floor, right? Yeah, we need to radio Izuku when we get close. Then we have 5 minutes to look around. Why didn't they send twice? He can make a clone of the teachers and get in easier, right? Well, he isn't exactly the most composed person, is he? Fine. Anyway, I have a little blood from a teacher. Izuku said he got it when he was questioning him about the USJ. But I only have enough for about 15 minutes at most. It's better than nothing. The two left the room quietly, repeatedly checking hallways as they moved, noticing no teachers or students as they ran silently. Compress, Izuku, and Muscular stood at UA's entrance. Izuku looked at the school that towered over them. Muscular, find cover in a tree or something. It will act as a good lookout as well. If there are 1 or 2 students trying to enter, feel free to stop them. If it's a group of teachers, notify me immediately. Got it? Though if anyone sees me, I won't hold back. Sure, just try to stay as incognito as you can. Come on, Compress. What about the security systems? Don't worry, I talked with Spinner yesterday about sending them to the security room. He should have deactivated it by now. I wondered why you didn't assign him a place. He should be meeting us at the informatics room. I would have teleported us there directly, but security around that area is especially sensitive. It's the same around the teacher's lounge. Which is why you didn't teleport directly there? Correct. Izuku and Compress walked through the 1st floor, noting which lights were on and which were off. They had about an hour at most until someone discovered the security was down or when the system rebooted. After that, they needed to leave to avoid being caught. The informatics room was on the 3rd floor, heavily monitored by cameras. These cameras weren't connected to the security systems but rather to the informatics room, as the data from them was considered valuable. This meant they had to delete the feed as well as hack into the database, which Izuku assumed would take Compress some time. Izuku walked up the stairs, peering around the corner in an attempt to be discreet. Izuku, what's the point of being so secretive? Why not teleport us straight to the room now? I'm not completely used to all for one's power. It took a lot of energy to send everyone to separate locations. I can't use all of my energy just in case we are caught. Understood. After confirming the absence of people, the two continued up the stairs to find the informatics room. Bakugo, do you see anyone? No. Hold on, why are we just standing outside? What if they already went in? I don't know. Why don't you check the entrance? Why me? Kirishima, your quirk is more defensive than mine. Guess you're too scared then. Bakugo stormed down the path leading to Yue's entrance. He was easy to read. Bakugo looked around at the windows and doors. What the heck? I don't see anyone. Kirishima frowned, walking up to Bakugo and scanning the area. I mean, we just got here. What time is it now? Kirishima glanced at his phone, the time glaring back at him. 7. Do you think they already went in? Shoot. Bakugo ran to the entrance, only to find the doors unlocked. That was strange. The security systems should have locked them for the weekend. Bakugo! Kirishima pushed Bakugo out of the way as a powerful force knocked them both back. Bakugo coughed, shaking his head as he sat up next to Kirishima. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dirt and dust. As it cleared, a muscular figure emerged from the rubble, his fist clenched as he lifted it from the ground. His body seemed to pulse, the muscles straining against an immense pressure. He stood, shaking his arms slightly as a malicious grin spread across his face. How lucky am I? A few civilians had gathered, staring at the dust cloud that had erupted in Yue's center. Whispers spread through the crowd, mostly speculating that it might be a villain. Many ran from the site, while some stayed to see what would happen. The muscular man approached the two students. I was given permission to take out students, but I didn't think I'd see any here. Bakugo and Kirishima stood, using each other for support. You're the one who hurt Koda. Oh, it's you. Bakugo, right? The one who got All Might killed. Bakugo tensed, glaring at the man who mockingly rolled his shoulders. Bakugo, we need to go now. Kirishima urged, taking a few steps back, slightly intimidated by the man. Yeah, the name's Bakugo. Bakugo glared at him, anger etched on his face. And I didn't kill All Might. That was your boss. The muscular man tilted his head before laughing loudly. Man, he was right about you. That unwarranted confidence. Look, if you have a problem with Izuku, take it up with him. I just want to fight. With that in mind, let me take you on. Izuku froze as a loud rumble shook the school. He turned to see a large pillar of dust erupting high into the air. Looks like someone is already here. Izuku quickly picked up the radio, switching it on. Guys, it looks like Muscular has engaged someone. We might have less time than we thought. Dabi responded, his voice slightly distorted by static. We just arrived at the teacher's lounge. Go ahead and mask us. Got it? Remember, be silent. I'll keep you updated. Izuku shut his eyes, focusing his attention on Dabi and Toga, and released that focus high up to the two. Should be masked now. Go! Izuku leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Compress approached him. Hey, you okay? Yeah. Just a little. Overworked is all. Guys! The two turned to see Spinner running up to them. I got the informatics room open, it's just down this hall. Compress, you go ahead. I need a second. Yeah, see you there. Compress ran off with Spinner, leaving Izuku a moment. To regain his energy. Using this many quirks consecutively was extremely draining, especially since he hadn't had his quirk for long. Swaying slightly, he stumbled his way to the room. God, I hope you can hold them off, Muscular. Dabi and Toga entered the room, opening the door slightly to check for any teachers, but found none. Dabi pointed to the file drawer, which Toga nodded at. They could see each other, trusting that they were invisible to everyone else. Toga walked over to a bookshelf filled with folders and books, scanning through them. Dabi opened the file drawer and saw many documents detailing various classes. He looked at the older years first, taking photos of the more powerful students, like a boy named Mirio, who was the closest to being the top hero, even among pro-heroes. That would probably be important to Izuku. Meanwhile, Toga was looking at files about the teachers. One mentioned Eraserhead, a hero whose quirk could disable someone's abilities, which could be problematic for someone like Dabi, who relied heavily on his quirk. There was also Nizu, the headmaster, regarded as the smartest being in the world. That could be dangerous. Izuku opened the door to the informatics room, only to find Spinner and Compress standing over a monitor, shock on their faces. What? You may want to look at this. Izuku approached the monitor, which displayed a camera feed. This was already on when we got here. It's so they can monitor the school. Izuku stared at the screen, frowning slightly. The feed showed Bakugo and Kirishima standing before Muscular. Well, can't say I didn't expect this. What do you mean? Why do you think I had Muscular be our guard? Because he's the most durable? Yes, which means he stands the best chance against attackers. You mean? I knew they would come, that's why I had Muscular there. I only hope he doesn't take Bakugo down first, if he does at all. Why? Seeing his best friend fall in front of him would be quite the blow, don't you think? Izuku walked away from the camera feed, heading toward a control panel adorned with buttons, switches, and a keyboard. To the side of the keyboard was a mouse, which he moved left to right, activating the screen above. Izuku glanced back at the switches. Some were labeled, others weren't. The ones that were had markings such as A5. He frowned and turned to Compress, who had stepped away from the monitor. You think you can get in? Compress frowned at least. That's what Izuku assumed he was doing and placed a hand on his mask. It will take a while. Judging by the markings and the sensitivity of the files, it's safe to assume the password is encrypted. Okay, I'll log into the camera records and delete the footage. Shout if you need help. It might be worth checking to see if you can disable the cameras so we can leave without being seen. Good call. Though, thanks to Muscular, I doubt we will go unnoticed. Izuku walked over to Spinner, who was looking over the feed. Spinner, can you get Dabi and Toga and bring them here? They're on the 6th floor in the teacher's lounge. I'm starting to think teleporting all of us out will be easier than sneaking out. Also, report everything to Magna and twice using the radio. Okay, but will you be alright to take all of us back? You're not looking so good, Spinner said, catching the radio Izuku threw to him. I'll be fine. We have better odds of all of us leaving if I teleport. I just need a moment to regain my strength, then I'll be fine. Alright, be careful you two. I should be saying that to you. Izuku smiled, sitting in the office chair across from the monitor they had all been looking at when he arrived. Spinner ran out, activating the radio on the way. Izuku closed the live video and went over to the file containing the recordings. A screen popped up asking for a password. He grumbled, leaning back in the chair in thought. What would they use as a password for something so important? Any idea what the password could be? Can't say I do. Not much luck here either. Izuku sighed, turning back to the monitor. Nizu was the one who reviewed these files. Toga confirmed it when she went on a solo spy mission, disguised as a teacher whom Izuku captured. He erased her memory using a quirk in the interrogation and hostage faction, which was quite convenient. But what would someone like Nizu use as a password? He was quite strange, very cheerful for someone who had been through so much. What if that was linked to it? Izuku leaned forward, contemplating the password bar. Anyone who knew Nizu understood he didn't like to talk about his past. This would make it seem like he would never use it as a password, as it could bring back painful memories every time he typed it in. It was the most unlikely password for Nizu to use, which is why it was the most likely option to try. Izuku tried various ideas, such as the names of the experiments, their methods, and locations. He discovered this while investigating Nizu and eventually found his record in an information holding facility in northern Japan. Finally, he tried the name of the facility. A green tick appeared on the side as the file icon opened, revealing various video files dated daily. Son of a gun. You alright? Yeah, I got it open. Izuku highlighted all the files and deleted them, watching as the file emptied. Well, that was easier than I thought. See if you can disable the camera feeds. Sure. Bakugo! Bakugo felt a hand tug on his shirt, pulling him out of the line of fire. Muscular grinned, the muscles around his arm shifting ominously. Bakugo breathed heavily, wiping the blood from his forehead that trickled down from a head wound. Kirishima activated his quirk, shielding Bakugo from debris flying from the impact on the walkway. Bakugo, we need to go. We can't use our quirks to fight this guy. Honestly, I don't think we can take someone like him. No way. This guy took a life. He took the life of someone who couldn't defend themselves. I am not going to run. Not when Kota didn't have the option to. And what happened to him because of that? Kirishima and Bakugo dove in separate directions as a massive fist came crashing down where they had just stood. That kid died because he couldn't leave. You're going to die. Forget it that I don't care. Bakugo charged at the man, Kirishima's shouts echoing behind him. His palms ignited, a slight popping noise surrounding them. Muscular grinned, running toward Bakugo as well, raising his arm in the boy's direction. Bakugo lifted his arm, preparing to block the attack, his other hand engulfed in flames. Muscular smiled, and at the last moment before impact, he retracted his right arm and lifted his left instead. Bakugo's eyes widened as the left arm approached his unprotected side. He had no time to lift his other arm to defend himself. Oh no! A loud bang rang out, leaving a ringing in his ears. Bakugo involuntarily shut his eyes, bracing for the strike that would inevitably come. But it didn't. Bakugo opened his eyes and looked up. Standing in front of him, blocking the attack, was Kirishima, his quirk activated as one arm absorbed the blow while the other braced against it. Kirishima gritted his teeth, letting go of his arm and with all his might, punched the villain, sending him reeling backward. Kirishima let out a strained breath as he turned to Bakugo, an idiotic grin stretching across his face, blood trickling down the side of his face. Well, if you're so insistent on dying today, I'll be happy to join. Though if we do die, I'm blaming you. Bakugo smiled, shakily standing up beside Kirishima. Muscular stood back up, a chuckle escaping his lips as he wiped his face. That hurt a bit. Bakugo reactivated his quirk and braced himself. Kirishima nodded, encasing his entire body in a stone-like texture. We aren't the ones dying today. Magna peered around the corner, seeing no one in the corridor leading to the girls' dorm rooms. She had already investigated the 5th and 4th floors, always doing a preliminary check to see if anyone was present. Twice had checked the boys' dorms, and the student clone checked the 1st floor, which was a common area for the students. They were most likely to be found on the 1st floor after all. A buzz sounded from the radio in her pocket, which she picked up. Magna? Twice. Twice answered first. Hello? Goodbye. It's Spinner. Izuku wanted me to tell you what's going on. Magna held the radio to her ear, pressing the button to talk to the lizard. Make it quick. There isn't a lot of cover here. Muscular is fending off 2 students outside. Bakugo was there with another redhead. Izuku thinks it may be too risky to try and sneak out because of this, so he's going to teleport us out. I thought he wasn't going to because he had lost a lot of energy already. He said it's worth the risk. Alright, let us know when we are leaving. Will do. I'm going to Dabi and Toga now to tell them. What's going on? We are leaving soon then? I've got to go. Good luck, you two. The receiver buzzed, indicating that Spinner had cut off the transmission. Magna put the radio back into her pocket and walked to the nearest room, opening the blue door to look around. Veronica looked around the 1st floor, checking the dining area and kitchen before heading to the living room. Being a clone of a student decreased the risk of being discovered. The living room had 3 sofas with a TV facing opposite. There were rugs, coffee tables, bookshelves, and other decorative items. Veronica wandered over to the coffee table, which had a notebook on it. On the front was a name. Denki Kaminari. Uraraka said, opening the book to see its contents. It seemed to be poorly written class notes and memos. Judging from this, it was easy to deduce that this Kaminari was somewhat dense and forgetful. In the notebook were dates detailing class trips and homework due dates. The trip dates were interesting. Uraraka took a piece of paper from her pocket and noted the trip dates before replacing the book in its original place. The books on the shelves were mainly storybooks or textbooks. However, there were some useful items, like a map of the school, where the support items were held for students to request, and a list of the other facilities the school owned. Burke left the living room, all important papers in her pocket, and went to meet up with Twice. She was about to when she heard a voice ring out behind her. "Hey, Uraraka!" Bakugo reeled back, falling from the force of muscular sneer hit. Kirishima had jumped onto his shoulders, repeatedly punching him in the back of the head. Muscular reached to hit him but missed as Kirishima dove away at the last second. He ran over to Bakugo, pulling him back on his feet, breathing heavily. There's no end to this guy. His endurance is insane. Well, he's got to have a breaking point. Repeated attacks have to do something, right? Bakugo breathed as Kirishima nodded and charged back toward Muscular. Bakugo knew they were getting nowhere with this. That's when a thought entered his mind. Should he use All Might's power? If he did, he would be incapacitated and unable to fight, meaning he wouldn't be able to stop Izuku. He would also break many bones, as he saw when he used it against All for One. But could they beat him if he didn't? This guy had crazy endurance and power, which was far beyond theirs. Even if they worked together, they would barely scratch him. Bakugo charged back at Muscular, yelling to Kirishima, "Get back!" Kirishima nodded, diving away from Muscular as Bakugo approached him, arms in front as his palms glowed brightly. Rapid pain shot through his arms as he increased the power input of his quirk considerably, more than he ever had before. His muscles began to spasm as he let out a shout, standing just feet away from the muscle men. "You're going down!" Bakugo released the explosion, creating a massive cloud of dust. Kirishima dug his fingers into the stone using his quirk to avoid being blown away by the force of the explosion. Bakugo had worse luck, with the force of his own explosion knocking him into one of the stone plant pots. He coughed as the wind was knocked out of him, but no bones were broken. When the wind calmed, Kirishima ran over to him, panic on his face. "You okay?" "Why? Is he down?" Kirishima looked over in the direction of the explosion. He froze, eyes wide as he shook slightly. "It." Bakugo pushed himself up, staring into the dust column. As the dust began to settle, a tall figure crouched down came into view. "No way." Muscular stood back up straight, observing the burns on his muscles, which were quickly replaced by new tissue. He grinned widely, laughing at the two boys. "What's wrong? Was that it?" "Unbelievable." Kirishima stood protectively in front of Bakugo, who was still recovering from being thrown into the stone block. Kirishima activated his quirk, gritting his teeth as he glared at Muscular. "Oh, guess I'll take you down first." Bakugo tried to stand, but his legs gave out, trembling from the intensity of the blow. Muscular's grin widened as he charged at Kirishima with such force that it shook the ground beneath them. Kirishima turned back, offered a reassuring smile to Bakugo, and then charged at Muscular. "Kirishima, stop!" Bakugo attempted to stand again, this time managing to rise weakly. Muscular struck Kirishima, who blocked with his arm, the impact sending shockwaves through his body as Muscular pressed down harder. The wind whipped around them, uprooting leaves and debris. Kirishima gritted his teeth, desperately trying to maintain his quirk. "Sorry about this." Muscular kicked Kirishima's knee, causing him to recoil and momentarily lose grip on his quirk. Seizing the opportunity, Muscular increased the pressure, forcing Kirishima to the ground as a cloud of dust erupted around them. Bakugo watched in horror as Kirishima fell, a loud crack echoing through the air. He hoped it was the ground that broke, not Kirishima. His eyes widened as Muscular shouted in glee, increasing the pressure on Kirishima. That was enough for Bakugo. Before Muscular could react, Bakugo appeared behind him, surrounded by crackling energy. His eyes glowed a fierce red as he leaped toward Muscular. Get off of him! Bakugo's fist came crashing down on Muscular, unleashing an incredible surge of energy that enveloped everyone. Muscular was sent flying back into the UA walls while Bakugo fell to the ground, gripping his arm as it faded into a deep red. Gritting his teeth, he picked up Kirishima and rushed him to a safer area. Muscular let out a loud roar, laughing wildly as Bakugo set Kirishima down behind a bush. Kirishima was still conscious and able to move, but cuts marred his body, and his arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. He thinks, any later and I would've lost my quirk. My arms are a bit messed up. Same here. That guy's still not done. What do we do? I have an idea. Bakugo stood, turning to face Muscular, who had gotten back up, staring at Bakugo with an unending grin. Kirishima shifted, gripping Bakugo's shirt desperately. Dude. No. I'll be fine. Let go. Kirishima looked away, letting his arm fall in defeat. Just don't die. Bakugo nodded and walked back to Muscular, adrenaline coursing through him, dulling the pain. He could still fight. Is that all you've got? I thought you were going to finish me. Muscular laughed, eyeing Bakugo's raised fist. I will. I absolutely will. All right, how about I take your friend down first before that? Bakugo gritted his teeth, activating All Might's quirk again. He stared at Muscular with glowing eyes and declared, I won't let you hurt him too. Izuku chuckled slightly as he watched the camera feed deactivate, indicating it had been switched off. He returned to the video files and deleted any created after the originals. Standing back up, he walked over to Compress, who was still trying to unlock the computer. How's it going? Could be better, but I'm almost in. I don't know how you can understand any of this. I'll leave you to it then. Izuku wandered around the room, discovering files and books about the school's history. Curious, he picked up a book and began to read. It contained information about its founders and graduates. He was interrupted by a radio buzz from Compress. Looking at it, Compress tossed it to Izuku, who responded, yes. Izuku, get over here now. Spinner, what's going on? Izuku quickly left the room, racing through the corridors as Spinner described the situation. Heroes are coming down the corridor. They are checking every room. You need to get here now. How did they get in? The entrance is blocked by Muscular. I don't know. They're about 4 rooms down from the teacher's lounge. Got it, I'm on my way. Izuku sprinted down the corridor, his tailcoat streaming behind him. Room after room he ran, but he knew he wouldn't make it in time. Come on. Izuku activated his teleportation quirk and arrived at the teacher's lounge, more like he fell into it. A loud crash erupted as he landed headfirst on the ground. Dabi turned and saw him, rushing over to help him up. Izuku was pale and coughing heavily. Toga, are you okay? Why did you use your quirk? Had to get here. Quickly. Izuku, they're coming down the corridor. Are you sure you can help? Izuku nodded, standing shakily and using a desk for support. Toga, throw me a knife, would you? Toga nodded and tossed him a knife, which he caught by the handle. I'll just have to do this without my quirk. The 3 nodded and burst into the corridor. Izuku followed closely behind into a crowd of about 10 heroes. They had the element of surprise, catching the heroes off guard. Shouts echoed through the halls as the villains attacked swiftly. Toga cornered 2 heroes, taking them down with a knife in each hand. Spinner evaded the first few, getting behind one and incapacitating him. Dabi unleashed a column of blue flames down the corridor, taking out 4 heroes. Izuku dodged many attacks, reaching the back of the group and striking from behind, causing a spray of blood to splatter on his face. With a few minor injuries sustained, the villains stood breathless. The heroes were more formidable than they appeared. But how did they get in? The entrance was blocked by the ongoing battle. Why hadn't they helped Bakugo? But they couldn't dwell on that now. Izuku collapsed in a pile, coughing violently. Toga rushed over, crouching beside him, worry etched on her face. Izuku, you aren't okay. You need to go back. What about you? I'd still have to get you all back. No, you can't teleport all of us in that condition. We don't have a choice. Izuku hoisted himself up, using the wall for support. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach and a dizzying wave in his head. But he could still stand. Izuku smiled, standing tall. The three looked at him with concern before nodding. He walked over to a hero who was barely conscious, suffering from various burns. Izuku took the knife and, with a swift motion, ended the hero's suffering. The sounds of distress faded, and Izuku stepped back, wiping his face clean of any remnants. I'm seeing this through to the end. Hey, Uraraka. Uraraka turned around, startled by the sudden voice. Behind her stood a boy with a wide smile, his yellow hair styled with a lightning bolt on one side. He wore a leather jacket adorned with buttons and straps that hung down to his jeans. Oh hey! The boy approached her with a confident stride, exuding a certain charm. Do you know where Bakugo and Kiri are? We were planning to study at the restaurant nearby. No, I don't. Sorry. No worries. It's a shame though, the tables are already booked. I'm sorry to hear that. How about you join me instead? And no, sorry, I have things to do. What are you doing here anyway? I thought you were all going out. Well, everyone else is, but I had already made plans. You knew that, right? I thought you were going to your parents. Why are you here? Uraraka stumbled over her words, desperately trying to escape the situation. She knew Twice's clones could be easily destroyed, and if he discovered her true identity, all the information she carried could be lost. I wasn't feeling well, so I was about to go to my room to rest. Ah, I see. That's a shame. I thought we could hang out for a bit. Why, maybe another time. All right, I'll see you later, Uraraka. Yeah. Bye. Uraraka hurried up the stairs to the second floor. Once out of his sight, she collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily. That was too close for comfort. Still, he didn't seem like the type to figure out who she really was. Actually, it could work to her advantage. If anyone discovered the dorms had been broken into, that boy might mention her presence, thinking she was the real Uraraka. It would shift the blame onto the student if anything was found out of place, especially since she was supposed to be at her parents' house. She could take the fall and create tension among the students. She would mention it to Izuku. Bakugo lunged away, the heat from his explosions causing him to squint. He knew he would have to use All Might's power to finish this fight, but overusing it could leave him incapacitated. He was using his explosions to wear down Muscular's endurance, hoping to land a strong final blow. But where were the heroes? The crowd that had fled should have called for help. The battle was hardly discreet, yet there were no heroes, police, or civilians around. It was just him, Muscular, and Kirishima. Kirishima could no longer stand. The attack had clearly injured him, leaving Bakugo to fend off Muscular not only for himself but also for Kirishima. Consecutive blows seemed ineffective. Firepower did little to deter Muscular. The only way to overpower him appeared to be through All Might's power. Bakugo dove underneath Muscular's legs, launching an attack from behind. The explosion intensified as Bakugo fueled it with more energy. It was strange. He had only been out of the hospital for a couple of days, and here he was facing this challenge. Bakugo winced as his muscles tensed, a searing pain coursing through his nerves. Muscular laughed, reaching behind him to grab Bakugo. Bakugo struggled to break free, using explosions to distract and weaken him. Instead, Muscular lifted him up and slammed him down, causing the ground to shake and crack beneath them. Muscular released him, leaving Bakugo gasping for breath. Kirishima tried to crawl over but could only manage a few feet. Be Bakugo! Bakugo's eyelids fluttered as he fought to stay conscious. Using his elbows, he attempted to prop himself up but collapsed under his own weight. Muscular grinned, walking toward Kirishima. Kirishima's eyes widened in fear as Muscular approached, his muscles bulging ominously. Kirishima couldn't move, speak, or scream. He could only watch as the sadistic grin grew clearer through the blood on Muscular's face. Kirishima could no longer lift his head, only move his eyes in response to the man looming over him. He focused all his energy on activating his quirk, but his body wouldn't respond. Bakugo turned onto his stomach, trying to crawl toward Muscular. Get away from him. Bakugo. I'll be fine. Bakugo stared at Kirishima, wide-eyed, as the redhead managed a grin. Muscular raised a leg over Kirishima's exposed back, the muscles in his leg bulging dangerously. Don't die, Bakugo. Muscular brought his leg down hard, directly onto Kirishima's back, causing the ground to shatter. Bakugo watched in horror as Kirishima twitched before going completely still. Bakugo's eyes watered as he saw Muscular step back, grinning wildly. Bakugo gritted his teeth, nearly cracking them, and shouted, his voice breaking. Kiri, you dumbass. With all his strength, Bakugo pushed himself to his knees and stood up, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. Muscular turned back, a satisfied look in his eye. Bakugo charged at Muscular, his eyes glowing and surrounded by sparks. Izuku, what do we do now? Dabi asked, carrying Izuku on his back to conserve his energy. Despite his words, Izuku was still breathing heavily, his muscles trembling slightly and his complexion pale. Toga stood beside them, while Spinner was busy hiding the bodies in a classroom. Go back to Compress. I'll retrieve Muscular and get us out of here, Izuku said, his voice strained. What about Magna and Twice? Dabi inquired. Ask them if they can make it back on their own, Izuku replied. So you don't have to teleport as many people? Dabi clarified. Yeah. Izuku leaned his head against Dabi's shoulder, his eyes fluttering as he fought to keep them open. Toga approached and ruffled his hair affectionately. I can ask them on the radio. Spinner has it, right? Toga said. Izuku nodded, watching as Toga dashed into the classroom to retrieve the radio. A few moments later, she returned, holding the black device close to Dabi and Izuku so they could hear. Twice? Magna? Toga called into the radio. Yes, hello, came Twice's voice. Hey there, friends. What's up? Toga exclaimed cheerfully. We need to know if you can make it back to the base on your own, Izuku said, trying to sound confident. I thought we were being teleported back? Magna replied. Yes, that was the plan, but Izuku is in really rough shape right now. He isn't sure if he can get us all back in his condition, Toga explained. I see. Twice, what do you think? Magna asked. I haven't seen anyone, which means we can't make it back undetected. Twice responded. I haven't seen anyone either. We should be able to get back without Izuku's help, Magna added. All right, I suggest leaving now, Toga said. Right, we'll see you at the base, Magna confirmed. Goodbye, Toga said, turning off the radio and looking at Izuku. There you go. You don't have to take those two back. Izuku nodded, burying his head in Dabi's shoulder to ease his pounding headache. Toga placed a comforting hand on his back, rubbing it gently. Look, I know what you said and I trust you, but… You really think you can get all of us out? She asked, concern etched on her face. Izuku met her gaze, determination in his eyes. Yes. I can. Spinner approached, shaking his head. That stubbornness of yours is going to get you into trouble someday. Izuku managed a weak chuckle. I'll take that chance. Dabi sighed, turning to the two villains. Come on, let's go to Compress. Yeah. Then let's get out of here, Toga agreed.